Morning, people. It's day 3 of CRX2020, the final day. Let's see if I can get everybody in here. I see Commodore Man. There's Marco. You guys are here. So let's do a mic check there, guys, and see if we're here.
Check.
Hey, mic check. Good deal. All right.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Nice. Okay, Marco. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, so today our first presentation is the hardware build project. And this fine gentleman here that you see in the spotlighted video, I should think you're spotlighted. Now you're spotlighted for sure. This is Marco. And so every year for CRX, we like to do a build project of some kind. And so we all sat around and thought, it'd be great if we did some kind of a cartridge. And so we're looking at various cartridges, and I think Yuri recommended this one. I checked it out, and I thought, yeah, it's a great idea. Let's do this one. And so I thought I will contact the guy and see if he might be interested in letting us do it, and if it was okay. And then one thing turned into another, and so here he is today. This is Marco. So you want to introduce yourself and talk about the cartridge and why it happened.
Yeah, of course. I will share my screen now. Oh. Can I do that?
Yeah, hang on just a second. Let me see here. Let me give you permission. Okay, you are good to go.
Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Marko Šolaić. I'm from Serbia, and today I'm going to give you a talk about the Universal C64 Magic Desk and Ocean compatible cartridge. It has a long name, but yeah. Okay, so let's start with a little bit about me. So I was born in 1980. My first computer was a ZX Spectrum 48K, which I got from my parents in 1986. Then my second computer was the Commodore 64 in 1990. I am an electronics engineer, and I'm a, let's say, electronics tinkerer, old computer tinkerer. I just love to do stuff with old computers. I'm 20 plus years in the media industry, broadcast and online. And I'm a collector of retro computers. With my friends, Žarko and others from our town, Novi Sad, in Serbia, we form a society called Once Upon a Byte, which is the Society for Preservation and History of Computing. And I also have my own blog about retro computing at blog.8bitshit.info. So I will start with a little bit of history. What came, how I liked the idea of a cartridge, and what was my what made me make this Magic Desk compatible cartridge. So during the 1980s and the 1990s, the software piracy here was not sanctioned, and a lot of games you could buy on compilation cassettes. So those games were usually saved using Turbo 250, and you would have to rewind the tape to the beginning, load Turbo each time, then wind it back to the game, and so on and so on. And also, not all tapes were saved with the same head azimuth, so it was a mess. And the market opened for cartridges with utility programs such as tape turbo, as the head azimuth, and so on. A lot of those cartridges started appearing on the market, and we'll see just a few of those here on the slides. So you can see there was turbo and head azimuth. There were copies of Final Cartridge, of Action Replay, Epic's Fast Load, and so on. Simon's Basic, VisaWrite, some ham radio programs, and so on. And so these cartridges were very popular here. A lot of different cartridges were made. I'm trying to collect them, at least virtually collect them all. I started dumping EEPROMs from them, and I wrote a three-part series about those cartridges on my blog, so you can go check that out. And now a little bit about Commodore's Magic Desk cartridge. Magic Desk cartridge was a utility cartridge with which presented the functions of the computer as a virtual desktop. And unfortunately, it wasn't met with really great success, but it was an early attempt of user-friendly computing. As you can see on this screenshot here, actually only the typewriter and the file cabinet were functional in the program. And the typewriter was actually just a typewriter. It wasn't a full word processor. So this is the insides. These are the insides of the Magic Desk cartridge. There are 2 TTL ICs and 4 ROMs of 8 kilobytes. And I only recently got hold of a Magic Desk cartridge, thanks to Žarko from his collection, and I analyzed the circuit, and we'll go to that a little bit later. So let's see what the Vice Emulator manual says about Magic Desk cartridge. It has 32, 64, 128 kilobytes, which is 4 to 6 banks of 8 kilobytes. And it's at it is mapped at 8,000 hex, which corresponds to ROM low. And here is some info that I found that is not correct. If bit 7 is set, the GameX formalities are disabled, turning on RAM at 8,000 hex. I will show you now the schematic that I reverse engineered from the cartridge. You can see here that XROM is always tied to the ground, so it cannot be actually disabled from the memory. And here we have 1/2 of a 2 to 4 decoder, the multiplexer. It's detecting writes. And here is a quad D flip-flop, which keeps the state of the data lines after the write to the IO1 range. And the second half of the decoder is used for selecting those 4 individual ROMs. So this was my first attempt at making a Magic Desk compatible cartridge. This is the first handmade prototype. I have followed the Vice manual for the design. Also, I have expanded it to 256K, as I had a lot of 256K flash ROMs from old PC motherboards. I have implemented the function that if bit 7 is set, then XROM goes high and the cartridge gets disabled. And my first published version had a bug. I will now show the schematic and give you a few seconds if anyone can see where the bug is. Yeah, it's right here. The clock from the computer must be inverted in order that the flip-flop catches the state at the correct time. So clock needs to be inverted. The side effect of this was that it actually worked on my C64C, the newer version of the Commodore 64, but it didn't work on Žarko's C64, and it even didn't work on Commodore 128. So I went to make version 2. I also here used one NOR gate as an inverter, and I used an additional NOR gate for blocking further writes. So that was a deviation from the original specification in the device manual. So when you get bit 7 high, then all further writes are disabled, because I found some programs that were messing with the register during work, and it had some side effects. So that was added here. I also expanded the register here, so it could have 256K. So this is that version, 256K cartridge. This one wasn't released at all, but I will release it on GitHub and PCBWay in the following days. This is the further enhancement of the cartridge, which was enhanced to 512K. I have also added jumpers to select type of EEPROM or flash EEPROM, because when you go to 512K, the flash EEPROM or a regular UV EEPROM, they have a different pinout for some address lines, and you have to swap them. Which leads us to the schematic of the universal Magic Desk and Ocean compatible cartridge. As I showed you now, the evolution of the design. And this one really has a lot of jumpers, a lot of configurations which can be made with it. Don't be intimidated by it. It's all very simple. This is the PCB that you got in front of you if you are building a kit. The shape of the PCB is a little bit odd, you would say. It has those cutouts and very the size is not standard, so to say. That was made so it could fit in various types of enclosures. So it can fit the original Commodore cartridge enclosure. It can fit some enclosures that are made, I think, in Poland or Slovakia. I don't really know, but they look nice and they are pretty cheap. It can fit the 3D printed enclosures. Here is my EasyFlash 3 enclosure. I tested the fit with it, and it stays just fine. And also, it can fit the the future was 8 bits Stumpy cartridge case, which is smaller than regular cartridges. So about the configurations of the cartridge, it can be configured as either Magic Desk or Ocean cartridge. The locking of the register can be enabled or disabled. It can be temporarily hidden from the memory map of the computer. It can use both 8K and 16K configurations, either as two same banks of data in both 8K windows, or as two different 8K banks of data. This was made so some of the Ocean and EasyFlash games use different data at once, so it can be seen as 16K with two different sets of data. So, of course, some games converted for EasyFlash can be patched to work with this cartridge. I will now go through the jumper settings on the cartridge. I just want to tell you, if you are building this project, if you are using the Magic Desk generator, you don't have to move any of those jumpers around. They are all preset, so the entire thing will work out of the box. First up, we have MD jumper. It's a part of the 16K enabling configuration. So if these diodes and this resistor are not installed and the MD jumper is shorted, then ROM low select line goes straight to output enable of the EEPROM, and it's read as 8K. But if you install the diodes and cut the jumper, then the ROM of the cartridge can be read at both ROM low and ROM high. Next up, so if those diodes and resistor are installed, we have to pull low both XROM and game to let C64 know that we are in the 16K configuration. So if you need a 16K configuration, then game jumper needs to be closed. But also, if the size jumper here is in the 8K position, we still have those two same sets of data in both ROM low and ROM high access windows. So if you want to have a true 16K configuration with two different sets of data, you move the size jumper to 16K. So then it routes 813 from the expansion to the highest bit of the EEPROM. And this only works for 27C040, so the 512K EEPROM. Next up, we have the mode jumper. So if mode jumper is in Magic Desk mode, then the highest bit, the bit 7 of the register, will be routed to this NOR gate. I'll talk about that later. So if it's in Ocean mode, then then everything here is tied down to ground. So the bit 7 is completely ignored, and XROM and game are always tied to ground. If it is in Magic Desk mode, then it depends on the locking jumper. So in Magic Desk mode, you can select the locking if it's disabled or enabled. The effect of that is if locking is disabled, then the register here won't lock when you set bit 7 but the cartridge will be hidden from the memory map, and you can re-enable it by setting bit 7 low. Also, there are these jumpers for selecting the type of EEPROM or flash ROM which is on board. I won't go into detail here about them, but they are listed on GitHub. In short, the 28-pin, 32-pin jumper enables you to use 27C512 EEPROM, which is four pins shorter than the others. So you have to route power for it to a different pin. And pin 1 and pin 31, depending on flash EEPROM or regular EEPROM, you can set these jumpers accordingly. And also, by request from some Commodore guys from Twitter, I have added the extension to 1 megabyte, so you can use only 27C080 EEPROM, so no flash EEPROMs, but you can use that one to extend the cartridge to 1 megabyte. So why are all these options needed? They're needed to be completely compatible with Magic Desk specification, with the original cartridge, and with the specification on in Vice manual. Ocean cartridges also come in 2 distinct variants. The 128 kilobyte and 512 kilobyte cartridges, they have 8 kilobyte banks, which are banked in at 8,000 hex or in ROM low range. But also, as the Vice manual states, because I cannot confirm or deny this statement, because I haven't seen any real ocean cartridges. The 256K type of card has 32 8K banks. 16 of them are accessed at ROM low, but the other 16, so the first 16 are addressed at ROM low, and the other 16 are addressed at ROM high. The software actually looks for them in a different place. And of course, EasyFlash also is even more complicated to convert it. So what about EasyFlash versus Magic Desk and Ocean cartridges? EasyFlash has a regular 16K mode or Ultimax mode, which actually replaces the kernel in the Commodore 64, and the cartridge initializes in Ultimax mode, so that poses one issue. It is 1 megabyte in total, and it has 2 registers on the board. First one is for bank selection, and the second one is for enabling or disabling the cartridge, selection of modes, so 8K, 16K, Ultimax, the LED, etc. And also it can have on-the-fly programming using the API, so you can save, for example, game progress on the cartridge. Patching games for this cartridge requires good assembler knowledge, but C64 debugger and regenerator are your friends. Some EasyFlash games that I have made patches available for them are Creatures 2, Mayhem in Monsterland, and Prince of Persia. And I will try my best to make a write-up about how to patch games on my blog. So next up, we are going to the software side. If I would ask Žarko to join in if he has anything more to say than my slides. The Magic Desk cartridge generator, currently version 3, is written by Žarko Živanov. It is the menu code is written in 6502 assembly, and it's been written in Kick Assembler. The generator code is written in Python, so it should work on all PC platforms if you have Python installed. It can have 8 menus and a maximum total of 256 programs. And it can generate cartridges up to 1 megabyte. We are lucky that this is all emulated in Vice, and we are thankful to the Vice team who added these specifications so we can actually test before burning EPROMs. And also enhancements and bug fixes by Jim, Drew, and CRX team. We are also very thankful for that. We knew that there was a bug in the generator, but we couldn't track it down. Also, there are other cartridge generators available. There's Astercart generator, there's the DDI generator. Astercart is interesting because it lets you put in a koala picture and a SID tune and collect a few of games that you want to put in the cartridge. And the design of the menu of the cartridge is actually a homage to all of those cartridges that were available during the late 80s and early 90s in Serbia and former Yugoslavia. So this concludes my part of the presentation. I wish you all a happy hardware build. Are there any questions?
We'll see if we get some questions here from the Discord. Is there any questions that are in the chat here? Oh, I didn't see anybody who was in that chat here. Okay, so we'll go hardware build.
Okay, then thank you all. Here are some links that you can follow. And Jim, by the way, I have a surprise for CRX.
Oh, okay.
Here's something that I will release in a few minutes on GitHub. Mm-hmm. I have created a PCB for the PS2 1351 emulator. So the mouse emulator that was already available on Sensi.org. I have made the smallest PCB that I could have made for it.
Yeah, that's pretty small.
Yeah, it can actually fit into the plug, into the shell of the plug.
Oh, nice. Very nice. So, is Žarko want to say anything at all on about the software?
Žarko?
Yeah.
Well,
there you go.
Welcome. Not much. Thank you. Actually, Marco said everything. As you can see, the initial look of the menu for the cartridge is pretty basic, and that was actually the look of most of the ex-Yugoslav cartridges. And the second reason why it is so basic is that I am actually a very bad designer and very bad graphician, so I didn't have any wish to make anything more than this. Also, I wanted to make it the smallest that I can, so that's the reason for the looks. I had the idea about enabling pictures and sound, SID music, but never got to do it. but I think that others who made different kind of menus are actually feeling that niche. So I think it's good to have a diversity here. Also, I would like to thank Jim for the fixes of the bug.
Yeah.
So I actually asked the people on the Commodore Scene database to help, but I think nobody had the idea why actually some of the programs don't work, and I'm very glad that now everything is working perfectly. So thanks again.
Yeah, no problem. It's funny as I was selecting different programs to put on the cartridge, and I ran into the same problem you guys had reported. It's like, okay, I got to figure out what this is. And it was pretty simple, actually, when you get down to it. So, but I'd like to talk a little bit about the changes also were made. So David Yod is part of the presentation yesterday with David Knapp with the chiptune SAC, and he was able to make part of that code as well. So there's a SID player that's in the code now, and we had a legendary composer, and we always don't know how to say his name, is Haas, that's all we go call him by. He actually did the SID tune that's in the cartridge for us. And so if you take a look at the code that's available, and you'll see the player code that David wrote for the SID player. And he made it so that it was still compatible with all your raster effects for making the screen wavy and such. So, which is a neat thing, that made it all compatible. And so we've got a SID tune. So when you pop up on the cartridge, now it plays a song basically, and it's kind of a little motivational tune. It's a real quick thing, and it's perfect for the cartridge because obviously you don't sit there and look at the menu all day long. You pop it in and you select what you're going to use, and so but it worked out really well with that. So thanks to David for doing that and getting the SID song that we really wanted something there for that. So yeah, man, thank you guys. I mean, without the creator part, I'm not a Python guy, but I learned how to make batch files for it, and that's what I ended up doing, was making a big batch file that does the assembly, does the Python conversion, all the stuff into one click. So anybody that's trying to go and build their own cartridge itself, you don't have to be a programmer. All you have to know is how to drag and drop the program file into the PRG folder, and then you edit the config file with a text editor, and then you can double click on the bat file and it generates everything for you, courtesy of all the work that you guys have done. And it's a great project, and that's why we picked it. It was like, it's perfect for us because literally it's there's 3 sockets you've got to install and 2 capacitors and a switch, and super simple, super easy to use, and it's a great community project. And we really thank both of you guys for providing this for us, and so we can use it for CRX.
Yeah, so, thank you.
So you guys gonna stick around? Are you gonna, Marco, you gonna help build these things? What do you want to do?
Of course, okay. I will be here.
All right, we got Commodore Man up there
too. I'll be here also. Yeah.
Okay, cool, great.
Yeah, this is.
So
I was just looking at this little board and just the components, and this is just a smart design. This is really neat. So I'm really impressed with this. So
yeah.
Thank you.
So can you turn off your screen share for a second there, Marco?
Turn on or turn off?
Off. Is it off now?
Now it's off.
Okay, cool. All right, so now we can actually go back to this regular video. And Yuri's in here somewhere as well. So I was going to throw Yuri on here. So one of the things that we did do, so if you bought this kit, and somebody already asked, can you get the kits afterwards? Yeah, I still have some left. I think I shipped 70 or 71, or maybe even 72 of these already. So let me turn off Spotlight for all this stuff and see if I can get this to go into regular gallery mode. Okay, your Spotlight's off. We should be in gallery mode now, right? There we go. We lost Yuri. So what we have, these kits that we provided, when you bought them, obviously. They were like $12 plus shipping. That's what we charged for them, which was a pretty good deal when you consider we used a 32K or a 32 pin 512K flash ROM. So you don't have to worry about this. Like normally you have an EEPROM, which is one-time program, then you have to erase it with a UV eraser if you've got that type, or if it's an OTP, which is a one-time programmable part, which means you burn it, it's done. You can't change it. So what we provided is a flash ROM, and if you've got a generic EEPROM programmer like TL866 or one of the William programmers, what else is there? MCU Mall, what's called a GW 4x4. Those are all inexpensive EEPROM programmers. Yep, there you go. Yuri's got a program right there. That's a TL was A66. Is that what that is? Yeah. So that's what Yuri's. Yeah, there you go. So Yuri's got that, and those are inexpensive. You can buy them on eBay everywhere. Plugs in the USB port. Like you see how Yuri's modeling that. Yuri's our hand model for the day. So, once you have one of those programmers, then you can take the code that we put together in a package, and literally, like I said, you can replace the programs that are in the PRG file, and you go into a text editor and you can edit the lines. And the way Žarko did the configuration is brilliant because it makes it super easy to go ahead and make your own cartridge exactly what you want. So Yuri's asking, is it on Zoom or on YouTube?
No, we get some questions. I think the YouTube, we're only seeing you focus, so you may want to do a split view.
Me focus?
Yeah.
Huh. It says that I could hide myself, but no, it says that we're in split mode. I'll highlight you.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I'll open up a YouTube screen real quick to kind of see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's showing split now. That's great.
Okay. All right, good. Oh yeah, because it's behind an hour. All right, so I'll cancel this. I'll put this back into the gallery mode. So, okay, so because we've got a 512K EEPROM on here, the only thing we have to actually do to the board for the jumpers is we have to set the jumper for this particular type of size of flash ROM. So on the Discord channel, in the hardware build room, I've made a picture of, and it'll probably scroll away because there's a lot of questions there, basically of the jumper configuration. You probably can't see it very well here because it won't focus. But anyway, there's a picture of here of how you have to set the jumpers on the back side. And we call those solder blobs. Basically, you're going to put a blob of solder connecting to the jumpers. And at that point, then it'll accept this type of flash ROM that we include with the kit. So if you take a look at the kit, so Chris, you got your kit there?
Right here.
All right. So in the kit itself, there's a bunch of parts. So Marco, you might want to tell us, we provided sockets for everything, which makes it easy. So you might want to talk about, you just talk about the orientation of the notch and things like that, where they've got to go for this, because that's not important so much for the socket, but it is for the chip for sure.
Yeah, well, it's important for the socket also. so then you cannot mess up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to go to another room to fetch my board.
Okay.
Just a second, please.
Yeah, no worries. So, Chris, let me spotlight your video there. So people that don't have a kit, so you can take a look. So show them what we provide in this kit.
All right, so what we have, see if I can focus this in. All right, so we have just two, are these just capacitors? What are these?
Yeah, two caps.
Cool. I'm used to the old style, old school stuff, so when I see new ones. Yeah, so it comes with two capacitors. We have the main board. And then this assortment of our just 3 chips and 3 sockets and a button.
Yep.
So this is a really simple build.
Yeah, it's very simple. So anybody that doesn't have one already, I think I've got like 40 left total. So, and if it comes down to it, I'll order some more boards in and more parts because I think it's gonna be pretty popular. We just didn't know how popular it was gonna be So I can order more parts and we can build more. It's a great little project for sure. All right.
Yeah, okay. I got my board here. The orientation of the ICs is such that if you see the EEPROM is oriented completely different than the two TTL ICs. That was just because of easier routing of the board. There is on the silk screen on the cartridge, there is a notch, and you have to line up that notch with the notch on the IC. Well, this virtual background is killing me. Also here on the EEPROM side.
Marco, I'm showing the notches in Zoom here. That makes it easier.
Yeah.
Let me spotlight you then. There we go. Okay, there you go.
You have a better camera. So so you have to line up the notches on the sockets and also on the ICs with the notches on the board.
Right, and so the notches of the little dip. So you point out the little dip right there.
The dip here on this side, on the big one, it's on the top. You see this dip here?
Yeah, the EEPROM has two of them because, as I said, the 27C512 has 4 legs less, so you move it downwards. But the flash that you got in your kit will take up the complete place in the socket.
Oh, it's also important right now that everyone know that. Let me show you a completed board here. So if you notice, this is the side you're going to be putting the parts on. So the side that Yuri is showing right now, that is the side that the parts go into. So you do not want to solder on the wrong side of the board. It would be possible, but we want to make sure we put all the sockets on this side of the board, not the other side of the board.
Hey, so you bring up a good point. So let's take apart there, and the Zoom is even for me lagging a little bit. So
yeah,
show a little bit. I'm gonna show you the socket, and as Marco pointed out, there's a notch in the socket as well.
Can you move to the left? There you go. There you go. Yeah. So there's the notch at top where Yuri's pointing to with his finger. Okay.
And the notch that you saw here, and you just line those pins up.
Yep.
And that socket will fit nicely, and the notches line up. That's an important thing.
You know, when Marco designed this, he had ample space for the pins to go through, so you don't have to worry about fighting with pins that are slightly bent at all. It fits perfectly.
And for the smaller ones, you see they have a notch as well.
Move to the left a little bit.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
I have a notch as
there you
well.
Go.
And those go on the bottom. And they downwards.
You'll notice there's 2 different size chips that are sockets that are being inserted here, and so they do not fit in the other socket. So there's no way to get these wrong as far as which goes where, really, because the big one has to go in the big slot and the little one goes in the little slot. So that literally right there is the entire build for the sockets.
So what I'll do is I'll take a quick picture again. I'll put it in the Discord as well. So that before you start soldering, you know the orientation of these. So
Marco, when you build this board like this, I mean, I know how I build things, but what do you recommend for people to start with? I mean, for me, what I did was I installed all the sockets like Yuri just did, and I took a piece of cardboard and put it on top of the assembly, and I flipped it over and I sat it down on the desk that way it was flat at that point. I know some people like to put one socket in at a time. What's your procedure for building?
Yeah, well, I would first put in the capacitors.
Oh, because of the height wise. Yeah,
because
I mean,
of the height.
True. Yeah,
because of the height. Yeah, and after that I would go with the sockets. Also, I would either take the board like this with my hand and turn it over and slide it onto the desk, or take a piece of card or paper and put it on and then flip it around.
Right.
Yeah. When you start soldering the pins of the sockets, first solder diagonally the
corners,
the corner pins of the socket, and make sure that it is aligned correctly, and that it is flat to the board as much as it can be. Then you can solder all the rest of the pins.
Yeah, so what I did for my build is I flipped it over so it's upside down, and I tacked the corners, and then I lifted it up and I looked at it to make sure the sockets were flush with the board. And then when they were, then I flipped it back over, and then I continued to solder each one of the pins at that point.
Yeah. I will turn off this virtual background thing because I cannot show the board
there you go.
here.
Let me spotlight you then. Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Focus.
There you go.
Yeah. So first, tack down, for example, these two pins. So the upper one and the lower one. Also on this socket, take whichever corner you are you're comfortable with.
So somebody just chimed in real quick on the Discord, and they said that the caps aren't polarized, correct?
Yes, they are not polarized. They are actually. I didn't have them installed on my board, on any of these boards. They are not necessary, but they are good to have.
Yeah, good build practice for sure when you're.
Yeah. I think to that point, so they're both the exact same one. So left, right doesn't make a center. Doesn't make a difference.
Doesn't make a difference.
And you can turn them around. So you just put them in like this. See how I've put them in here? And then an easy way to do this, you can either flip them down and they get held nicely, or, and this is what I like to do,
fold the wire.
Bend the legs a little bit like this. Just a little bit, and then it'll just hang. Makes it easy as well. Now, some people have fancy equipment like these. If you're intending to start doing more soldering after today, I highly recommend it to get one of these and just I
think Žarko has one of those things.
Yeah. They help a lot, but if you don't have that, that's totally fine. The only thing you want to make sure, guys, and I saw someone that thought that had pulled the jumper pad. Don't get that big soldering iron from the garage that you used on your last plumbing job. And if you happen to have like an old Weller or something, don't turn it all the way up. Don't keep it on the pads too long. Just do it 3 times rather than 1 time too long. Just take your time.
Yeah, well, so I guess most of you are in the US, but I usually use 350 degrees centigrade. I don't really know how much in Fahrenheit
that's about 600-ish Fahrenheit.
Yeah. That's something I use, but I use leaded solder only. So
that's a good point. So in the U.S., we can buy leaded solder because we don't have any restrictions. Outside the U.S., there's a lot of row house restrictions, but a 6337 or a 6040 lead tin mix of solder is probably the best solution for hobbyists because it makes it solder very easily compared to a lead-free solder.
Yeah. Okay, somebody said that on Discord that they lifted the jumper pad. Send the photo and I will tell you if you have lifted the pad and where can you connect it with a wire so you can trace it down.
Okay. So Yuri's got this whole thing set up. Notice Yuri's got the safety goggles on, which is also his. Oh, look at Yuri's going to tack this in.
I'm going to tack him in. Yeah, and actually I put these on because I'm getting old. I'm still in.
Come on, I'm calling them safety goggles for you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so these help me actually see what I'm doing. I had to turn the light off because it's making a little bit too much of a glare for you guys, but I'm gonna see if I can quickly put these out.
Don't feel bad, Yuri. On Discord, there's people saying I got my safety glasses on too.
We're all of that age where, you know, we've passed the denying state.
Yeah, it's funny. I wear glasses to see close, and I didn't have to, obviously, for the first 40-some years of my life.
Yeah, I was trying to read a book to the kids last night, and it was no good. They're getting a little bit older now, so the letters are starting to get a bit smaller. So
yeah, so you start making things up instead of reading the actual words.
Exactly, and the oldest is starting to correct me because she can read. Okay, so I'm gonna cut these off. So I want to have these two components in. So once you've soldered them, you just cut them off.
Yeah, you just cut the leads from the capacitors. You don't have to cut the leads from the sockets. They are pretty short.
Yeah, that's actually a good point you're bringing up there. You know, that's the stuff that no one tells you on your first round of soldering. You don't have to do that. It's really those stay on.
Yeah, and if you're going to put it in a cartridge enclosure, then why bother with cutting the pins?
Okay, so we got the capacitors in, and so this is the reason why I put sockets in first before capacitors, typically, is that I order those caps. Now, I didn't even check them, Yuri. What's the height of those compared to the socket?
They're about flush. Let me try and show you that.
Good.
I put them all the way in, so that allows you.
Oh, good. I try to get low profile as possible for that. Oh, perfect. Yeah, they're actually lower. Yeah. Nice.
Really nice, eh?
Yeah.
So I'm going to teach everybody a little trick that I like to use for keeping this on. A lot of people will just turn this around and kind of like hope that this sits, and then sometimes what you'll notice when you start soldering, I'm going to do my best to make sure that these are not completely flush. So what I do is I like to use blue tack. Now in Europe, this has many different names, this stuff, but you old people may remember how we used to get posters from our parents, but we were not allowed to tack them on the wall. And we would use this clay-like sticky stuff to put them on the wall. Here in the US, we call this stuff blue tack. And what is nice about that, you can use that to quickly tack on a component. Try not to put it in these because it may stick in there. But if you do that and you just have a few pieces of those, they're on Amazon. They're like $4 per package. You'll last a lifetime with these unless you start chewing them. It's indestructible. So I put these on, and then it's nice and tight. And then I can use my little spider tool again without this having to fall out. So if you happen to have that, look at your kids' rooms, you know, you can do that. That's an easy way to have these things. And you will see here how they stick out. Like Marco was saying, they only stick out a little bit.
Right.
You have a nice flush way of putting this in. Now, what Marco said is a really good tip. Is try and tack just the corners on either side, kind of like how you do the wrenching on a rim on a car as well. If you do that, it's already nice and tight, and then you can just take your time to go through and solder all the other ones. And then you know, we used to have a little wet sponge or some people have these metallic ones now, like these. You can use that as well. No need to buy that. Wet sponge works really well as well. Just keep it clean in between uses, and your equipment will last a long time. So I'm going to put this one in before I put the other ones in.
Okay. So David Youd said that that's called Plastatech here apparently.
It's called Plastatech, not Blue Tech. Am I making commercial promotions here for a product?
I don't know.
Plastatech. I remember when I grew up, we called it sticky snot.
Sticky snot.
Sticky snot. That's.
I have to admit,
it.
I have never seen it in my life till this now.
I'm going to put a link up later because I could be a spokesperson for that company. I wouldn't even ask too much money.
Good.
Just a small remark while he's
go for it.
doing his stuff. When you solder those opposite two joints, two pins, it's good to check if everything sits nicely, and if maybe you have some unwanted space between the socket and the board, you can still correct that before you solder all the other pins.
Jarko, I think that's going to be the best tip of the day. I agree with you. All so often that will happen. So I tagged this one here. I'm gonna try and turn. I need to look at the screen myself. I tagged this one and the counter opposite side in the back. And what Jarko was talking about is whether or not this distance is the same or not, or whether it shows tilted. If it is tilted, you just heat up that pad a little bit and you push the socket down so that it's nice and flush. If you're consistent in that and take your time with that, all your boards will look like if they came out of the factory. Great suggestion, Jarko.
Well, that is something that I learned the hard way. So
I think we all have.
I think I got bins full of hard way products.
Yeah, especially in a rush and you start putting a socket in, or what's worst case is a part and you don't put a socket in, and then you turn and look at it going, oh no, and like, well, it'll be okay, and then you realize that no, it won't be okay because now there's a clearance problem with the board above it or something, and then you really have to take the whole thing apart, and then that's a disaster at that point. So,
well, I was happy to have Marco to correct my mistakes in the beginning, so everything worked out nicely in the end. He's much better with the tools than me, also with electronics. So kudos to him.
You guys made a great team here on this one.
Yeah. Okay, so Marco just posted a picture to the Discord. I guess this is a reference to the person who lifted a pad or something.
Yeah. I found how to for him how to connect these pads so it will work.
Gotcha.
Hey, for those watching live, you see how little time I spent on these. So what I do is I bring the soldering iron on the pad. I touch the pad and the little pin of the socket, and then I bring in the solder. You see it flow, and when you look at these solder blobs, they kind of look like a mountain, a flat mountain that then all of a sudden steeps up. I'll try and make a zoom once I've done this one on that specifically, so you kind of see what a solder pad when it's done nicely.
Yeah, so Yuri's made a good point here where when you apply your tip of your soldering iron, you don't apply it directly to the pin that sticks out. You apply it to the pad itself, and then you can actually go slightly into the pin, and so that way you heat the surface that you're going to be soldering, not the pin itself. See, oh, those are nice, Yuri. Very nice job, Yuri.
See? That's how these would look like. Don't do too little, because obviously you want to make sure that you get good contact, but you're not trying to create all these round blobs.
Oh, so Marco just posted a picture showing the different types of soldering.
Let's see what the master tells me on grading here.
So yeah, basically here's a soldering information about a cold solder joint, one that's too wet, not wet enough. And so the ones that are okay, the one on the second from the right obviously is the best one. And I have to say that's probably Yuri's. Unfortunately, I like to not to give him too much credit.
Well, I
boost his
was about
ego.
to give you some credit back, as a matter of fact. For those that were lucky enough to purchase one of these, and some people even paid extra to get it overnighted to them.
Yeah.
Now, I think most of people have understood by now, Jim doesn't like to do things half-baked. So look at these sockets that he sent.
Yeah.
These are AMP sockets. So for this type of socket, that's the best money you can buy. So kudos to you, Jim, for sending out great equipment to everybody.
Yeah, I was hoping for the best success possible.
So I'm going to go to the smaller one now. There's no sequence in this. Again, I'm using my, what is it called? Plastitac? Plastitac, blue tack.
So we did have a question on the chat as well, and people are asking about, what about flux?
Yeah.
And so
a whole day debate on that, huh?
The solder itself has flux built into it typically. Like when you get a 63 or 67, was it 6337 or a 6040, typically you have flux built into it. Now, Yuri's solder has flux built into it. And I can tell from here, 1,000 miles away, it has flux, because when the tip touches the solder, you see smoke. And that's the flux burning off on it. There you go. Perfect. 6337. And it'll be, usually they say with flux.
3% flux.
Yeah, 3.3% flux. There you go. Yep. So you want a little bit of flux. Don't get crazy. You don't need to have separate flux that you paste on, because really, I mean, it would work, but it's a mess. And literally, you don't want to have to clean too much stuff. I mean, if you take a look at Yuri's solder joints again, you don't see like mass amount of flux everywhere. You see just a little bit, a tiny bit. And I have to tell you that you can clean it off. You can take isopropyl alcohol or acetone or whatever and clean it all off, make it perfect. But a lot of times people leave the flux on there because it acts as a pretty good protector for the joints over a period of years. And if you open up your Commodore 64, you're going to find flux on the board still from back in the day. And it's just a light haze that you're going to find. And it actually protects the contacts from oxidation.
Right. Second one in.
Cool. And yeah, Scott Todd, you posted here, size-wise for solder, you don't want to use big fat solder. You want to use the gauge like what Yuri's using there. Was that 031 or something like that, Yuri?
It was, yeah.
Yep. So 0.031 solder size, which is perfect for that.
I'm going to go to the third one now. Plastic tack off again. If you would have just turned it upside down, you would have everything in already. Just make sure that you follow what Jaco said. You do the corners. I'm not doing the corners because I'm cheating. I'm cheating for speed. Now remember when Jim spoke yesterday about his cool modification to a KU board. I built a couple of these KU boards, and that's a lot of soldering. So I think I'm on my 5th one or so. And I know a lot of people have started doing that other board, 60 clone or whatever that thing is called. If you do a few of those, that's a lot of soldering. Then this method just goes a little bit quicker. You know, it's just.
For sure, yeah.
But like Jaco said, you want to make sure that your sockets are nice and flush. Let's do this next one.
Yeah, so people that don't have the whole apparatus like what Yuri's got or the Plastitech, the method of flipping it upside down and then putting it on a desk that's flat, that works really well. But I still recommend that even if you do that and you push your finger down on the board, you still tack the corners of all 3 of those sockets and then flip it over and take a look at it just to make sure that none of the sockets are tilted at all. And at that point, you're good to go. You can solder all the pins. I think I got it. Yeah, it looks good. So we're getting people posting pictures of their builds in here.
I'm expecting 70 odd pictures. Even if you built already yesterday, you cheat.
The other people have probably been playing with a cartridge for a couple of days, or actually longer than that.
But post your pictures. You know, it's
actually, you know, what's funny is that none of these will work if they built it early, unless they went and figured out the jumper setup. Because I just now posted a picture of the jumper setup you have to do, because it won't power up and work. So
I'm gonna put the little reset button in there. Obviously, the obvious question would be is, you know, it's got 4 pins. Is there any orientation to those pins? And so they're all, you know, equal, but you see how they kind of like bend a little bit. See how they does that zoom well?
Yep, that's fine. Yeah. So they're flexible, and they're designed to be so that these are called snap-in, and which is another thing that we put for this project to make sure that it would be easy to use and to assemble. So Yuri's going to pop that switch in, and like literally it'll just snap in place. Don't get frustrated at all. Just line the pins up, and then when you start pushing down, they'll flex out and then pop in, and you can see.
Once they do that, they'll show up like this.
So Yuri can save his Plastic for something else, because you don't need it for that.
Yeah, this is, once that's in, exactly, it really snaps in. This is, you know, solid. So we're gonna solder those 4 now.
Nice. Yeah, we got people posting pictures of their boards.
Awesome job. How's Chris coming along, Commodore man?
Me? Oh.
Are you coming along? Chris was one of the people last year.
Let me spotlight on Chris here real quick and see. Oh, there we go. Well, you're out of focus, but
hey, so good point to bring up. So in case anybody wonders that, so notice what we did. We didn't put the chips in yet. One thing to keep in mind when you put in these IC sockets is do not put your chips in. We put those in at the very end. Don't solder with those in. That's why.
Yeah, good point. Don't put the chips in first. Into the socket. So we're going to put the sockets in, and then we apply the chips after the fact. Yeah. And as Marco, who disappeared apparently on us, maybe he's still here in the background, as he pointed out, yeah, there, he's still here. Good.
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to leave for a minute.
Yeah, no worries. So there's an orientation of the chip, so that's really important. So Yuri will go over this when he inserts the chips into the board, just to double check to make sure the notch is in the right direction, as Marco had talked about originally.
Yeah, on the board, if you hold it like this, so the edge connector is down, the EEPROM's notch goes up, and for these 2 TTL chips, the notch goes down. So you cannot miss it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool.
So.
Hey, so what I did here on is I put the orientation down. I'm going to try and see if we can get the camera to zoom on that. Tell me when, if and when it shows sharp. I think this could show pretty sharp, but we may need to angle it a little bit more.
That right there.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Give me a second, then we'll get this in order so that.
Okay. Well, it changed. It's probably because of your.
It will refocus.
Yeah. Oh.
Give it a second, then it will refocus.
Okay. I can read the text on the board, so it says jumper config, and you can almost read the small text.
Yeah,
so.
And that's what I'm going to try and get for.
Closer is better. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Okay.
So I'm working upside down with this, so it's kind of like flying a tank.
Okay. Yeah,
good.
that's
so we got everything in focus now. So yep. Jim earlier posted a picture of the pads. These
a blurry one
here. These pads, which now should come in focus. And which ones they need to be. So let me first make sure that I go. Jim, post that picture one more time. Just a copy paste of the link. So that's
okay.
Maybe we should pin it.
Oh yeah, we probably should pin that one.
Yeah, let me just pin it.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so There's a person who posted a picture in here. It's mfreeh, FRIEHM, FreeHM. He posted a picture of his solder job for the pads. You probably going to have to fix those. Oh, I see what the lifted thing was talking about. Okay.
Oh yeah, and I pinned the wrong one. I'll unpin. Sorry about that.
So you need to fix the bottom one's okay, the middle one is okay, the top one is not so okay. So we're gonna have to figure out that maybe that was the one that was lifted that we were that Marco had fixed. That could, yeah, I think it is actually.
What is the configuration? Right, left, right?
Yeah, from top to bottom.
Let me do
right,
that,
left,
and then I'll
right.
take a proper picture here.
Okay.
Zoomed in well.
Yeah.
Let me do that. So for those, to make those, let me see if I can get that on camera. Actually, it's very awkward with that camera in the way, but I'm gonna try and do it in such a way you can follow along. So what I do is I go to the upmost pad. I put some on, and then I'll go to the middle pad that I want to put on, and then I switch between the two a little bit up and down, and then I will blob. So yeah, and I'm going to show that to you how that blobs. See, flying the tank again, guys.
Yep, there you go. So as you see that what you're doing here is that Yuri's connected the middle pad to the right pad on that top one. So there's a blob that connects the two pads together.
So, and I'll do the same for the middle one. I'll go to the left one first.
So Marco posted a picture for that board fix up there, basically where you can put a jumper wire across it. And if you don't have a jumper wire, you actually do, you don't realize it maybe. When you cut the lead on your capacitors, you should have 4 extra jumper wires at that point. So Yuri's going to take a picture. So he says, I wasn't able to get in on the card, so using the time to better soldering. Oh yeah, there you go. Good job. So we got a guy who's making a 60 clone. He's going to be practicing some solder on it and going to use the sticky tack stuff, which helps tremendously. Yeah, so that's nice. Oh, so who was this one did this? This is Jerry, Silver Rat. Looks good, Jerry. Outstanding. Okay. Solder blobs look good.
It looks perfect.
Yeah, looks good. Very good. Oh, Yuri just posted a picture of his solder job. We got to critique Yuri real quick here. I don't know. It looks pretty good. I can't say anything bad about it. So that's a good job. So yeah, did you pin that picture, Yuri?
I will do that now. My wife asked me if I wanted some lunch, and I'm tempted to say you should come in like yesterday. Some people called my wife yesterday on the live stream. Getting used to it.
That's okay. I'm eating my breakfast right now. I got a bowl of cereal here that's now past the point of being soggy. So now it's gooey.
Hey, so do we need to, Marco, do we need to set the pad of the mode now as well?
No.
I think it is preset.
It's preset. So if I leave it open, it's A-OK.
Yep.
Because people will see these things and wonder what these all are. If you look at the picture that I just posted, Marco, in the chat.
Okay.
The high-res picture. Would you mind just going through these and kind of what they do from a functionality point of view? Why these things are here?
Yeah, as I pointed out in the presentation, these jumpers are for setting up various modes of the cartridge. So you can either use it as a Magic Desk or Ocean or some hybrid thing that I made up, which can be used as EasyFlash conversion cartridge. So for this purpose now, for this build, you don't have to move any of those jumpers around. They do have tiny traces you can see on the high-res picture that they have tiny traces between, for example, for size from the middle pad to the 8K side. And mode also has a tiny trace that leads from the middle pad to the Magic Desk side, and so on.
What is lock? What does lock do?
Lock means that if you set bit 7 high, then if lock jumper is in the yes position, then the register, the latch on the board will actually lock up, and there will be no more possibilities to write to that latch. So some programs inadvertently do write to that address range where the latch is. So I found out some programs did mess with the latch register, so I had to add that.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna flip over the board. I'm gonna put these ICs in. I'll make sure we do that properly on camera. First of all, I can confirm, which is, you know, I've done this wrong before, so you know, I can confirm the two small IC sockets, the narrow ones, the notch, see here with my pinky, they're pointing downwards towards the cartridge connector. The big one is pointing upwards towards the reset button.
Yeah.
Now let me get, so for those people, I'm on an this green stuff is not because I like the 80s, but it's because this is an ESD WorkSafe area. You know, if you happen to be on a shag carpet because you wanted to decorate your whole house like your original Commodore 64, then make sure that you ground yourself real quick, because obviously you're working with electronics here. You could zap that in extreme cases. Now it's not that common anymore that we have like real, you know, shaggy carpet, but if you're a type of person that always buzzes people, then you want to make sure. Ultimately, so just be careful with that. So I'm going to start with the big one here. Make sure it's on camera. See, the notch is very visible here. Eh? Look at this notch here. Notch here. You got a notch here, and then a notch on this big one. On this one, you want to make sure that they line up again with the notches that you got in these sockets. So let's do the first one. Now, what you want to be careful of is these pins. These pins are all pre-spaced. See how that is? They're all pre-spaced. They all have a set spacing. They have a spacing this way and a space this way as well. You just want to make sure that they all go in nice and straight. So when you put this up, is you line this up. I'm going to do this on camera. That is a sure recipe to fly the tank into a building. Let's see. See if this zooms. See, you want to make sure, and then the other side, you need to make sure that those line up. That those line up as well. So I'm going to bend that in a little bit.
I'm laughing because I'm looking at the Discord where people are actually plugging the cartridges in the Commodore 64, and all the comments are like, "No smoke, it's alive, it works."
That's great. So we've got a lot of people that actually have taken.
I hear the tune.
Yep. All right, I'm going to do the same for the other one. Again, I'm lining it up correctly. I'm going to put on my safety goggles for this because, you know, you never know where these things go. Plus, I can actually see what I'm doing. And so, this one is way too wide.
Yeah.
See, this one is way too wide. So let me tell you, if you're fancy pantsy, you got something like this. And if you're going to do a lot of this stuff, this is a chip straightener. And you put your chip in and you press it, and it comes down nicely.
If you're not fancy pantsy.
So if you don't have that, what you do is you take your chip, and there's many different ways, many roads that lead to Rome. Let's see if I can move this a little bit. You take this one, you put it on a nice flat surface, and then you carefully tilt it over a little bit. And you do it carefully. You're not trying to flatten the chip. You're just trying to bend the legs a little bit. And you do that a little bit, and you see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, you'll have to do that again.
Yeah, do a little bit at a time. You can always do too little. You can be
it's
fine.
very hard to bend these things back. These legs will easily break. And then make sure that when you put your chip in, you push it all the way down on the outer sides. Okay, let's do the same with the last one. I'm going to bend it again a little bit. See? Bend it in a little bit.
Some people may wonder why the pins are flared out like that. And that's part of the manufacturing process. And when you buy brand new chips, they should be flared like this. They shouldn't be straight. And that's how you can tell a brand new chip really from one that's been installed or used at some point, is it's already been straightened out.
And
There
then
you go.
this should be your whole thing.
That's it.
I'm about to put in a request to Marco's GitHub because obviously I'm lacking an LED. Because I want to put in a purple LED or something, so I'm going to put in a request for a next version.
Yeah, okay, next version.
But this is it. It's beautiful. And one thing I want to point out, that's how I ended up proposing this design. Marco went all out to try and make this as universal of a fit as he could. He really dug through all of the type of cartridge cases that mankind has seen and took the time to measure it and to create and design a PCB that has notches in it so it fits all different kinds. Stubby ones, long ones, original ones, rare ones that only were used in former Yugoslavia. You think of it, it's there. And I think that attention to detail, is really commendable, Marco. I really do appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And when we were looking at different ideas for the build project, Yuri suggested this primarily because it fit everything. And then was capable of doing secondary, really, because we were looking for something that we could put into a case, actually, initially. And we don't have a case for it, but you can print your own case. Jim Brain for Gopher Retro has cases you can buy, and there's cases available from different sources. But we wanted something that would work with everybody's different case as well, and so that's exactly what we ended up with. And as a byproduct, it's a great little deal. So, Chris, how'd you do?
I'm done. I'm already plugging in my 64.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, I propose we move over to you because my 64 is actually Jou's 64 that I started ripping apart in the Discord video yesterday. But I got distracted as usual, and I never fixed it. So I haven't hooked anything up. So I propose we go to
okay. Yep. I've got the spotlight over on Chris.
Oh. Okay, let me switch over. Hold on here.
All right. C64 television says number 5 alive.
All right.
Some people that don't know the reference to that.
Okay, I'm looking into someone's, so it's Mike's problem with pulled pads. I would recommend, Mike, if you are listening, I would recommend you that you remove the solder joints from remove the blob from pin 31 jumper, and I will now post a photo or a screenshot how you should connect with the wires. So it's going to work exactly the same, but you have to add 2 wires.
So good, nice. All right, so Mike, that's your picture that Marcos got in there. So, and your 2 wires you can add. Those are the. Oh, somebody else with the. There we go. So check out the. If anybody who doesn't have the cartridge, you can go check out the little clip that Jim Happel just posted in. And it's got a clip of it plugged in the 64, and you can hear the song that the Haas did for it
Okay, I've got it plugged in.
And here we go.
All right, drum roll. Let's see if I did it right. Let's see if I missed something. Maybe turning on the power.
Hey,
Plug in
No.
the power.
yeah, working. That's a working.
After 30-something years, I would have this figured out, you know?
And you got a working C64 of the pile, eh?
Here we go.
Yep. Or 2, or 3, or something. Here we go.
All right. Drum roll. Hey.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, volume. Good.
Yeah, your audio is cutting out from your feed though, so you can't really hear it so much. But all right. Oh, then Scott Todd posted.
Okay, what do you want to do?
Run your VIA test. That's what Scott just posted. So interesting that Jim Happel had this program yesterday that could identify an emulator from a real hardware. And I have that program, something similar to that, on this cartridge. And I had no idea Jim was doing this when I had done this. So if you run this program under Vice, you can download, again, the software package for this, and you can run it under Vice. It'll show you that the 6526 chip type at the top will say emulated instead of the actual 6526. And it also identifies between the 26 and the 26A, apparently, as well. So you've got a 6526A for CIA2 and a regular 6526 for the CIA1. And Scott Todd posted both of his are standard 6526s. So somehow this program can identify what version of your 6526 you have. There must be some glitch somewhere in the chip you can identify. So Magic Smoke, nice.
Right.
So if you take a look at Marco's post in the Discord, it's got the Magic Smoke.
Refill.
The refill.
Refill. If anyone needs it.
Gotcha. So that's like a very small bottle that with a top with a screw piece. It's like a storage container for gas, and so that's cool. All right, outstanding. So, is anybody actually not? Well, I mean, people are probably still soldering and such, but no one's got an issue so far, other than Mike. He's got lifted a couple of pads. Not a big deal. It's something you can fix pretty well. Oh, David Z's was working. It looks good. So in the menu itself, I don't even recall what I've got. If you check the files that we provide, you can see all the different programs that are in the PRG folder itself. If you want to switch to a different menu, you can use the function keys to switch between menus, or you can use the enter key, return key to switch between the different menus. So go ahead, Chris, do a demo right there where you hit the return key so you can switch screens. There you go. So that's the next menu. You can do it again. And there's another menu and another menu. So, and that's so the last menu has CCGMS, the current version that always did. And so there's 5 pages of programs, and I used less than half of the flash ROM space. So if you guys want to add more code to it, there literally is basically half again as much space, actually a little more than half again, much space left in that ROM that you can add your own programs. And so, but again, you need a EEPROM programmer, a TL866 or a MCU MAL or any kind of a Willem programmer will work just fine. And you can create your own cartridge code simply by editing a configuration file and adding programs to a PRG folder and double clicking on a BAT file, because these are all on Windows. So I did this stuff with. If you want to do it by hand, I would imagine you could probably run Python on Linux or something like that as well. What system did Jarko create this on? Is it Windows, or do you know?
No, sorry. I haven't used Windows in a very, very long time.
Okay.
And all my machines are actually Linux, and it was all made on Linux. And Marco was the Windows testing guy, and we actually made sure that everything runs on Linux and on Windows, on Python 2 and Python 3. I think someone tried it on the Mac OS. I think it works there too. So I think we covered all the bases.
Good, good. And then the batch files that I made are just batch files, so they really should theoretically work with anything. Now, there's one thing I will say. The Python on my machine that was installed is Python 3, I think. It's not called Python spelled out for whatever reason. My machine has it as PY. So in the batch file, you might have to edit the name of what Python is for your particular setup. And at that point, then you should be able to just basically run the batch file, and it will automatically assemble. So in the files that we included the kick assembler and the all the other files, support files needed to actually build it. So it's like one place to get everything. So literally double click on the batch and it should just generate the cartridge file for you. And at that point, you can copy it.
I took a look at your batch file. I think I could put all that functionality actually into a Python code. So
perfect.
I'll try that and make a new version.
Okay.
Also, I was thinking about making an option to select, would you like for the ex-Yugoslav guys, would they like that weird sound that the original cartridges made, or do they want the music? So, but I need to finish my other project first, and then I'll try to make some changes to this code.
Good. So one question that people have asked about, and I've not even tried it myself to look at it. Have you tried this in a Commodore 128? Will it work on a 128, or is it strictly Commodore?
Yes.
Oh, so
I mean, I haven't tried this version. I don't have the board for it yet, but I have tried the version before it on the Commodore 108, and it works perfectly. Of course, in the C64 mode.
Right.
Yeah, it works universally on C64 or C128. I mentioned in the presentation the very first published version, which is I think only on CSDB, has that bug where it works only on 64C machines. And that's due to missed timing of the write cycle.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see.
We don't hear that SID test.
Rats. So unfortunately, I did a mistake. On one person's cartridge kit, they've got two 74LS 273s and no O2. Well, I'm going to have to send you an O2. I'll send you a whole other kit. How's that? And I'll send you another kit along with another O2. That way you've got two of these for my mistake. So send me, let's reply to your email or PM as well. Send me your name and your address. It was a rush to get all these out because we got the boards in, and then getting the flash ROMs was a little bit of a problem. And I had those last. And we were all debating what size ROM to put in. And we were going to use 27 C512s originally. And then I found a good source for these 512K flash ROMs. And I thought, well, that's a much better part, bigger. So we'll include those instead, and they came a little later than I thought. So it was a rush last minute.
Yeah, Mike, who has lifted the pads, reported that his cartridge is working now in his 128D.
Nice. Oh, and 128D, great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here's the SID tester. So what I did is on the cartridge menu, the first screen is diagnostics programs for the Commodore 64. And I thought what I really wanted to do was have the ability to run a dead, what they call a dead test cartridge. And there's really no way to, you can do it with this board because it's so universally, flexible, but you're stuck with that only program when you do that. And so I wanted to have it because the dead test cartridge has to run from EEPROM itself. It can't run from RAM that might be bad. So
that test actually runs in the before mentioned Ultimax mode. So the cartridge actually acts as the kernel for the machine.
Oh man! So this guy that I goofed his kid up, he's from Sherwood, Oregon. I come from Oregon. Sorry about my fellow Oregonian.
Now, is this a reset button, this little red one?
Yes, it is, sir. You gonna press that?
I can just press that now, right?
Yeah, so the cool thing is that once you're done with whatever program you're playing with, as soon as you hit that reset button, watch what happens. It goes right back to the cartridge again. So Chris, let's go through these little menu things here. You can hold your camera there. Oh, you reset your computer again.
Okay.
With that, with the reset button.
Just the reset button here?
Yeah, the reset button. So that's a generic reset button for the computer.
Okay, so
if you configure the jumpers differently on this for different types of cartridges and such, you can actually program it, the code so that that's actually a reset button and you have to sys into things instead of actually let them run. So if you take a look at what's on this menu here, this is the diagnostics and you really can't tell, there you go, it's better. Diagnostics menu. So there's a kernel detect, there's a sysinfo, a memory test, a CIA tester, and a SID tester. Go ahead and hit the return key, Chris. And then this is a copying menu. This is basically, it's the disk utilities menu. There's a data copier 64. So this is my data copier that I wrote, I think in 1985 for the 64. And this is for copying disks, like regular standard data disk, not copy protected disks at all. The next one is a nibbler, and I wrote this one, I think in 87 or 88. And so it's a nibbler program that can copy protected disks. And below that is the URI ad. So URI is a big parallel guy because it was very common in Europe as well. And so it's a parallel copier. Let me give you a little backstory on the parallel copier. So when you're creating your cartridge, like what Marco had said before, you use Vice really for testing it. And that's a really good way of testing your cartridge code because you can make your cartridge and then you go into Vice and you can run it. And it acts exactly like it would when you program the flash ROM. So I had initially a parallel copier on here that used the REU. And I thought, that's great. I can do one pass copying. And I actually flashed all of the ROMs this way. And at the last second, I put the cartridge in just to make sure I could test these, the flash ROMs, and realized that the REU plugs into the cartridge port. I was like, oh, geez, I can't do that because the cartridge is in the cartridge port. I had to go back and change all the flash ROMs. So this is a standard parallel copier. It takes 3 or 4 passes to do it. Then there's a 1581 error checker, which is pretty rare, actually. We don't see too many utilities for the 1581 ever. So go ahead and hit the return key. So this is the disk utilities or file utilities menu. We've got a cruncher, and these programs were actually included with the stuff that Marco and Jarko did. There's like a cruncher, there's a make directory program. These are cool. Have you ever seen disks where they have some really cool directories when you load $8 and then list it out? You'll see like text wavy patterns, things like that. These programs can create those type of things on your directory, which is really great. So go ahead, return. And so this is the programmer utilities. Again, we kept some of the files that were provided in the original archive on the GitHub. There's a basic 64 compiler. So if you're into basic programming and you want to compile your basic programs, that's a great way of doing it. Sprite editor is really nice. System monitor, so if you're a machine language coder, The monitor program is nice. If you're running some kind of a game program, like if you've exited out of this cartridge to basic, which I'll show in a second, and you run the game program, you can, do that. Basically, it goes to basic. Now, if you've got the monitor resident in that, when you load it first, you can actually sys back into the monitor after doing a reset of it. So jump back into the cartridge real quick and go to the screen. So page. And then the DriveMon program, this is a monitor for the drive, much like the monitor above it is for the computer. So this is something I wrote probably in 1985 as well, I would imagine, or 84, maybe 84 even, DriveMon. So it's a machine language monitor for the disk drive. So go ahead to return. So that's CCGMS. Go ahead and run that program. So this is the latest and greatest terminal software that's available. And this is really handy to have in a cartridge because this is a 91 block program normally, or 96 I think now. So it takes a long time to load standard. Even if you've got a fast loader, Jiffy DOS, it takes a little bit to load. So it's cool to have it in a cartridge. Literally just hit the screen. So go exit back out of this, hit the reset button again, Chris. So Žarko was nice enough to, besides doing the return thing, if you press a function key, it actually switches between your menus. So you can press like F3, F5, or whatever, and it actually will go between your different screens. Yep, you can see Chris is hitting the buttons there, which is great. So you can fast forward. So you hit F2, which is shifted F1, and that goes to the next set of screens. So I'm now, when I'm testing Y modems before they get shipped, I use this cartridge and I basically power my 64 up. I hit F2 and then 1, and I've got CCGMS right there. It's quick and works perfect. It's great. So this cartridge already is functional for me, even for somebody who has access to everything. This is what I use now for everything. So hats off to Marco and Žarko for this. This is great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
This is
So
great.
let's see if there's any other questions in here. I think everyone's like, everyone keeps saying $12. I mean, literally, it's obviously it's not a profit venture. I mean, it's something that's a great community project. I mean, and so what we're going to do, if you look, I need to post another link in here to the very top of this room. So if you scroll to the very, very, very top, which might take a few pages because it's packed in this room. Okay, so if you scroll to the very, very top, well, we can do like a control home. Can you do that on Discord? Yes. So you hit control home, and I'll put my camera back on so we can go back into here. Okay, so hit control home and go to the top of the display, and it talks about the hardware build room. See a little link in there that will say PayPal me and then Marco's thing. If you want to donate to his cause, because literally what happens is that Marco put this up on PCBWay and he gets a percentage of the boards, but I figured out, I think he gets like 11 cents a board. Now, we did not actually use PCBWay, so I'll be sending Marco some cash as a donation, and I recommend if anybody likes this cartridge, go up to that link and you click on that and send Marco a few dollars, and then we need to do something for Žarko as well. We'll get something to Žarko as well before doing all the software.
No need.
No, we want to do something for you guys.
Marco and I are actually doing a lot of stuff together, so it's okay for everything to go to him because we actually used some money he made from the previous projects to make more boards for us and for our friends. So it's okay for everything to go to him.
Okay, so we'll go to him.
Yeah.
And
okay.
People are saying it's going to be a coffee fund, if nothing else, for you guys.
Awesome.
Whatever.
Absolutely awesome. I connected up. I connected up one of the machines I was working on. So what you see here is actual feed, by the way.
Nice. Yeah, perfect.
So this is. I'll show for those people here. But you get the feeds live on the stream as well. So it's really.
So hit number 3.
The waviness. There's a config file where you can select whether or not the music is on and whether or not the wave is on. I took it off in here. I think that's how it comes standard as well. I think this
Correct.
is the standard. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is standard set.
So hit the number 3 on your keyboard there and see what your CIA shows.
Let's see what the CIA does.
So your CIAs both show as 6526.
Well, let's see if it is. Let's see if it is, because this happens to be the one that I needed to work on.
So, and Chris is...
It is a 2526A.
Oh, yours doesn't identify as an A, but Chris has one of that does identify as an A.
Interesting, yeah, 2526A.
Yeah, so can you take and tip that computer up so you can see the front label you got on that computer? Or take your camera and tip it, so... Because we're going to give a shout out here to David Yod, because that's... I want people to see what that label says on there, if you can do that. It's... Can't really, basically that's...
Okay. Oh, you want... Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Let me just turn it off.
There you go. Yep.
Rather than further break.
Yeah, it's an equestrian. So what? That was number 10.
Yeah, no 10. Yep.
Yep. So that was one of the computers used last year in the big demo.
Yes.
So Scott Todd says I just bought Marco lunch.
That's
PayPal
great.
sent.
Thanks.
Super,
Yeah. Well, we use the funds that we get from PCBWay to make new boards, to make new projects. So that is, we are not doing this for money, if you understand. We are, we're doing this for fun. We like old computers. We like making stuff for them. I have a lot of things in my queue, so look out at my GitHub page. I will release them eventually. I told about this mouse converter, so it has a PS2 plug here and the joystick port here, and you just plug in your PS2 mouse and use it as a regular 1351 mouse. It has just one microcontroller and a few passives on the other side. I have released that today for all of you who are attending CRX, and as a surprise for you, it will also be available on PCBWay's page. Someone asks, has anyone tried the cartridge on an Ultimate 64? I think my friend tried it on Ultimate 64 and it worked.
I'll pull one out. I'll pull an MK2 out as well. I'll pull a C128 out as well.
Okay, okay.
I can tell you it works fine on this, because this is what I've been using for doing all my testing lately.
Works on that one as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah. So that's my own project. So Chris got his to work, and then so the guy that had the lifted pads that you were able to help, that one works too. So did we have any failures at all? I don't see anything, I don't think.
I'm expecting 70 odd pictures of those people that have completed it. We're gonna make a photo channel specifically for that.
Oh, yeah, good idea. That's a good call, Yuri. We should do that. So we can add that to a room of type.
Yeah.
So this guy said, thank you for the soldering tips. His 64 clone is looking better already. Nice.
Oh, great.
That's cool. Pin the first post, probably should, with the PayPal link. Good idea. We need to pin that. Grandmaster Yuri, do you want to pin that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, thank you, Nate.
Oh, Nate, yep. Good job, Nate.
Nate is on it.
Man, we got a lot of people. And really, I have to say thank you to all the CRX guys, because this is a lot of work. And it's a lot of work. People don't understand how much work it really is behind the scenes, and how many late nights we're all up and have been up for weeks really now doing all this stuff.
Yeah.
So thanks to you guys for helping us out. And I mean, it's it's a team effort for sure. There's no way one person could do all this stuff. Even with the live event, I had a lot of help for the live events as well, but this requires a lot more help, really, because it's a coordination for everything. Yeah, definitely a team effort. Somebody chimed in for sure.
Yeah, Jim, I see that there's a yeah, I see that there's a lot of interest for the cartridge. If you don't mind, I would like to ask you if you are able to offer the kits or complete cartridges in your store.
Yeah, I would be happy to. So I've got some. I bought extra because I thought maybe if this took off that we could do that. And so I guess we don't have a choice at this point, because now I'm looking at, like, there's people ordering the kit right now because they were still available on the website.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people are ordering the kits right now. So
I may have caused that this morning. I got some questions on that. I said, sure, just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, so I'm gonna get a bunch of orders.
Please make that one of regular products on your web store.
Okay, and then I will make regular donations to you then. So. We want to keep you going too. I mean, literally, if you're going to do things like the mouse adapter and all that stuff, I want you and Jarko both to be doing more stuff. In fact, we might actually sneak in requests for things.
Okay, no problem. No problem. As long as my day job has, if I have a slack.
I'll tell you what, with all the requests that Yuri alone probably has, you could probably quit your day job. So we only see, I mean, everyone is on Zoom or on YouTube, and it's like, it's low. Whoops. That was my bad. I just pulled out Marco.
I need to stop video here.
Okay. All right, you can stop video, and I'll put Marco back in place on the spotlight. Yeah. There you go. You're back. Yeah. So, okay. So I'm going to put us into cancel spotlight. Let's put it in the gallery mode. That's better. So Yuri's got CCGMS up, which is, that's a great program. Oh, and Yuri's son's there. Let's wave to his son. So are there any questions at all?
My daughter has asked me if the whole world, saying, Mama, the whole world can see this on YouTube now.
True.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a pet version of this available?
A pet version?
Yeah.
The problem is that neither Marco nor I have working. Actually, we don't have a pet or access to a pet. So until something like that happens, I don't think so. I actually got from a friend a case for a pet. Which one, Marco, was 2001?
2001, yeah.
The case of the 2001, and it has the cathode ray tube, and I think that's it. I managed to find a tape recorder for it. Yeah, that's the one. I managed to find a tape recorder for it. I'm still looking for a keyboard, and the idea was to. Marco showed me the project to recreate the motherboard, so there is hope that we could get it running at some time in the future.
I was thinking about a 264 series version of it, actually, for the Commodore 16 and Commodore Plus 4.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. I don't really know if there are any type of cartridges like these available for them. So multi cartridges.
Oh, it would be interesting making a program for that. Okay.
Yeah.
I happen to have 6 pets, 2001s.
Wow.
So yeah, I have 4 blue face pets and 2 black face pets. That's the computer I started with in 1977. So it's my favorite of all time for computers, really, is that one. And so if you guys do get something going, I'd be happy to test it because I got lots of machines that all work here. Oh yeah, my copy program from back in the day. What's the copyright date on that one? 86, 87. Okay. So, okay, so we've got 5 minutes left before we've got the next presentation, which is by Jim Brain, which is Go for Retro. Jim's going to do a presentation on how you crack a PAL, basically, how you reverse engineer.
I'm hearing rumors that he made changes to the PCB. I'm so sad because there's a whole stack of those here in anticipation for some of his talk. So
nice.
Super excited about that.
Okay, so I guess we're going to wrap this up. Again, thank you very much to Marco and Jarko for your work in this. We're going to send money your way, whether you like it or not, so you guys can continue your efforts.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll keep this a permanent project, you know, for the CBM and stuff store. People can get it. We're going to keep the price the same, so it's affordable for everybody, and it's something you can actually use yourself quite easily. And build easily, obviously. So we'll have the YouTube video available. People can follow it for the build. And so again, thank you both so much for your contribution for this.
Yeah, thank you for the invite for the event, and thank you for choosing this as your project.
Yeah.
Yes,
thank you
very much.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
It was a great being here.
Yeah, good. Good. All right, guys. Well, stick around. We're going to have the Discord open, so if you guys want to go in there and you can chat with Marco. Jarko is apparently on vacation somewhere, and
oh, not anymore.
Oh, not anymore. You came back.
Yeah.
I
came back. I came back today. So I was in some mountain resort, and the connection was very poor. So that was the reason that I didn't I wasn't here for the first 2 days, but I managed to get today, so it was good.
Yeah, I will be on Discord. I will just take a 15-minute break to have dinner, because right now it's 10 p.m.
Oh yeah.
And I'll be back on Discord, and if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And thank you for your donations. My email is cracking up.
Good deal. All right. Well, thank you again, guys. You guys take care. We'll see you in Discord.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. So next we have Jim Brain, and we've got a few minutes here before the 1 o'clock schedule. We get Jim in here. I can go into here. You here, Jimbo?
I am on audio. Can you hear me?
I can hear you on audio.
Okay, that's fine. I haven't turned on video yet, but I can. Will in just a minute, actually.
I'm going to demote a couple of people here. I'll leave Yuri in here just in case Yuri wants to pop in and yell at you about the
I'll ask
board.
him a few questions.
I'm sure you will.
Perfectly okay.
Okay.
Criminy.
So that scheduling worked out perfect for us on that.
That was great.
Yeah, that was.
Hey, since we're still streaming to the YouTube, if we start, Jim, will you do all of us a great favor? You remember these videos stay on for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Do us a 2-minute intro when you start about you as well. You're world famous, but it's going to be 3 people that don't know.
About me?
Jim Brain.
Oh, about Jim Brain. I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna make him.
Need to, Drew and Brain. I need to.
Yeah. Well, we need to. Yeah. Well, actually, how about you do it, Yuri?
For Mr. Brain, I would do it a disservice if I would talk about that. I want to make sure that he covers the cocoa as well, because.
Well, see, I don't know about that history at all, so maybe we should do this. We should have Jim introduce himself.
Okay. I can do that.
So, and then if you leave something out that we know about, we're going to tattle on you. We're going to say what it is.
No, that's fine. Perfectly okay.
Okay. So, all right. Well, we're at that time. So if you want to pop on in and video-wise, outstanding. Okay. So I will going to spotlight you.
Okay. Good. I've got one thing I realized. I'm talking about a project here, and I forgot to put a picture of the thing that I'm trying to talk about here. So if you give me a second so I can grab a stock picture.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, and for those people that want to follow along in the Discord as well, the channel to use is Go for Retro. 4 is the number 4. Go for Retro. That's Jim Brain's business name, and that's the channel in Discord.
That is correct.
Yep.
Okay,
so I'm going to back out of video, and so we're going to be here for audio, but the floor is yours, Mr. Brain.
Okay. Well, let me, as I was saying, I just wanted to make sure I got a picture here. So the presentation today is going to be on reverse engineering stuff, but since Yuri and Jim are interested in having me introduce myself, let me give you a little bit of background for me. My name is Jim Brain, and I have been a Commodore enthusiast for let's see, probably since 1982, I think. I got a VIC-20. I wanted an Atari 2600. I know a number of people probably wanted an Atari back in the day, and my father was like, nope, if you're going to buy something, buy a computer, so that way when you get done playing games, you got something you can do with it. So I got a VIC-20 when I was about a little 10 or 11 years old. Worked on it a little while, put it on the shelf, but ended up in junior high, they had VIC-20s in the computer room, and so I remembered I had that unit, and so I started programming on it at that point, and I've continued with it. I think I still have my original VIC-20 here in one of the rooms that I have with all my computer set up. Progressed, as most people do, through to the Commodore 64 and then beyond with the upgraded peripherals and everything. Really was just a hobby for most of my high school career. I did use my Commodore up until I was a senior in college, so I probably used my computer maybe longer than many people. Got really comfortable with GEOS and GeoWrite and so forth, did a lot of papers with it and whatnot. After I graduated from college, I took jobs in software development, although I do have a hardware degree. I have a computer engineering degree. And wanted to keep my connections to the Commodore environment. So at the time, the internet was very young, and so I took over working on what used to be called the frequently asked questions list, in what's now kind of an archaic system, but was very much alive at the time, called Usenet. So there was the CompCBM group, which is still in action. It's not as patronized as it was back in the 90s, but definitely the FAQ was a big piece of information sharing with people where everything was in the Commodore community. That was pre-web. And then through the years, worked on things like Commodore hacking and whatnot. Speeding up a little bit into 2004, I realized that it had been about 10 years, 2003, I guess, it had been about 10 years since I graduated from college. I hadn't really done anything with my hardware degree. I'd been doing software development for a number of years, and so I started to decide I needed to keep current on that technology, or else I would lose the knowledge that I had. And I decided I'd do some interfacing projects for the Commodore 64, because it was sitting right next to me. I'd kept it up and running and was playing games and writing utilities on it. And it seemed like if I messed up and I blew up something, it would be cheaper to blow up a Commodore 64 than it would be to blow up my main computer system. So started working on a small SD card, or actually at the time IDE drive replacement for the Commodore, which ended up becoming the micro IC IDE, and just was a small project, but along the way I announced it in some of the forums and whatnot, and folks were very interested in buying one. So that was kind of the start of, as Yuri indicated, the start of a business that's now Retro Innovations, been in operation since 2004. And along the way, I've primarily focused on products for the Commodore, and then things that can be cross-platform. ROM replacements and whatnot. Over the last few years, I've taken an interest in some of the other classic machines, notably the TI 994A, the Tandy color computer, and some machines like that. Not as much with the Apple and Atari as yet, but I do have those units here, and so I have an opportunity to play around with them. I think all the 8-bit line of computers, specifically those machines that were created in the 80s, are really interesting to me. And I do think the Commodore 64 was an extremely versatile machine, with the specialized chips inside, plus the ability to hang a bunch of very complex circuitry off the expansion port. But there are some interesting technological decisions that were made in some of the other platforms. And so it's kind of interesting to see how the other 8-bit platforms evolved at the same time that probably all of us are watching today. We're focusing on the Commodore, or specifically the Commodore 64 or 128 features and software and so forth. So to that end, I continue to have a business. I'm starting to focus on it in more detail here in 2021. So it's been a side business for a number of years, and going to probably promote it into a little bit more focus for myself as the years go on from here. So hopefully there'll be some additional products. Folks can go to store.goforretro.com to look at the various products that I have for sale. And then of course, I'm always available online in Discord or email or whatnot. If folks have product ideas, I'm always interested in what people are interested in putting on their Commodore. It's kind of interesting to see as we ship products out, all the different countries that we ship the various devices to, and then folks that send me emails and say, this is what I'm doing with it. We've got folks up in Canada that use devices in live performances, music performances and whatnot. So it's kind of interesting to hear how people continue to use their Commodore computer, or actually any classic computer for that matter. So Jim, Yuri, what did I miss?
I think you covered quite a bit to cover your whole history, and the many projects that you've been involved in will be much. Yesterday we heard you obviously in your involvement with Nate on the Zoom floppy as well. Another thing notable is that a lot of your products have a large open source component. You're a great believer in some of that. You've already underplayed how approachable you are. In the Discord, we see that a lot of people commenting on that whenever they met you. You are someone that people like to connect with. You're very easy to approach with product IDs and all of that. So let's jump into your latest foray.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you included your Usenet days and stuff, because that's pretty much how I became familiar with what you were doing, was back then. And so, yeah, you've a very long history in this too. So it's not something that you just picked up last week.
That's right. That's right. Usenet, back in the kindler, gentler internet days, right?
For sure, for real. All right. Well, what do you got today for us?
So I'm going to switch to, hold on here. Here we go. So today I'm going to talk about your PAL, right? So actually, I think you're all probably nice people, but today specifically, I'm talking about programmable array logic devices. And we'll just jump right into it here. And I need to get to the right screen here. Okay. So, and I meant to put a picture up here, and I'll try to in a little bit, but I'm sure they're sitting there at the computer so they can do a search for this real quick and get a picture. But a number of you probably are aware of CPU accelerators for the Commodore computer line. Probably the most popular or most well-known in the United States would be the Super CPU from Creative Micro Designs. But that is the latest, or one of the latest devices. Actually, both US and European folks may also know about the Turbo Chameleon, which is even newer than the Creative Micro Designs Super CPU. But before both of those devices entered the market, there were a number of other devices that were placed in the marketplace. And one of those devices, one of the early ones, as far as I can think, as far as I know, is the Schnedler Systems TurboMaster 4 megahertz CPU accelerator. And I have a unit right here. I'll show you. This is, right here is a Schnedler TurboMaster 4 megahertz CPU accelerator. As the name suggests, it would increase the speed of your Commodore 64 to 4 megahertz. It used a 65 CO2 processor, some built-in RAM and ROM, and then some specialized circuitry to allow it to interface into the Commodore 64. Interesting story about this. This may be one of the, well, I'm not sure of the first case, but one case anyway where I've heard that there might be a little bit of intellectual property, daring do or whatnot. There's some folks who brought over a product from Europe called Turbo 64, I believe is the name of the product, or at least that's how it was marketed in the United States. It was a product from an individual, Ross Mueller, who ended up making some more advanced CPU accelerators and selling them in Europe. But this was a 4 megahertz unit. It was distributed in the United States by Chip Level Designs. And the initial versions or initial deliveries of this particular product evidently were shipped out to customers without any kind of protection. And I'll talk about that in just a second. And so the story goes, whether it's true or not, you'll have to find out on your own, but the story goes that Schnedler, I can't think of the guy's first name, Steve, I think. But anyway, shortly thereafter, this particular design entered the marketplace. And there was question about whether it was a truly unique design or whether it was simply a conversion of the original Turbo 64. So a little bit of an interesting past for this device, but it does do what it's supposed to. It increases the speed of the Commodore computer significantly. Does not quite hit 4 megahertz because of the way that the VIC chip demands certain cycles on the Commodore, but it does speed up basic and machine language programs. The design of the unit is a little challenging. It's not an overly complex cartridge, but it does contain four ICs on it that are somewhat troublesome, and they are programmable array logic devices. They're the same kind of devices, or at least the same type of device that people often hear used in the Commodore 64 as the PLA, the programmable logic array. And obviously online you can see a lot of people creating replacements for bad PLAs. It's a pretty common chip to die in the Commodore 64. This is the same type of device, although these are smaller and they're less capable devices, but there are 4 of them in the design for the Turbo, TurboMaster. And it's important to indicate that these devices, the reason they're used is that they can replace an entire handful of regular TTL chips. So if you have a design that you need to build and either the amount of screen real estate, the amount of board real estate, or just the cost is a concern, at least in the 80s, one of the ways to reduce both of those is to use these PAL devices. And they come in 2 flavors. So there is a flavor called non-registered devices, which means it strictly implements combinatorial logic, AND gates, OR gates, NOT gates, and so forth. There is a second type of logic device in this family called a registered device. And so a registered device differs because it has flip-flops and it offers the ability to clock the device. And so obviously it has memory. That makes it sufficiently more complex in order to reverse engineer, but we'll go through some of that as we get into the presentation. So as you see here, we have 3 steps I wanted to go through. First thing you have to do is you need to reverse engineer the schematic of the device, because that's what we're trying to do here, is reverse engineer the TurboMaster cartridge, not necessarily to resell it, although I know some people have asked, when you're going to provide it. The idea primarily is to learn more about accelerators from my standpoint, because I would like to build a new turbo super CPU type device, 20 megahertz plus type device. But in order to do that, I feel like the best option is to try to understand these devices that are simpler and less advanced. So that was the idea for here, and one of the things we want to do is reverse engineer the schematic. Another one is to then reverse engineer the PAL devices that are on the unit, and then because the devices, at least on the units I have, are socketed, it should be a small issue to program new devices, insert them into the original TurboMaster, and see if the operation is still the same. If it is, then we've successfully reverse engineered the devices, and we know what kind of logic is included inside them. So I'm going to switch real quick and just show the entire, hold on here, I'm going to show the entire schematic just so people get an idea of the whole thing. See if I can find, well, I might not have it. I'll do it in a little bit, I guess. But in any event, the first option that I want to go after is the non-registered devices. So the devices that are easiest are these non-registered devices, and these are two of the devices in the unit right here. You've got U1, which is at the bottom here, and U4. That's the terminology used in the TurboMaster. As you can see, they have a number of inputs, input lines that are always inputs that are on the left-hand side of the chip, and then these lines on the right-hand side of the chip can be either inputs or outputs. So you have, and the name of the devices, it's a little bit of a misnomer. They're called 16V or 16*8 devices, with the understanding that there's 16 inputs and eight, up to 16 inputs and up to 8 outputs. You'll notice here that there's 8 outputs listed over here, but then there's 10 I/O line or input lines over here. The reason that's listed as 16 is that on a registered device, this first line, I0, is actually the clock input line. It is not considered a standard input line. And then this line, pin 11, I9 on this device right here, is an output enable line and is also not considered an input. So really, they count these lines right here, pins 2 through 9, and then 12 through 19 is the 16 potential inputs. And then, of course, on the device, the output 0 through output 7 lines are considered the possible output lines on the device. And so that's what you get when you have these devices. There's 2 of these non-registered PAL devices in the unit. And so one of the things that you can do with these, which is really easy, and I know a number of people know this from working with PLA replacements, a PLA in a Commodore 64 can be replaced with some caveats with a suitably programmed EEPROM. And you see a lot of the kind of what maybe you call a poor man's or a kind of an inexpensive PAL or PLA replacement being an EEPROM with an adapter to plug into the PLA socket. There are some considerations, and this probably isn't topic for this discussion, but the piece to point out about that is that because the EEPROM can be used as a potential PLA replacement, combinatorial PLAs and EEPROMs can be read very much the same way. And so one of the nice things that we can do here with a combinatorial PLA or PAL is to be able to just load it in, into our favorite programmer and read it like a ROM. Now that doesn't get us all the way there, but it's a nice shortcut as opposed to being able to try and understand, line by line what it does. And now is probably a good time to describe the idea of security. I didn't put it in the slide. I'll just do some voiceover on it. But one would think that if a PAL is writable, you should just be able to read the PAL in a PAL programmer. So you just buy a PAL programmer, you read the PAL, you copy it or clone it to another PAL, and then you're off and going. Well, the designers of the PAL system thought of that and thought that perhaps people who were designing systems might not want their PALs to be just read out and copied. And so there is the concept of a security bit in a PAL. And so in a device, once you've finished writing the device, you have the option of what they call blowing the security bit, essentially writing the security bit. and that will render the PAL unreadable. It can be used as a PAL, but if you try to read the unit, it will read all ones, just like it is unprogrammed. And so that is the first hurdle that we have here that I probably should have put on the last slide. The easiest approach here would be to simply have read the PALs with a PAL reader, but unfortunately, all the PALs, or at least almost all the PALs that you see on devices, have their security bit set. And so as a result, you can't just read them in that simplistic way. But you can read them as an EEPROM or as a ROM. And so that's the approach that I took, at least for these first two devices. There are two options that we can use to do that, and I want to point out both of them. They have pros and cons. PAL Analyze is one option, and I'll describe it in just a minute. The other one is a system called Logic Friday. And so I'll get in a little bit more detail, but these are two different options that we can use, and I actually used both of them for both of these PAL devices just to make sure that I was getting the best reading of the logic within the chip. So the first approach is to use PAL Analyze, and there is a URL to a description of the how to use the tool, a download for the tool, and so forth. It also includes this schematic, which you see on the left-hand side and is represented by the bread or hand wired prototype on the right-hand side there. The nice thing about this is it requires making no assumptions about which output lines might be an input or an output. It tries to read every combination, and you'll see in the schematic there that you have all the output lines set to be inputs to the quote unquote ROM that you're going to read, but you also see some 4.7K resistors connecting those lines to some additional input lines as well. And so the idea here is you read a 256 kilobyte or kilobit ROM image from the PAL, which includes every possible combination of any of the IO lines being used in whatever combination is appropriate or applicable for them. And then there is a program that's at that URL called pa.exe that will try to take that big ROM image and discern from it a set of equations. And so I'll show you kind of the second part of this. So the first thing you have to do is build this device and put it into your EEPROM programmer, and then you insert the PAL into that zero insertion force socket, read it, and you'll end up with a 256 kilobit ROM image. Then you feed it into this PAL Analyze application, and you'll see here on the third line, for this particular PAL, you get the 256 kilobit file, actually kilobyte file, I was right, I was wrong, kilobyte file. And then you'll see all the different signals. Now the signals we got from this particular, we had to do the reverse engineering of the schematic, so now we know what the signals are. And that's going to come in handy a little later. But for right now, with this particular package, it's not so important that you know what all of the signal names are, but in this case we did, and so we put them in. And then it outputs a special type of file. So pa.exe outputs, and I had to go look this up because I didn't know. I've always called them couple files, but this is the actual what couple stands for. It's a type of hardware description language that predates what people are more familiar with today, which is Verilog or VHDL, which are kind of the titans of hardware description languages today. But there were other languages that weren't quite as capable in use in the 80s. ABEL, A-B-E-L is one, and CUPL, C-U-P-L is another one. This particular executable outputs a pre-formatted file in CUPL format that is designed to be loaded into microchip or Atmel's WinCUPL compiler, which is a free download off of the microchip website. The advantage, as I indicated, to using PAL Analyze is you don't have to know anything about your combinatorial PAL device other than it is combinatorial. The problem with it is sometimes it may not be able to make much sense out of the logic because there's so many I/O lines that it's looking through. And so in some cases, it can create overly large equations which can't immediately be compiled in the WinCouple compiler. And so there's some downsides there, but it's easy to try. And so for the cost of building the prototype board and putting it into your EEPROM programmer, you can't hardly go wrong by trying it out first. The second option is to use a more advanced program called Logic Friday. And unfortunately, the Logic Friday program does not appear to be available from the original source, but there are places that you can download. I have one listed right here. One of the things that makes Logic Friday impressive is that it uses a number of different, algorithms in order to try and reduce the truth table that's provided by the ROM image into something that is minimal. And one of the ways it does that is using a very complex algorithm called Espresso. And so I did put a link to the Espresso algorithm because Logic Friday implements it. It's very powerful. The problem with Logic Friday is it can only handle 16 inputs in its truth table function. And so if you notice in the original idea here, you have more than 16 inputs available to you when you use this kind of quick and dirty approach to reading the logic device. So one of the things that we have to do is we need to pre-optimize just a little bit. We need to reduce the number of potential inputs. That's where reverse engineering the schematic becomes very important. And since I had already done the reverse engineering of the schematic, I knew, in this case, particular with U1 that these are inputs to the system. All of these obviously are. And then I was able to determine that all of these items on the right-hand side were indeed outputs by looking at where they connected to on other ICs on the schematic. I could verify that these particular lines are all output lines. So that means for this particular device, we only need to write 1,024 different combinations. So every sequence for these 10 input lines, and then we need to read the 8 output lines into our ROM image, let's say. And so that makes the job considerably simple and more simple. Instead of reading a 206 kilobyte ROM image, you really only need to read a 1K. And I didn't actually, although I probably could have looked around for quite a while in my programmer to find an ability to read a 1K EEPROM, I cheated a bit and just read my EEPROM as an 8K and then used a program to just split it up into 8 smaller pieces because it would obviously just be repeating. So then at the output of this, we get a 1K ROM image. And then you can load that into Logic Friday. And so I'm actually gonna switch to Logic Friday right now so that folks can see the tool itself. So let me move stuff around here so I can get to it. So here's Logic Friday. And then what you do is you take, and you don't open a file or new, you create import truth table. And so we'll see here, here's my project, here's the HDL files, and here's the U1 PAL. And here's my original 8K, oh, sorry, you can't see that. I have an 8K file that I've converted into CSV format, or a 1K file that I've converted into CSV format, and so we'll load it here. Now, the output file that was created from the EEPROM programmer is a binary file. And so you have a number of options available to you, but you need to convert that somehow into a comma-separated values file. And so I just wrote a C program, which I can show here real quick. So it's a very, very simplistic program. Let me just bring it up. And I mean, C was my tool of choice, but everybody's got their options, and so you can write it in whatever you feel is the solution that you find most, I guess, easiest for you to look at. Let's see here, right here. So this is the program. It's not very long. Basically what it does is it just opens the binary file, and then it just goes through and it turns each one of the lines into a 1 comma or a 0 comma, depending on whether that bit is set as 1 or 0 in the address. And then for the outputs, it does exactly the same thing. So extremely simple and whatnot. And what it ends up creating from the binary file is, let me open up the file here so you can see the actual file. Here we go. And so this is the file. And then after the fact, I added, because Logic Friday wants the names of the signals to be in row 1, I just went in and hand edited the file and added in the names of the signals. I'm sure there's a better way to write a program that does this, but this was a means to an end. So you see here, you can see 0, 1, 2. The way the things are written looks a little weird because the 1's place is on the left-hand side, but that was the easiest way for me to write the code. So, and it doesn't really matter from Logic Friday's point of view. So then you've got 1K of this, and you're done, 1,024 lines. So now if we go back to Logic Friday and we load that particular item into Logic Friday, we get this. And this on the right-hand side is the actual equations, which are not minimal. And so obviously there's, this is hardly something that you can compile into a programmable logic device. However, in Logic Friday, there's this nice little command here called minimize. And you can't see it, but I'm clicking on right here. There's 2 modes, fast or exact. And I click on exact, and then boom. So at the top here, you see all of the original equations, but then this is the minimal set of equations to implement all of that logic right there. And so it took all that at the top and it immediately turned it into basically a very, very simple amount of equations that are on the bottom. You can see there, one is trivial. The SO line, which is the line that goes into the 65CO2 SO pin on the CPU on the Turbo Master, is always set to 1. So it may be something that they planned to use later, but never ended up using it. And now there's a couple things to note about these equations. They might look a little funny, and so just so you're aware. So pluses is OR, and then if you see 2 things together, like down here, you see A14, A13 with a apostrophe after it, that's an AND. So A14 and A13, and then this apostrophe on the end means not. So that's a not A13. So that means the negated A13 line ANDed with the A14 line, or the A14 line ANDed with an input line called ROM select. So that's how you need to read this. So it took a little bit of time to figure that out. But once you figured it out, it's easy to convert it to what we'd consider more of the standardized equations. Definitely something that you'll use with WinCouple. So let me go back to the presentation here real quick. So that shows how to use Logic Friday. And the problem with Logic Friday, so it's more powerful, as you saw, it creates equations that are much easier to work with. The challenge is that that's all you get from Logic Friday. So now you're on your own. It turns out another good reason to try the PAL Analyze option first is that PAL Analyze gives you a compliant PLD file or couple source file. So what I did was I just used the file that it generated and modified the equations from Logic Friday, and I inserted those equations into that particular file, and that made it that much easier, because couple is not a language that I use all the time, and so it was a little bit difficult for me to, understand how to write that particular type of file. But when we're done, the next thing we need to do is compile the code using WinCouple. And I've got WinCouple here up, and I'll just bring it up here. Let me get to the screen. Oops. So WinCouple, you just go into the system and you will open the PLD file. So this is the Logic Friday PLD file that I created by hand. Again, based on the file from PAL Analyze. You'll see here the original equations. And then here's how you implement those. You type out the pins and what they're named. And then you have to learn yet another way of representing ands and ors. So not phi 0 is pretty common to be used. That means the negation of phi 0 and whatnot. And then the ampersand character in couple is or. The and ampersand is the and in couple language. And you'll see up above here, the things that are commented out are the original equations as provided by PAL Analyze. They look different, but in essentially what they are is, and it depends on whether folks have taken logic classes or not, but by negating everything and switching from ands to ors, you can flip an equation from being and or to or and. And so that's what this is doing here. You'll see that at the beginning, this in Logic Friday, clock right is a positive signal and has all these ors, whereas in PAL Analyze, it said the negation of clock right is equal to all of these. Notice that they're all individually negated as well. A1 goes to not A1, not A0 goes to A0, not phi 0 goes to phi 0, and so forth, and them together. And that's a trans, it's like A equals B equals C kind of property for logic, for Boolean logic. So the equations end up being exactly the same thing. I tend to prefer positive logic, and so I wrote them in this method as opposed to the way that PAL Analyze wrote them. But at the end, you end up with a document, and then you go to the various options. For a compiler, you have a JEDEC file, and then for minimization, I choose that Espresso here. It really should be called Espresso. Apply that, click on there, and then you say Run, Device Dependent Compile. Make sure that you've selected G16V8A because that's the type of devices that you'll probably be able to find nowadays. There are PAL derivative devices available at DigiKey and Mouser. The source that was easiest for me to find was Microchip or Atmel, and they sell a GAL, which I'll describe in just a minute. But this is the device family you choose for that. So you go to a compilation, and although it's not showing on the screen, there's a results window that comes up that says compilation successful, and then you have what's called a JED file. So this was a PLD source file, and then you have a JED file, which you then can load into your favorite PAL programmer. And so I'll show that in just a minute here. So that is the common step, no matter whether you use PAL Analyze or you use Logic Friday, you'll end up compiling your file using WinCouple. And if you're on Unix, there might be an option, I don't know. You might have to resort to loading up Wine or loading up a VM with an old copy of Windows in it to run this. This program hasn't been updated in many years, so it should run on any reasonable flavor of Windows you have laying around. Going back to the presentation here, I do have at the bottom, so GAL I mentioned just a few minutes ago. So in the beginning there were PALs, and that was kind of more like EPROMs. So they were easy to program, they weren't easy to program, but they could be programmed, and then they were a little bit harder if they could be changed at all. Early ones couldn't be changed or had to be erased in a specific way. gals are kind of a newer flavor of that, and think of them more like the CPLDs or FPGAs of today. Very easy to program, very easy to erase. And gals are the superset of all kinds of PAL options. So as I talked about early in the presentation, there are unregistered PALs and registered PALs. Gals can masquerade as anything. They can be combinatorial, they can have flip-flops in them. It's whatever you want to do with them, you can, and the WinCouple software will compile the combinatorial part if that's all you're using, like in the example I just showed, or if you have flip-flops, it'll allow you to compile the flip-flops, and the gal doesn't care. It says, oh, you're not using the flip-flops? Well, whatever, I just won't use them. Or, oh, hey, you need flip-flops in this design? Fine, I'll turn them on. So the gals are available today. I just bought a bunch of them from from DigiKey, and they're not actually that expensive. I was surprised. I don't know if there's just some continuing need for low-cost, small programmable devices, but the 16V8 gals available on DigiKey were less than $1 a piece, which is actually pretty reasonable. So you can get these devices new. You don't have to resort to UT Source or eBay or whatever, although I have bought some from there as well, and that works equally. And then the device, and then before you can do anything with the device, you have to program it. I have a Mini Pro or TL866 CS device, which probably a lot of people have as an EEPROM programmer. It turns out that the TL866, which I'll bring up here real quick, it actually can program Atmel ATF 16V8B unit devices, and so that makes it easy. I had the programmer anyway. It was only $20 or $30. I was worried that a gal programmer would set me back $100 or $200, but for $20 or $30, you can't go wrong. So this is the unit, and then I'll show loading in the device or the equation here. So we'll go ahead and load in the data. It won't look like much. It's looking like a data file in an EEPROM, just a bunch of ones and zeros, and then of course these tell what parts of the chip to enable or disable. I won't go through the programming effort. There's not really to see other than you just go into the program function here, and it won't show up, so I won't go into it. But you just have a program option, and then you put your device in the unit, program it, and then the moment of truth, which is, did it work or did it not work? And so that's what we'll try next, and that's what we did. So I took those two devices, I went through these two efforts. In the one that I just described, U1, U1 created identically simple equations using both PAL Analyze and Logic Friday. I used the Logic Friday equations because, like I said, they were written in a way that I could understand them a little easier, and the whole idea here is for me to be able to understand the equations, not just be able to write the devices and run them in the TurboMaster. On PAL Analyze for the U4, for instance, and I can show that real quick here by going back to one of our early things here. So in this U4, it turns out that this particular signal right here, flag character enable, that's actually an input line. And so when I was reading that into PAL Analyze, it didn't care. It figured that out automatically. But when I went to read it in to Logic Friday, you have to make sure that you understand that now you have 11 input lines. You have all 10 of these lines, plus you need to wire up this line to A10, and then these become your output lines right here. So again, a little bit of analysis is needed. However, on the PAL Analyze function, I'll kind of show what was generated here. So let me get to my copy of VI, and I will show you what it created, because this is the challenge at times. So this is the output from PAL Analyze for U4. And as you probably surmised, there is no way that this equation will fit into a PLD. So that was a challenge. However, if we look at what Logic Friday created, so let's back up here and look at Logic Friday's equation. Logic Friday's equation was much more sensible. And so it was tight to fit this into a 16 V8 device, but in the end, this was compilable into the device. So that's kind of the challenge that folks might have in working through these two reverse engineering capabilities. So that kind of concludes part one, which was to do reverse engineering of the combinatorial devices. And unfortunately, my presentation on the second part of the devices is going to be kind of short because I have not finished that effort yet. So I got the easy part done. The hard part now is to reverse engineer the registered devices. And you can't use these same approaches to do registered devices because with the clock line being one of the inputs, the outputs could change as a function of the inputs at a previous time. And so that makes it orders of magnitude more complex. So the way I'm going to approach this is two ways. I'll describe one here, which is I'm building a test jig to interface the registered PALs with the Arduino platform, specifically a Mega 2560, which seems to have plenty of I/O for the purposes. And then I'm going to write some code on the Arduino to try and tease out the different calculations. Now, the nice thing about the unit, and let me do something here real quick, and then I will show you something you can right here. Hold on a second. Sorry to be doing this right as we go, but there's no better time than the present. So let me show you so here we go. So this is the Eagle file that I have with the schematic in it, and I want to bring it up for just trying to get it on the screen because it's so big. Whoops. You guys get to see me edit stuff right as we go. I bet that's something you've not seen before. So I want to show this real quick here. So there's U1 and U4 that I talked about earlier. And then if we look down here at the bottom, we can see U18 and U6. Okay, so it's important to see this because our job is a little bit easier here. We have this so this is a 16R4. 16R4 is only has 4 registered outputs, and they are typically these 4 right here: 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we might be able to do this one as a registered device, although it does have a clock, and so I'm a little worried about it. So we're going to see that one. This one's probably more worrisome, which is U6. Come on. U6 has, as the name implies, 6 of the outputs are registered, and so U1, U2, U3, U4, U5, and U6 are all registered outputs. Of that, you notice that we're using 4 of them: Phi0, latch data, IC1504, which I don't have a name for yet, and IC1506. So those are the ones that are probably going to be the most challenging. 07, output 7, and output 0 are combinatorial in nature, so I can read those using tools like Logic Friday or PAL Analyze. It would be really nice to start off with U18 here, and that'd be great, except we caught a break. So in the reverse engineering efforts, I've been conversing with Thomas Christoph, who some of you may know, who reverse engineered the Turbo, it was the Turbo Master adapter, Turbo adapter. I can't think of the name right off the top of my head, but anyway, it allowed you to put the Turbo Master and an REU together. Master adapter, I think is what it was called. and he reverse engineered that device. In working with some folks and getting devices out there, he got in touch with somebody who had a TurboMaster that happened to have an unlocked U18. And so he was able to simply clone that device. And so I have one of those here. I'd still like to reverse engineer it because obviously as the goal is I want to be able to understand what logic is inside of that device. I can reverse engineer it though from the bit file, the JED file that's output. I just have to understand what kind of format the JED file is in. So I have a couple different options there. As it turns out though, this device looks like it only uses combinatorial outputs. And so it might be possible to read it again, like we do with the others, Logic Friday and PAL Analyze. U6 is going to be the challenging one. We have 4 outputs here. They're all registered. And so while they don't have to be used in a registered fashion, we can make no assumptions about whether they are or are not. And so that is the work that I have ahead of me in reverse engineering or finishing the reverse engineering of this project. So back to the presentation here. And that'll mean handwriting some couple. So luckily I have some workable CUPL files, and I can just modify those as I figure out what that equations are. But we're only one PAL chip away from having a reverse engineered TurboMaster device. And that means there's only one chip between me and at least having a cursory understanding of how the TurboMaster interacts or integrates with the Commodore 64. So that is, whoops, that's all I have. I obviously open for a few questions. I know we're getting to the top of the hour. The link at the bottom there is, as Yuri indicated, as a matter of kind of philosophy, I try to open source as many of the projects that I develop and produce as possible, so that should I exit the community at some point or just not interested in producing a unit anymore, the files and software and all the designs and everything will be available online for folks to pick up that project and work on it, so that we don't have to go through reverse engineering efforts like I'm doing right here in order to produce replicas of solutions. And so the TurboMaster project is at that particular link on GitHub, and you can go and download all the files that I showed today, as well as the schematic and printed circuit board. I would ask that people not produce the unit right now. For one, the printed circuit board is actually copyrighted from Snedler Systems, and so it's actually legal to produce the unit. 2 is there are far cheaper ways to implement the TurboMaster once this last PAL can be read, because a CPLD can take on pretty much all of the logic on the board, and that would be the first thing that I would do in redesigning the unit. But you can definitely go and look and educate yourself on it and download the various programs that I used today. So I'm gonna go to Discord. Is there any questions already queued up or not?
I didn't see any questions. There's some comments about things.
Okay.
I answered actually one of them. You might want to elaborate on this. That somebody said, so registered PALs are like a state machine based on a clock.
Yep. That is absolutely true. I mean,
Yep.
There's lots of minutia that you can go in on that, but yes, that is the easiest way to think about it.
Yep. So Commodore Man's going to ask a question here. He's typing.
Okay, that's fine.
In between tearing apart some kind of a disk drive or something, I'm sure.
I'm also going to take note of Jim's last comment that he made with regards to downloading and starting to build. Obviously, I got so excited when Jim just randomly mentioned, hey, I'm working on this thing. So I went ahead, I ordered PCB, ordered all the parts that he had listed in the schematics, because I've been reading them. Obviously, then to learn that he's partway through the journey. And I was excited today. I'm going to say, oh, finally, he's going to solve that last piece of the puzzle, but I've got to be even more patient. So I'll sit back and then enjoy that ride. It's very interesting to see the ends you'll go through to actually get this thing read out. It's very interesting to follow along. And it's something that, because a lot of these were used in the arcade community as well, it's something that learning process is going to help a lot of other people as well with different approaches to get to a similar goal.
That's true. Yeah, the things I described here are they're not specific to this device. The first option or the first item that you need to go after is to either get a copy of a good schematic, or in this case, reverse engineering the schematic, because it does help if you know what the lines are that are going into the various devices, logic devices, and whether they're inputs or outputs. And then using these two applications, kind of, I guess my thinking is I kind of put all this stuff together for somebody so that when the next person comes along and tries to do, oh, I've got this arbitrary PAL on a arcade board and I'm trying to figure out what it is, this might help them, at least from a combinatorial point of view. And obviously, if I have whatever I learned from the registered PAL reverse engineering, I'll put some material together for that as well. It was a cool journey to go through and reading the devices. So interesting journey. I'm glad that it's nearing the end, but like you said, there's a little bit more patience needed because we're not quite there yet.
So one other question we've got here is, do you see other avenues other than an accelerated processor this tech could spawn?
There's a whole bunch of things. So, one of the things that I'm not sure that, I know it used to be back in the 80s, and maybe this is just a little bit of soapboxing, but back in the 80s, we all aligned into various camps, right? I'm the Commodore camp, and I hate the Atari, and I hate the Apple, and whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, so hopefully we're older and a little wiser now. And one of the things I realized is there's two things. One is, how do you know that the machine that you grew up with was the coolest machine? Or is it cool because it's the machine you grew up with? Or does it have some fundamental value that puts it above and beyond the other ones? And only way I figured that I could do that is to get a better understanding of the other platforms. So I say that because as I look at some of the other platforms, yes, they do have some really cool features. But one of the things that we take for granted on the Commodore, at least on the Commodore 64, is the ability to basically turn off part of the circuitry, the CPU and so forth, inside the computer, and be able to do things outside the computer that affect the insides of the computer. So super CPU and turbo or chameleon and so forth. That's a pretty rare thing that's not available in a lot of machines of this era. And so that's super powerful. One of the things I'm thinking is that opens up a whole, just understanding how to shut off some of the internal systems in the Commodore and be able to do things on the outside is impressive. For instance, I know that there's been a number, and you know what? Don't hate on the people that do this. Everybody has their thing that they love doing. But there's a lot of people who are like, man, I sure can't get the CPM cartridge to work with my Commodore. And as we all know, that cartridge was barely working for the first revision of the unit, and I don't think worked at all with future ones. And was one of the reasons why the Z80 was embedded in the Commodore 128. It's because Bill Hurd was just like, there's no way I can get this cartridge to work. And the marketing promised that all the cartridges would work, including the CPM cart. So one of the things is understanding this kind of back and forth and being able to take over the bus and whatnot offers the ability to make a better version of that, something that's more robust for those people who want to play around with CPM on the Commodore 64. But once you've allowed an external CPU to take over some of the internals on the Commodore, you have a lot of options. By no means does it have to be a 65 or even an 8-bit machine. It could be a 68,000, it could be an 8386, it could be whatever, right? It could be a new ARM processor. So, something of that type. There's options maybe to, thought about an option to provide an IO card that would allow you to put some sort of like a small computer system with suitable additional power supply, but like a Raspberry Pi or something on the expansion port, and initially use it like an IO device. So, hey, I'm going to talk to the Raspberry Pi from the Commodore, and then the Raspberry Pi is going to do something, and it's going to do that. And in fact, I think there's a couple projects like that. But then also have a way of flipping some bits and saying, okay, Pi, you can go ahead and take over the bus now. If you want to drive the VIC-2, you can do that, and see what develops. I don't know. Could be something that has no utility, but it could be something rather interesting. Let's see.
I guess we can throw you in Discord because we're getting close to a time where Gideon's going to pop in here.
Nope, so that's fine.
We appreciate you doing the presentation.
Jim, will you be around? Will you be around for your Discord?
I am. I will be in Discord, so I'll just go ahead and turn things off here, but yeah, I'll be available on Discord. If folks have questions after this, happy to answer them.
Hey, Jim, one last thing. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. It doesn't matter who approaches you, whether or not they're a novice or someone that's hyper expert. You've always shown respect to answer questions to the best of your ability, and I really appreciate that. You're really an icon in this community and have been for a very, very long time. So thank you for your generosity in sharing your knowledge.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, so we're at 2 o'clock. Next up, and it's going to be not Yuri. Let's focus on. Let's spotlight this guy. Hey.
Hi.
So I'll put my video in there. Hey. So, ladies and gentlemen, after a lot of effort and a couple of days of trying, we have Gideon of the Ultimate fame, 1541 U2, U2 Plus, Ultimate 64. And who knows what else is coming out from Gideon. So first of all, anybody who doesn't know who Gideon is, you've pretty much been in a cave. And so for the cave dwellers, Gideon, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit your history and what you're doing.
Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. I'm not sure my microphone is working.
Yeah, it's working. Good. Sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you first of all to have me here and to invite me and let me have something to say to the community. Who am I? Yeah, I'm Gideon, and I have before not really been a scener in the sense that I have not really done a lot of cracking or producing of titles or demos or those kind of things. I got my my Commodore 64 when I was 11 years old, and I liked mostly collecting games and doing some programming. And from there, I also developed the interest in electronics. And so it happened that the Commodore 64 went into the closet. An Amiga came and was a little bit forgotten for some years. And after university, when I got my job in electronics as well, the interest to do something with old stuff came back. And first, I started to do some VHDL and FPGAs and stuff like that at work. And then the Commodore 64 came out of the closet to actually test the FPGA knowledge on. And that is how it all started again.
Oh, so basically, when did you start your 64 journey for making hardware for it?
That was basically about 12 years ago. No, a little bit longer. Let's say 15 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it started with doing some experiments on it and stuff like that, and that was more or less the same time that Jerry Ellsworth was in the scene and doing a lot of stuff. And she said that she was working on a new 64, so I thought, I'm not going to do the same thing. I don't want to be a Me Too kind of person. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to make the floppy disk drive. And that was about 2006 or so that I had a small Xilinx development platform that I hooked up to the C64, and I could download floppy images through Ethernet, and then it emulated the drive. So that's how it all started.
Gotcha. So did you actually do any hardware for the Amiga?
No.
No hardware at all for that. So
no.
I'm gonna have Yuri jump in here because I know Yuri's got a gazillion questions.
I have a gazillion questions. I do for sure. Hey, Gideon, the funny accent I got is actually yours. Ik spreek ook Nederlands, but I born in California.
Okay. So maybe better to speak English for the rest of the attendees.
Exactly. Nice, nice to have you on here. Now, obviously, you've got a very, very large following that has been using your products, and uh, you just mentioned that you got your Commodore 64 out of the closet. What happened to that Amiga? Because I always tell people here in the US that the Amiga, while it was a great machine for us people in the Netherlands, it didn't have the same feel to it as the Commodore 64. And I'm wondering if that has anything to do with where you landed with your products that you got today.
Right. Well, when it comes to the interest of building hardware for it and to experiment with it, you're absolutely right. Amiga doesn't have the same feel to it. But I did manage to keep the Amiga until '96. So I was using that as my main machine for doing programming and everything. So until I really couldn't anymore deny that PCs were faster and better. And yeah, the Amiga was great for some time, but it just didn't evolve like the other machines did. So it had to go.
I hear you. So with regards to your current product range, I understand you're still an employee. You still work for a boss, so to say. This is not your full-time job. This is a hobby that got completely out of control.
Basically, yeah. Yeah. Well, I do have, I work at Technolution, which is basically an engineering company, subcontractor, project-based, in the IT sector, automation technology. I started there as a hardware engineer, and gradually I grew to become a senior engineer there, and now I am a system architect there at Technolution. But I had to tell my employer that I needed more time for my hobby, so I reduced my hours there from 5 days to 4 days a week.
Wow, wow! And is that a recent change? Is that something you've been doing for a while now, or?
I think it's the last 5 years or so.
Last 5 years.
Yeah.
That's great.
It was not anymore able. I was not able to combine it with each other in a good way.
Yeah. So from a product development where you sit right now, this is pretty much a one-man show? It's Gideon that is creating these products. Have you worked in a team with people on this? I see a lot of people volunteering on the Facebook. There's a lot of groups and people that show up consistently that come out to test stuff. But when it comes to the actual products that you create, is that pretty much you?
Yeah, hardware wise, certainly 100%. Software-wise, there have been some very interesting contributions from the community. So it is not really so that I work in a team or I dispatch pieces of work to other people. That happens voluntarily, and when it happens, I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, sometimes I reward people with free hardware or those kind of things, but it's not really like a fixed team or like a planned project in that regard.
So where are you going to take this thing next? Because it is a very compatible unit. People try very, very hard to come up with all kinds of bizarre use cases to make the thing trip, but you find new ways of fixing this and somehow cramming it in a very supported existing piece of hardware, which I think a lot of people are impressed with. Older versions of the hardware are just as functional and great to own as the very latest elite type of products that you've got. Where are you going to go next with this?
To be honest, I have my hands full with the way it is right now. So I do not have any new plans at this point. Of course, I have a long list of wishes that I would like to implement software-wise or inside of the FPGA. But when it comes to new hardware, I don't have any plans yet.
Okay, so that means that you're basically now gonna kind of pivot from this hardware is now in a stable form, and now I can kind of start optimizing the software side of the product, get bugs out, see what more I can cram in there. Is there a lot of space for expansion still in the current hardware set?
There's still some space that I can use. A lot of things that I create are basically like a tandem between some FPGA logic and software support on the other side. So a lot of complex functions are usually implemented using some kind of a gateway between the C64 and a CPU on the other side, which implements the smart part of it. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
So basically the additions are not really that costly when it comes to the FPGA.
Yeah, which is good. I remember reading when you were working on the Elite, you were at a choice point of some components, and at the end you chose let's take this next line of component to make sure that I've got some future resilience here as well.
It's good that I did, because I overlooked some things, and my initial design didn't even fit. So
wow,
eventually, yeah. Especially when I needed to implement as well PAL as well as NTSC, it got quite a bit bigger because of the all the Altera stuff that needed to be included to reprogram the PLLs.
Oh, yeah.
Inside of the chip.
Now I remember a picture with an enormous set of boxes sitting to what I could guess was probably the backyard of the house.
Right.
Are you running this whole operation from the house? Is that really? It seems like a massive family undertaking to keep this product in the air.
Yeah, it creates some friction here and there. You could say that. The location where I am sitting now is my attic room, which I kind of confiscated from the house. Behind me there is a washing machine and a dryer. That's basically the only part that other family members can use of this area. But yeah, it is mostly once a week or sometimes once every other week that we do a session of packing, and then it's either my wife or my eldest daughter that helps.
So question real quick question on here, because I'm trying to field questions because there's a lot of things in here. One question I actually want to know as well, will the U64 and the Elite U64 stay as parallel products, or are they going to collapse into one?
Oh, that's a very good question. Basically, hardware-wise, they were different, but in the latest revision, the 1.4 revision, they are actually the same PCB.
Oh.
So also the non-Elite is jumperless for the SID configuration and stuff like that. It only does not have the joy swapper, the joystick port swapper.
I think a consensus here is that everyone wants to know how they can fund for Gideon's retirement, so you can have more than 4 days a week for retro work.
Yeah, well, it is just too bad my other work is too interesting to just stop it altogether. But
I am the same way right now. That's exactly the position I'm in.
Yeah, and that's actually a great point being brought up, Gideon.
Yeah.
I think many people in the community may misunderstood that while obviously the ultimate is a commercial enterprise, you really like your job. You'd like to have both worlds. It feels like.
Yeah, I can put all my creativity in the retro scene and well, basically in my own products, and I do try to listen to the community, like what do they appreciate, what do they not appreciate, what would they like to see, so I can prioritize based on that. And that's cool. I can make my own decisions and stuff, and run my business the way I want it. On the other hand, when I look at the job from my employer, I learn new things, like on a more sophisticated level, high-speed electronics, more advanced FPGA stuff, and more advanced PCB designs, and those kind of things. And so it helps me to keep up and to not forget that there is a world around the retro world that actually moves on. And
and you bring up a great point. I'm watching on my left here. I'm watching some of the dialogue happening in the Discord. I'm on the Facebook group that we got. How do you deal with getting about 500 emails a day with new feature requests for your products? How do you kind of like connect or distance yourself from that?
It varies. There are times that I'm actually able to answer most emails, and there are also times that I just ignore them completely. And that is not always clear for people, but sometimes I just have to focus. And when I need to focus on, for example, development of a new feature, I can impossibly answer all the emails that I'm getting. But 500, no, it's not that many in the end. I think people have learned not to email me too often.
That's a good one. Hey, Jim, do we want to field a couple of these questions? Some of them are hyper technical and very specific. So I'll take an easy one first. There's some people asking and wondering if there ever is going to be, somewhere in a distant future, a U128.
It's a very, very simple question, and it's a very difficult answer. I think that most users of the 128 use the Go64 command most. So it is a bit of a question for me how important it really is. And well, let me put it like this. Actually, when I look at it when I take a step back and look at the whole project from a distance, sometimes I wonder how important really the C64 is. And there are also times that I see my screen and I see the blue background with a light blue flashing cursor, and I just bump my head to the wall. It's like, what the F am I really doing with my life? You know? Especially when debugging is not going that well. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the same goes for 128. I mean, the further you get, the narrower the user group will be. And in some way, I try to focus on things that will benefit a lot of users. So if I'm able to do things that software improvements that may even run on the Ultimate 2, not even the Ultimate 2 Plus, or on the cartridge at least, it will benefit a lot of users that have that hardware. And that is more fun because in the end there will be more people appreciating it. And
I think this should be highlighted. It's interesting how you live in Europe. In Europe, there's a lot of legislation being invented at this moment in time to have electronics be relevant for a longer period of time. That's not something that's common in the US. We'll never see something like that. I think you stand out with your product and product support. You actually think as far back as you can to try and catch the largest group of people. So people who have bought one of your products have had support for a very, very long time and have seen the benefit of changes and additions to those products for a very long time. And I think that's very commendable. That's a really nice thing that you've done for the community. And it's nice to hear you recognize that in yourself as an important item of how you think about developing for these products.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'll chime in here too. So I come from the 80s, and literally I spent my entire career, most of my career, people don't understand. It's like, oh, you develop, software, hardware for the computer. It's like, no, that was my day job. That's what I got paid to do every single day for 20 some years. So that was my job, much like Gideon's got a job and Yuri has a job and I have a job now as CEO of another company. That's my real job, back in the day. So it was a luxury for me that I was able to actually do that for a long time as my day job. And I have to tell you, when the 128 came out, we looked at how many are they going to sell? And then over a period of years, we didn't support the 128 hardly at all. And because of the fact that it was such a small group of people compared to the 64 and the amount of time and resources it took to write 60 or 128 versions of software and such, we didn't do it at all. So I can understand your reluctance, I should say, to want to actually jump into a 128 project, because yes, today there's probably even more people back then that would be interested in the 128, because it wasn't, I mean, it sold a lot, but I know in the US it wasn't that popular. I'm not sure how it was over there during that time.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it wasn't nearly as prevalent as the 64. And so supporting Go64 mode and stuff was, for you, makes total sense, for that part of it, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that my brother put away his C64 and was waiting for the 128 to come out, and he was they were on back order or pre-order even, and he was really calling almost every day to the guy, when is it really gonna come? So he must have been one of the first. But aside of that, I have only seen my brother also using the C64 mode almost exclusively.
Right. I mean, if you look at the library that was available for the 128 mode itself, there was the Pocket Writer series and some various things, but you didn't see any real, substantial C128 games. Pretty much everything was productivity software that really existed. GeOS 128 was probably the most popular program for 128 mode. But I think, your time is very limited. It's like my time is very limited for your retro, what you want to do. And I understand your passion for wanting to be in it, because I'm on the fence right now myself about going one way or the other. And I'm like, if I go this way, is like, what kind of longevity? And I'm sure you thought of that as well. I mean, how long can you actually do the retro before the wave goes back down? And it's not something that can actually even support you financially at that point. So it's kind of a mystery in the future as far as that goes. So yeah. I feel for you. I know exactly how you feel.
Well, not knowing what is going to come is always the most difficult when you are an entrepreneur, or when you have to make investments when it comes to purchasing components, boards, and stuff like that. So it is. Well, let me put it like that. I have ever been that I started this. I have been kind of naive when it comes to the user base and the demand for the product, but I still cannot really take big risks. I cannot overdo myself. That's basically the baseline.
That makes sense. Hey, so a question here. So since you've pivoted a little bit to the software side, can you give us any indication without any warranty on whether or not it will ever make it, what timelines or anything? What are some of the features that you're looking at, that you're currently interested in, that you're trying to work on the software side?
Okay. Well, one of the things that has always irked me is that there is a little bit of a gap in the support of the ultimate software or the ultimate product when it comes to using the mass storage, the USB, directly from the Commodore side. It has either always been through mounting images or through a very clumsy, not very slow software IAC compatible thing, or well, compatible is a big word for it. It does something, let's put it like that. So in the last time I have been working on let's say, a fast loader that goes directly to the USB, which is also available directly from the cartridge port, even without IEC cable. So you can directly access the USB drive from there. And the loading times are, yeah, let's say fast, super fast.
That's awesome.
Like loading 200 block programs in about a second or less than a second.
Awesome. So that's a great feature.
As a developer to developer, I know that when I develop something, it's almost always a need for myself. Do your developments actually become needs from yourself, or is it from user requests primarily? I mean, how do you go about your development cycle?
That's a very nice question. I cannot really talk for myself when it comes to needs. Sometimes for development reasons, there's a need for something on the C64, but other than that, I don't need the C64 for anything, rather. So it's mostly for fun. And then it becomes more like, what am I curious about, or what am I interested in? What do I find fun? And I try to keep the fun part alive for myself in this whole project, because I could easily lose myself in only selling, packing, answering user requests, implementing what users want, and not listen anymore to myself. And I think I would either run into a burnout, or just lose interest.
Yeah, I'm the same way. That's how I feel as well. It's got to be for me first, really, for what I need. I call it needs, but basically it's a want, interest, challenge. A challenge, actually, in most cases, probably being a challenge for me.
Right.
What can I do that? It's like, oh, yeah, I could do that. And then I'm like, then you get down the rabbit hole, where you get your buddies like Yuri here, like, yeah, what if you did this, and what if you did this, and like, yeah, then I could do this over here, and then you kind of get lost in something, and then you got to bring yourself back at some point.
Yeah. There are things that I also find interesting. It doesn't always come from myself in that regard. There are also other users that actually use the Ultimate 64 mostly for example, running a BBS. And then I think to myself, yeah, those people are actually real users, not just people that play around with it. And then I run into questions from them, and then I find it interesting to address them, because they are actually
users, right?
Actually users. And if it matches my interest, then it's going. And so, for example, one of the latest additions is the emulation of the asynchronous interface chip, the ASIA, the 6551, that is now fully emulated in the Ultimate 64, also in the cartridge, by the way. And one of the users that was using it also wanted to use the Super CPU, which did, let's say, it booted, but it didn't really run that well on the Ultimate 64. So then the turbo mode came along.
Yeah.
So to beat the Super CPU.
Yeah, clearly.
So it starts for those kind of users, it starts to be a usable machine.
Sure.
Faster with modem emulation and all that kind of stuff. So
it's interesting. You speak about how do I develop on something that keeps me on my toes, something that interests me, and that I'll. Are there any bugs that are haunting you? The ones that you keep on putting to the side, and you really don't even want to bring it out. They're in that washing machine behind you there somewhere because you just don't want to see them. Do you have any of those that one day you'll get to it, but it's going to be many moons from now?
I don't think this session will be long enough to address those. Yeah. look, it's like I'm the kind of engineer that is not afraid of throwing things away. I would rather just start over and do things right than to start. I'm not so sure if it really exists in English, that expression, but we call it like cauliflowering.
Okay.
It's like it's growing like a cauliflower. You know, it gets all kinds of extensions everywhere, and it's not anymore one
big
congruent thing. And when that happens, I think to myself, well, it used to be kind of nice architecture, nice and clean, but it's not like that anymore. But so far so good. But it still needs some cleanup here and there. And the worst thing about those kind of things is that it takes a lot of time, and the user doesn't see much of it. You know, it's like cleaning up under the hood.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are things that I am unfortunately postponing a bit.
I get that too, because the fact that when you do the cleanup like that, then you got to go back and do testing of everything to make sure that your cleanup didn't break something. And that's the big time that people don't understand when you're developing a product is, you know, refining like that. It's all of our time goes to, is because you've got to do, you know, testing. And for your case, you've got lots of users and people report lots of things, and as well as myself. And then you look at something that pops up and you're well aware of that issue, and like, God, I finally got to go address this at some point.
Yeah.
Spaghetti code.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah. So a question that came in, apparently at some point in time, you may have mentioned that you were working on a new UI for the Ultimate. Is that something that was meant as a serious remark? Is that something that's somewhere being worked on, or is that a project on a list somewhere?
It is, what I have in mind is not entirely a new UI. Okay. Actually, it is a similar UI, but cleaned up.
Okay.
Yeah. So, for example, there are now different ways to load a cartridge, and it doesn't need to be like that. Basically, there are built-in cartridges at this point, but I see that users use one, maybe two of them, and the rest is just wasted space. So why not use that space in the flash chip to create a flash disk instead, that people can use some as a resident piece of storage.
Mm-hmm.
And load everything from there, and then everything becomes a file, just like it is in Linux.
Yeah.
And then you just say to the UI, okay, you know, I want to use this cartridge, and it's just a file. It points to the flash disk. And those kind of changes are quite fundamental, but it does clean up a lot. Because you can use that flash disk for a lot of things. You can save their configuration files. You can save lots of other things that may come up. So in the end, it will become a lot simpler.
Very interesting. Interesting way to approach it as well. It seems that a lot of your approach is looking at how can I create more space for new features to be added.
Yeah, in a way that it is simpler for the user to use it.
Yeah.
Like I could think of a lot of like backdoors and tricks and gimmicks, but that's not probably gonna be very much appreciated.
Yeah.
I think that too, and also when you have a little more straightforward and easier to use interface, I know from my standpoint for sure, it reduces the amount of technical support required for the product too, because it becomes a lot easier for people to use.
That is one aspect, and the other aspect is that the testing also becomes easier.
Right.
Because there are less bells and whistles, or less branches that you need to go through your code. It's like just straight from A to B.
Right.
You always pass the same code. The more you can throw away, the better.
Absolutely.
Gideon, a question that came in here is: Have you do you ever see a time where the Ultimate 64 may be packaged with a case and a keyboard as a fully new retro computer, kind of like the C64 Maxi, which is not heavily distributed on the US side of the house, but what you see in Europe?
Well, I've thought about it. I have even thought about creating a more compact version, because if I look at the case the way it is right now of the C64, it is rather expensive to make it, whether you go one way or the other. The molds are expensive. I don't own them, and so I would have to make a replica of it. The keyboards are also something that is quite difficult to reproduce.
I know a guy.
Yeah, I have thought about ways to get there. Just like the Ultimate 2 Plus is a nicely packaged thing with a plastic injection mold design. It would be nice to have that, but I would probably not package it as in this form factor, because it's just too bulky.
Yeah.
Well,
so something on the list somewhere. And maybe something that lives somewhere in your long list of ideas of continuing to look at and be opportunistic. Or have you ever been approached? Have there, like, for instance, the C64 guys that brought out the Mini and now the Maxi? Have they ever reached out to you? Have they ever had any contact with you? Has anybody ever approached you in that way, shape, or form?
From that side, I don't think so.
Okay.
I might have missed it, but no, I do have contact with the people from Mega 65. Yeah, we do share some knowledge there, which is nice. But it's a completely different target, a different objective that they have. So we are not each other's competitors, so we can easily share things.
Yeah.
Well, if you find yourself needing a full-size keyboard for something in the future, that's probably going to happen. Since I've got keycaps coming and all that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Whether it will be affordable is the question, because if I package this together with the main board and a plastic case, which have to, the molds have to be amortized over, I don't know, maybe 1,000 pieces or so.
Sure.
So it's going to be costly.
Yeah, definitely.
This I know.
And to what extent is, like, I know that for many people the retro computing is a hobby that people like to spend on, but to what extent and to what level or to what amount that people are willing to spend on it? That is, the more expensive it gets, the more difficult it will be to reach enough people with it.
Right. Yeah, there has to be a line a balance that you make.
Yeah.
You know, price versus can you cover the cost for everything?
So you briefly mentioned that Commodore 65 or the C65 project. What other projects are you following along for your personal interest? What excites you about this retro community besides your own products?
I wish I had more time to follow more projects. I must say I'm often shy to admit that I have no idea about what other people are doing. I simply don't have the time to follow everything. Unfortunately.
That's a very honest answer. I think that makes perfect sense. You're running a family, you've got a day job, and then you got this. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So I have to limit
your exposure to it.
My exposure to other things, yeah, because that's the thing with engineers or with chaotic creative people like I am. I can easily be distracted. I waste a
Amen,
lot of
brother.
time on things that is not going to do anything for me in the end.
So you said you got your old Commodore 64 out of the closet. I'll first ask a question, obviously. Please tell me that it was a unit that had a lot of flip switches on it, and had LEDs in it. It was a proper 64, not one that just could come off a shelf of anybody here in the US. A properly modified C64.
The properly modified C64, when I was like 14 or so, got sold. It had some 6 LEDs in it and a switcher for all kinds of
Take
ROMs.
note, Jim Drew. Take note.
Hey, mine was the same way, man. I had the same exact
That's what we
thing.
need.
Yeah.
Flip switches, or you're not part of the community.
Right. But yeah, it got sold. So no, when it came back from the closet, it was. I actually don't remember how I obtained that one. But it must have been. I got a member of the HCC Commodore user group in the Netherlands back in 2001 or 2002 or so. And yeah, I started to meet people there again, and probably I got my machines from there. And they are not so heavily modded as the one that I sold to a school friend in the days.
If you look at your current user base, your products, give us a bit of an insight on where are these products? Who bought these products? Where do they, from a global reach, where they're all at?
I once used Google Maps to import a whole list of addresses and to see where they were located.
Yep.
Basically, they are all over the globe. Yeah, Canada, US, Mexico, a little bit, a few in Argentina. Now, yeah, of course, then we have Europe, which is mainly German. The German community of the C64 is immense, but also other European countries, and Australia, some, New Zealand. I think basically everywhere where the Commodore 64 was sold well.
Yeah. Hey, and if you look at your user community, any community that sticks out, obviously I know you're in the Netherlands. I think I saw that you even visit some things like the Mars and some of the other older HCC groups that are still alive. Do you travel to any of these other events ever? Do they reach out? How are you connected to some of those folks?
Well, I'm lucky to have the X event, which is held in the Netherlands, in the south of the Netherlands, which I attended 3 times, I think now. I went to Sweden for an event. I went to Finland for an event. And actually, I was planning to go to the US or Canada for an event this year. But of course, I'm not even allowed to travel there now.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year for CRX.
Maybe next year. Yeah, it would be nice actually to be on the other side of the pond to meet some people from there. But I'm not so sure how things are really there. Actually, Jim told me that I must have been living in a cave of not knowing of CRX. Well, I have never really considered it as an option to attend because of the distance.
Yeah,
and I also understand that because the US is quite big, probably not a lot of people go to one event at the same time. I'm not so sure about that, but
well, the distances play a large role here. This event was in Vegas last year, which is a cheaper location for many people in the US to travel to. It's kind of like a sponsored flight, if you will.
Okay.
So it's a good location to have. What this event has done for a lot of people, though, is where this would be normally out of reach for them. they've been able to attend. We had people literally from all over the world, which has been really nice. And you know, having you here obviously is an extra treat, because I would say that 50% has one of your products, and the other 50% has it on their list to purchase it as soon as it either comes available or the cash is available to them.
Okay.
So you've got a very large fan base with the people attending this type of event.
Yeah, I want
I'm
to
very
give
thankful for that, actually.
I'm going to give a shout out to Scott Hunter, because Scott's the person that connected Gideon and I. And we've emailed each other in the past on various things anyway, but I didn't even think about emailing you for this, and I apologize for that, because CRX is typically a U.S. event, and most people, like you said, won't make the trek over across, because it is quite a journey to get to the U.S. to do it. But Scott put us in touch for this, literally 2 days ago or something like this. Yeah. So.
Yeah, 2 days ago, 3 days maybe.
Yeah.
3 days ago. Yeah. No, yeah, it's a good thing. Scott and I do talk quite a bit, so now and then, and I'm glad that it came up.
Yeah, we're glad to have you. I'm glad we could work it out with all the issues with time zones. And so was it nice to go visit your friends and stuff, since you have a lockdown before and all that?
Yeah, I must say it is quite isolating, to be at home all the time. Even though I would consider myself as a nerd, or at least as an engineer with let's say different kind of social skills than average. I really do see how important it is to see people, to meet with them, to talk to them, and to just have a laugh and stand in front of a whiteboard and just express ideas. It is limiting to be at home, and being at friends' house is always cool. It's always nice.
Yeah, right. So I think our saving grace for us, for our little group, is that we call it Friday night chats. And so all of us from CRX, we actually get on a video chat, and it's kind of our nice little vent session for what we had go wrong on the week on our day jobs and stuff. And then we can, it's an escape for us, where we can actually, literally we're up until to the point where we're all fading and have to go to bed because we can't be up anymore. Yeah, so it's a nice escape once a week for us.
I think that's the nice thing with these events, and I think that's what the Commodore 64 community across the world, and I've had the opportunity to live in quite a few countries and see quite a bit of that. It really bonds everybody together. It is something. It was a time in your life when nobody had any money. We're all scraping by to get floppy disks that we could cut holes so we could use both sides. We would maybe copy for our own use, obviously, some software here and there, and we would all, be teams with friends. You brag at the school yard about what you had been coding that last night. Everybody would still read books. Computers came with a manual, and it was team effort to make that next step. And in a way, Gideon, you've created a product that allows a lot of people to relive some of that, and then you layer on top of that a very interesting technical platform that gives all kinds of modern day expansion possibilities and interests that people can layer on. So I really do think it fills a niche in a great maker type of community that was much more normal back in the day when we were young, because you had to make it yourself because you couldn't afford anything. So you would you had to jerry rig it up. That's the way to do it.
It's interesting that you mention it like that, because sometimes I must honestly say that I get irritated with my kids that they are not coming up with any ideas to do for themselves.
Yeah,
it's like they need to continue to be fed by YouTube or something else to pass the day, basically.
Yeah,
but what you said is correct. We had to, because we didn't have any other options. And maybe if we had those options to do it the lazy way, maybe we would have done it that way as well.
It's interesting. I caught myself one time in my life early on in the same thing, where I was working on a 64 project. I think I was at Central Point Software. I wrote copy 264. I was sitting at the desk there, and I needed to calculate something for like a sector offset. And so a piece of paper, I kid you not, I wrote question mark and then the formula, and I waited. And I would normally type that into the 64, print, with a question mark, print, and then this formula to get the answer. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm really relying on a computer now instead of doing my own math skills for real or on a calculator. I'm waiting for the piece of paper to respond to me at this point. So I realized I need to be a little more diligent in my actual focus on doing things myself and not relying on other technology.
So Gideon, when you approach your boss about working a day less in the week, that probably have been preceded times before that, where you try to explain to your boss that you want to use this very new technology and these chipsets that are used for very different purposes to rebuild a very old computer platform. What kind of response did you get there? Were they kind of like trying to make sure you were well?
Well, yeah, at first it just happened alongside of the work. So it already was kind of an established thing before I went to my employer saying, yeah, I would like to work a day less. So it was not really like he had a lot of choice.
Well, that's good for you.
But that said, I must say that working part-time is very, very common here in Europe.
Yeah.
So it may not be so in the US, but here, I think, no, I wouldn't know what percentage, but a large percentage of the workforce works part-time.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good thing to point out. It is very uncommon in the US, especially this arrangement of the 32 hours that you have set up. That's not nearly as common indeed. It's a great setup. But so, have you got a lot of colleagues that have become nerds or came back to their childhood dream of the Commodore 64 as a result of your work here?
I have one colleague who is actually partly guilty for me making the ultimate cartridge.
Are you still friends?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We don't really talk that much anymore because he's usually on other projects, but than I am on. But yeah, he's a 128 user, and he helped me in the very beginning with the Ultimate One when that came out, and actually the idea was like a joint idea. It was not only my idea to make it like that. So I had the drive emulation, and I was talking to my colleague about it, and he was also enthusiastic, and he said, well, you have to have some kind of a menu to select what kind of disk you want to run, and you have to be able to do it directly from the Commodore. You should not be needing a PC to select what kind of disk image you need to run. And well, it went back and forth. Went to the whiteboard and talking about it, and well, I said maybe you can just use the VIC just to show the menu, and from there it started to become the way it has grown.
It's great. I'm gonna try and see if I can field a few more questions that came in on the Discord. One of the questions that came up, we all know about the famous 1541 compatibility that you've been able to build into your product. There's a question: do you think there's ever going to be a day that we may be something similar of a level with the 1581 as a compatibility level?
I wouldn't want to give that away. But it is something that Scott and I have been talking about recently, of how to solve that.
We'll call it a maybe for those people on the Discord. That's a maybe.
Yeah, it's a maybe. It's a maybe. As you may know, that Scott Hutter actually implemented some a software emulation of the 1581 command set and everything that the 1581 can do, including mounting images to that software emulation. But of course, it does not provide the level of accuracy of emulation as the 1541 emulation does. Basically, for that reason, it is not included in the mainstream Git branch. But we have been talking offline, also because I really appreciate all the effort that Scott has put into that, on how to pull that to a next level. So it is definitely something that is under discussion, but I cannot promise when it will be finished.
You see, guys, you got upgraded from a maybe to a when rather than an if.
So what can we hold you to? Is there any features that are actually coming out that you know are going to come out?
The feature I was mentioning earlier, to have a faster access to the direct USB, will be coming out.
Okay.
Actually, in 2 versions. I have a kernel patch for the Commodore 64 kernel that actually enables you to load directly from the USB without the use of IEC cable. But of course, a lot of people are also using other ROMs like Jiffy DOS. Mm-hmm. And for people that use Jiffy DOS, I am working on how do I say that? A modified Final Cartridge 3 image, which is the same functionality as the kernel patch.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So Gideon, is there anything that you want to say? I mean, to say to the community, or like stop emailing me, or?
No, the biggest thing I always want to say is how grateful I am to the community to support my hobby, basically, and to give me positive feedback for also when things are not going so well. When there are bugs and stuff like that, people have been usually very friendly, very supportive. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. It's a great group of people, this community. So it has been a blast to be part of it.
Gideon, it's so interesting you say this. I think that is what holds this whole Commodore community together. Back when we were young, this was a very tight-knit community, and everybody would help each other. Everybody would, whomever had the first game, we would share. Whomever had learned something new, we would share. We've seen it in these past few days here as well. We've had no bad people. Everybody's been supportive and helpful, and I think that's a really unique, especially in a year like this, where everybody is being put under multiple challenges. It's bringing people together, something that brings them a good piece of nostalgia, and at the same time entices them to do things, to get involved. And it's a really positive community, and it's great to have someone like yourself be involved like that. There's a lot of people that will continue to beg, demand, wish for more features. Please always remember that they do that because they are so passionate about the product, and we can only hope that you'll remain as passionate about the products that you've brought out for all of us to enjoy.
Yeah, I'd like to elaborate a little bit on that. So I met Yuri 2 years ago at CRX. I'd never met him before, and within a very short period of time, I felt like I'd known Yuri since the 80s, because you get into the same kind of thing where you're razzing each other about, how come you didn't put the disc in the right way, and all the things that we used to do back in the day. It was exactly like we had teleported back into the 80s, and it seems to be that way with this community. It's anybody that came from that genre still feels that they're in that genre when we have events like this, and it's a very, very tight-knit and I think really growing community. And so I think it's really opened our eyes with this online event, where we can go in the future. and how much easier it is to communicate with people like you being thousands of miles or kilometers, in your case, away. And really appreciate you taking the time to come and visit with us. And it's nice to actually meet you face to face, since we've emailed before over the years, actually, since the very first Ultimates. Yeah. And so it's nice to put a face to the name. And I'm hoping you really will look into coming to next year to visit us at Las Vegas. And you can bring your family, spend a vacation time over here.
That would be great.
Yeah, tell your employer you've got to go for an R&D meeting and make it a write-off.
Silicon Valley, pop by Silicon Valley, and then pop over to Vegas. You're combining the best of two worlds.
For sure.
It's a good place to be for Dutch people. You'll be welcomed with open arms, Gideon.
So, is there any other questions we have for Gideon at all?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, both of you, Jim, Yuri. If there are any questions left, I will be on the Discord for approximately half an hour or a little more. So
yeah, it's late your time.
It's midnight right now. So
Tomorrow is a working day again.
Yeah.
I'm still in my holiday.
Good for you.
I have holiday until I just came back from a trip, and my work starts on Tuesday. So
for those people in the US, it's very normal in Europe to have 6 weeks of holidays. That's how we tease here in the US.
I wish I had. I only have 5.
You dream about that.
Yeah, I know. That is maybe one of the reasons I'm not so fond of the idea of going to the US to work there. I can imagine.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, it's been fantastic.
Yep. So thank you again for hanging out with us, and we'll put you into the Discord channel, and people can bombard you with questions. I'm sure they will.
Okay, that will just be the Gideon Schweitzer channel that you created?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. I will be there for some time more.
And if you can, we need to put, I don't know if we're in that room, I've not looked to see at the top. We need to put we need to get you propped up here and with some links to your forum, to a blog, any social media stuff you've got. We need to put in that room so people can actually get a hold of you and purchase your products, so you can spend more time packing and shipping.
Thank you very much, Jim. That is very considerate of you.
Yeah. All right.
Excellent.
We'll let you go.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, you all. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hey, Jim.
Yes, sir.
What's next?
It's me. I gotta go. I lost your audio, Yuri.
Oh, I'm off mute now.
Oh.
Is this the Flux one?
This is the Flux one, yeah.
Oh.
So
where is your channel?
Let's see. I'm going to go, and I'm going to.
Are we going to do it? Let's. Which product were you going to show? You were going to do some floppy dumping.
I'm going to go through. People wanted to know about. Basically, what did I wrote down here? How to identify a track gap. So I'm going to explain how you need to go about duplicating a track, the fundamentals of that. And once you know that, then you'll be able to copy anything on the planet, basically, at that point.
Give me a second. Let's in the lobby.
I was going to kick you out of here, actually, but I guess I'll leave you in.
Get myself into that one.
I think while you do that, I'm going to go bail out of here for real quick, and I'm going to get a drink.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll set it up real quick.
Okay.
So, guys, in a few minutes, Jim Drew will demonstrate one of his products. I think it's called SCP, if I remember correctly. Someone will correct me somewhere. It will be on the Discord. Will be in the CBM stuff channel. There's quite a few people that have purchased over the years Jim's Flux copier. For those people that are still using floppy disks like myself, because I just like the whole nostalgia of that. So Jim will demonstrate some of this more of the specialized features of his tool. I spent some time with him last year with the teacher to try and get through this, and I'm glad we're going to do it on video now, so we can actually look back, and I don't have to ask him every week how am I supposed to do some of this.
All right, I'm back.
Hi.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, what was John? Was John online? Was John online? You know, we should have him. You know,
John Farrell?
Yeah, he would have been.
It's a good question. I don't know if he's here.
Well,
I don't see him.
He's going to be missing out.
It'll be yeah, Sonic Boom 2K. Nope, not there.
Oh.
All right. Well, hi, John. You could have been here
exactly.
to roast me.
Now you're going to read it on video.
That's right.
Everybody's going to hear that you didn't show up.
And not only that, he has no way to defend himself when we talk about him.
Exactly. Oh, for once.
For once, for real. Okay, so I'm Jim Drew. If you saw my video yesterday, which we're trying to actually get put back on YouTube because we had a small issue with a copyright strike. Actually, we had 6 of them, but we got permission back from all the people that were performers. Actually, their label or whatever is what filed the copyright strike, and so like Go280, Angelica, and somebody else as well. So we're getting that fixed so we can restore the video. And so I talked about CBM stuff and the products that we do, and so I do this as a hobby business. It's not my day job. It used to be my day job. So from 1983 until about 2001, it was my day job to design hardware and software for Commodore computers. So I did tape copying for the PETs. Then I transitioned to disc copying for the 1541s, disc copying for the Amigas, and then ironically, how I got back into this whole thing is that in 2012, so about a 10, 11-year hiatus, I wasn't doing any development for Commodore stuff. I got an email from somebody asking if I could provide software for my SuperCard Plus board, which was a hardware board that goes inside of your 1541 disk drive. If I could give him some software for my board that I was selling on eBay. And I thought, well, that's odd. I'm not selling anything on eBay. So I went and looked, and a company in the UK had basically knocked off my boards and had been selling them for about 5 years. And as far back as eBay would go, they sold a lot of them. And so I was pretty angry about that. And so I sent them a letter and said, hey, stop doing that. And then it kind of opened my eyes up because, you know, and by 2001, even the Amiga was dead. I mean, the 64 was long dead at that point, and then the Amiga was dead. And then at some magical point after then, there was this retro resurgence of people playing with their computers. And so 2012, it was pretty, you know, big. And ever since then, I mean, now it's huge. It's giant. And so I'm making new products for the 64 and some stuff for basically all computers as well, like my Y modem 232. It's an RS-232 modem that you can be used with a PC or Atari ST or Amiga or a BBC Micro, anything that has a RS-232 port. So I wanted to make a modern flux copier, and so I won't go on the whole backstory, but let's say that the CryoFlux people were my competitors back in the Amiga days. That was basically the Cyclone bunch. So in Europe, you guys had Cyclone Xcopy, and in the US, we had all of my stuff. And so I didn't know that initially. And so I basically wanted to use a CryoFlux board to be able to recover some of my source code from my 1541, formatted disks. And so after a little back and forth and, we're better than you type of thing, I said, you know what, I just need to make a new updated version for myself. And so I created SuperCard Pro. And with the premise really was to be able to recover my own disks. And like I was talking with before in the last session with Gideon, a lot of times developers, we make things that we need, and then we end up finding that somebody else might need it as well. And so that's how it worked out in this case. So the SuperCard Pro is a flux copier. And if you don't know what flux is, we could do an entire weekend of what flux is, really. But to simplify it, what flux is the magnetic transitions on a disk. And if anybody wants to know about flux, you need to Google it, because there's a bunch of websites that explain it pretty well and visually. So visually is the way you're going to have to understand it, really. So you have magnets that are north and south polarity, and this head is able to write down on a disk these transitions. Those transitions become a pulse. That pulse gets interpreted from an analog form into a digital form, and the digital form ends up being pulses that are clocked at a certain rate, depending on what disk format it is. It's pretty elaborate, really. But the underlying whole thing is that you've got what we call bit cells, and it's the duration of a magnetic transition that we end up seeing. And so if you can reproduce data at a flux level, then you can reproduce anything, basically. So there's no way to circumvent any kind of copy protection that you may find with a flux. It can do anything. There are some limitations on what you can read and write on some formats. So for example, the SuperCard Pro uses a standard PC floppy drive, either a 5 1/4 inch or a 3 1/2 inch or an 8 inch or a 3 inch. There's different types of drives, and they all work with it. And we just added hard drive support, actually, for MFM hard drives. So a 34-pin floppy port, anything that has that kind of connector, you can actually plug in to the SuperCard board. And so you're ready to just go, let's see, am I spotlighted there? That's better. Okay, so anything you can.
I'm picking up something here.
Okay,
Don't worry.
So anything that that can be plugged into the SuperCard, we can basically dump the data from it. And so my purpose for the SuperCard really was just my stuff. And I wanted to do it at a flux level because I know flux level. And I know how to convert to upper level formats. Now, when I say upper level, it's going to be a level that you might have heard called GCR, which is a group code recording, or the MFM or FM. These are different upper level structures. And what those are, they're encoding mechanisms of the flux data. So those pulses that I was referring to, those get converted into a data stream. That data stream becomes GCR, MFM, or FM. And at that point, you can take that data and then do one more conversion of an upper level to get actual raw bytes that you can use on a computer. So basically, there's a flux to an intermediate level to the upper level, the most upper level, which is your data level. And so I know those things, and I didn't care so much about making a commercial product for this, really. It kind of snowballed into that whole thing. So I ended up making my own editor. So the editor itself, I can pop this over to here. Let me see if I can turn my screen sharing on here. Let's see. Hi, screen share. I don't know if you can see that, though. We'll stop that share. Pick a window. There we go. There. So I'm assuming you can see this window, Yuri? Hello, Yuri. Okay. I guess he can't see
indeed.
it. Okay, good. Okay.
Good.
Okay. So I created this basically at first, and let me switch into Flux. So
it's gone now, eh? Hey, Jim. I could until you asked me.
Oh, do you see it now still?
No. Let me see. No.
Oh.
I had it for a second and then it was gone. Let me check on the live feed for a second as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Can you just go to stay on that? Stay on Flux. Yeah, I can see that on the live feed. We have it.
Okay. So you see my mouse moving around then?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
You're on Flux,
Okay.
and I saw the drop
Okay.
bar.
Good. Okay. So I created this, and basically this was for myself, so I could kind of verify what I thought was correct for it. Now, so for Flux, I made the very first Flux disk copier in 1983, and it's funny because at one of the events, either CRX or Convex, I don't recall which, a few years ago, I brought the schematics in actually, and I have one board that I did find. And so back in 1983, we had the 1541 disk drive, and Yuri can attest to this. Everybody in Europe apparently used tapes because they were way too expensive to buy a disk drive. And so even in the US, buying a disk drive was as much as the computer and cost-wise. The flux copier required 2 disk drives, and one of them had to be dismantled so you couldn't use it as a disk drive. So the viability of being a commercial product was pretty much nil of that. But that's when I had done the very first flux copying, and that was basically taking the read data off of one drive and then converting it and through an amplifier and buffer into the write of the next drive, and the serial cable between the 2 drives and the computer was used to basically say start the transition, stop the transition. And we're going to go over some of that today, which is really important to know. So the flux data that SuperCard Pro actually does, you have to be able to convert it to a usable value for a computer. So SuperCard Pro, it captures the pulses of the magnetic transitions every 25 nanoseconds. That's how it works. So it runs at a 40 megahertz clock. And so the resolution basically is 25 nanosecond. And I found in experimenting, anything less than 20 is a waste, really. I didn't see any benefit doing anything less than 20. I could have gone to 20, but 25 was a nice even multiple, because if you look at the bit cell times that are for MFM or for GCR, you're going to find that those times are 1 microsecond or 2 microsecond or 4 or 6 or 8. They're an even multiple of microseconds. They're not some oddball value. So with this, you could actually capture an exact value of the bit cell time. And so that was important to me. And I figured 25 nanoseconds, yeah, that's fine. It's a nice even multiple. It's a great resolution. It's a little bit higher than what the maximum would actually be if you're into severe preservation, but they work just fine. So I have to be able to convert that into a time. So this is flux mode, and you're going to see these values like 00C7, 0 dB. So these are a word wide, which is 16 bits, and this is an actual time value. So the bit cell time is like 00C7 long. And so if you're wanting to look at this to make your own software, I actually have a full API that's all open, and for the SuperCard image format, as well as controlling the hardware itself. So C7 and hex becomes 199 in decimal, and if you times that by 25, you're going to get 4.975 microseconds. So that's how long that bit cell is, and so that's what this ends up being converted into, is an actual time. So that time represents each one of the bit cell times in a flux level. And when you go to the upper level, which could be MFM, FM, or GCR, then it actually gets converted into a value. And you can see MFM doesn't convert well at all because what I've got loaded is not an MFM thing, or FM is not well. So, and we'll go to GCR. So that's what that is. So the biggest question is, what is required to make a perfect copy, and what is required to make a working disk? And so to make a working disk first, you have to reproduce a disk where the read is done with 1 full revolution or more. And when you write it back out, you have to have enough data to be able to put what's called the write splice in the correct location. A write splice is where the head writing is turned off. So on a format routine, you would basically start your writing with the hardware, and then you would start sending data to the head. And when you turn off the writing, it has to be in a location that does not overlap where you started, for one. That's the most important thing, because then at that point you destroy the beginning of what you were writing. And sometimes you'll do that on purpose so that you eliminate any previous data that was there. So a format usually will actually format about, a little over 1 track's worth of space. So you're guaranteed to make sure you wiped out everything that was there. So on a 1541 disk drive, that's what we're going to focus on today. But this all applies to Amiga or anything else you're working with. 1541 has a particular level layout. So they use GCR on a 1541, and Commodores use GCR on all their older drives as well. And so when you load this in, and on this example I've loaded, this is actually the paperback writer 64. This was a very heavily copy protected disk back in the day. And in fact, this is the very first disk that I ever ran into that required some form of hardware to actually duplicate. And I'll give you a little quick history on the 1541. So the 1541 is a disk drive that only has 2K of RAM in it. And so a track is approximately 8K of data. So you can't fit 8K of data in a 2K space. So there's no way to spool the contents of a track into memory. And so what you can do is you can cleverly piece together a track. And so after multiple reads and writes, you can actually recreate a track. And if you look at the Commodore GCR format, that's exactly how it works, because there's no way to write an entire track at once. You're going to see in this example here, I'll turn that off, there's a sync mark, which is a marker to let the hardware know that there's data coming that you need to pay attention to. So these are highlighted in white on this demo here. And then what's called a header block. And if you click on this on the software, it actually will highlight the header block for you. And then down below, it'll show you the header data that's up here that's been converted from GCR into that upper level format that I was talking about. This is the actual hex data that we can use on the computer side. And then so when you decode this header, it becomes track 1, sector 2, and the disk ID is PW. Anybody familiar with the Commodore 64 knows that when you initialize, which is format, a disk, you give it a name and an ID. So this ID is contained in the header, along with the sector and the track for every single sector. And then the 00 OK, there's also a checksum. So it will actually do a checksum. So the format for the 1541 is a sync mark, which is 40 or more 1 bits in the flux data. And if you go take a look at the flux level, you're going to see that the value here is like 6B, 6D. So these are very short transitions. And a short transition is a 1, actually, in the way the GCR works out. So let me go back to the GCR here. So there's our sector header. And then we have what's called the header gap. So to make sure that you have enough time in the hardware to be able to decode this data, because remember the 1541, although it was a full-on computer, much like the 64, running at the same speed of 1 megahertz, you still needed time to convert the GCR over into the data that we can use, which is this data here. And so it takes some time to do that. There's not enough space in RAM to have a table to do real-time conversion, and there was no ROM or any kind of code in the Commodore ROMs to do real-time conversion. So you were stuck basically converting. So this transition period here is basically put in on purpose by Commodore to allow you enough time to decode this data, and by the time you're done decoding this data, the next sync mark will appear. And when that appears, then we have what's called the very first byte after the sync mark. This is called a data block. So this is the data block sync, and this is the data block ID. And every single Commodore DOS data block IDs are going to be 55. That's what always starts it. And if you highlight that with SuperCard Pro software, it actually highlights the entire data block. So this is the amount of data that's required to make up 1 sector. A sector is 256 bytes of converted data. But for GCR, because we have to do that GCR to upper level conversion, I've skipped over so much for GCR. So if you're interested in GCR, there's lots of good guides out there for doing the conversion and explaining how GCR is converted into this actual data. I'm skipping a lot of this stuff because we're going to get to more flux stuff. Basically, this data block is going to be 320 bytes of GCR. That's how many bytes gets converted. So it's a 4-5 conversion. So it requires 5 GCR bytes to get 4 converted real bytes that we use for our data, which is why it's basically 320 bytes plus a checksum and the data block ID. Also, again, you can see now we've got the data block gap here at the end of the data block. You can see what's not highlighted. Now I'll actually highlight it right here. So this is the amount of time that can go by until the next sync happens. Now, besides this gaps here and here for being a time, this was more for time here really as well. But dry speed variations can change the amount of time that's available as well. So you might have 1 or 2 bytes of difference in time because of dry speed. You slow a dry speed down or speed it up, especially speeding up is going to get shorter. So we wanted to have some space in here. It's a buffer until the next sync. And so we have now the next sync mark for the next sector. And we click on this, we can see now it's sector 3. So this one was sector 2. So when Commodore formats their normal DOS disk, they format so that all the sectors are sequential. You'll have sector 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to the max number of sectors on a track. And that max number of sectors depends on the track location. So Commodore was smart in the fact that their 1541 drives have 4 different, we call density zones. They're speed zones. Instead of changing the drive speed to accommodate the fact that the disk gets smaller as you get towards the center, they change the compression of the signal going into the drive, which or into the magnetic surface. And we call that a density back in the day. It's our density zones, and we had 4 of them. So tracks 1 through 17 had 21 sectors you could have that would fit on a track. But when you got to track 18, that changed. You could only have 19 sectors on a track because the compression was required. Because you got closer and closer to the center of the disk, you've got a smaller amount of space to write your data in. So you had to compress it down. So the closer you get to the hub, the fewer number of sectors there are. And so it goes 21, 19, 18, 17, 16. So that's the order they're in. And again, if you look anything on GCR, you're going to find information about this everywhere. So I don't need to basically rehash all that. So one thing about this is that since the 1541 doesn't have a bunch of memory, you can format a disk in 1 revolution, no problem, because you can pre-calculate all of these headers. And you can put them in a table, and then you can go and when you get to that point, you can write to, let's say we're going to start with this for whatever reason, start sector 2. So you're going to write the sync, write the header, write the gap, write the sync, and then for a data block, we can cheat this by writing what we know will be a valid data block, even though it won't have any data in it. And then we write a gap, and then the next sync. And so we can do a format in 1 revolution, no problem. And so Commodore didn't do that with their format routine. They actually go and they check how much data will fit on a track. And that's why the format routine takes a long time, is they actually check the disk surface, and they do verify and how much data will fit, and they adjust the amount of gap space here. It can be adjusted by that routine. And so that's why we have fast format routines, because we don't want to wait. And so once we are all done with it on the format, if we use the method for the fast formatters where we start the write, we write all the data and turn off the write, at the very end of that write, we get what's called a write splice. And what the write splice is when the magnetic energy from the head collapses from being turned off. So there's a transition period, and it lasts for quite some time, actually. It could last for 2 or 3 bit cells, and the bit cells could be, like on a Commodore, is going to be 4, 8, 10, whatever they've got for their particular density zone. So it might be, yeah, maybe 2, 3, basically what we call a smear. And so imagine if you take a regular light bulb, not an LED light bulb, but a regular light bulb, and you turn off the light. It doesn't go instantly off. There's a transition period where it dims all the way down to nothing. Same thing for the magnetic energy on the head. So you get a right splice. And so because the Commodore 1541 drives only had 2K of memory, when you wrote a sector, what the routine does is it goes and it finds the sync mark, finds the header, and then will, when it gets past the gap period, which is an arbitrary period of time that it thinks it needs to be waiting, it will turn on the write head, it'll write the sync mark, it'll write the data block, and then it will turn off the writing again. And so what you end up getting on SuperCard Pro, you'll see things like this, where, so this is a good example where the write head is being turned on, actually, in this case, because it causes a write splice as well, because it affects whatever bit cells happen to be there in the beginning. So there's a ramp up period and a ramp down period when you turn on and off the head. So you're going to see we get, we call these weak bits because they are bits that are invalid and they actually float and they change values. But you can see the fact that it actually is a different value in front of the start of the sync marks. And then you transition. So this is how the 1541 with limited memory was able to actually go and write sector data in its piece together. So that's what we do on this to actually do copying for like a standard disk, is that we actually piece it together sector by sector by sector. So the nibblers back in the day that we had for the 1541, we all had to do the same thing on this. And for copy protected material, what we we would have to actually reproduce the headers too. So I think Dave at Central Point Software, who wrote the very first copy 2 before I got there, he had this notion that you should be doing a pre-scan of the disk. And so basically on it, what it does is it goes, looks at the sync mark, and it pulls all of these, this header data and the next sync mark, pretending it's a header as well, and puts those in a table, and then goes back and compares to see if the data block was really a data block. And it was actually quite elaborate routine. Prior to that, when I was doing copying stuff, I simply just knew that it's gonna have to start with a 52 if it's gonna be anything that Commodore can read. Because one thing that the Commodore DOS does, and the guys that wrote VMAX copy protection learned pretty early on, is that the Commodore DOS does the same thing. It will actually look for a sync and then the 52 and the header data. And that's how it knows where the head is. So if you do like, let's say you just move the head to any arbitrary position with your hand, and you load a directory, which comma 8, comma 1, the directory track is on track 18. And so the drive turns on and the head starts reading, the DOS starts reading data, and it says, okay, where are we? And it will read a sector and look at this header and say, ah, we're on track 1. So we need to step X number of steps to get to track 18. And so the first versions of Commodore DOS, back with the 2040 drive, there was a little bit of a glitch here because they used to step from wherever it was to its directory track on that, which is a different track. They stepped to it directly. And then the CBM DOS later, when the 1541 came out, it actually steps to the next upper track, knowing it has to get from track 1 to track 2 to track 3. So it steps to the next track and then read the sector, steps to track the next, and then all the way up to 18. So that's why when you load a directory, you hear a and it gets up to the directory track, because it's actually reading sectors that goes through to make sure that it's in the right path. And so when you've got a copy protected disk that doesn't have a reference like this header, what happens is that you get this flashing drive light as the head steps back and forth looking for this header, and then you get the infamous rattle of the drive where it can't find it. And when it goes into the rattle routine, it knows it's called the end stop, the bump routine. Then at that point, it actually forces itself to track 18 because it knows that's where it should be, and then you can find the directory. So copy protection back in the day, what they would start doing early on was they would stick funny data into the header, but you had to make sure the checksum worked. So the ID itself might be a little bit different or whatever. And so when you format a disk in the directory, you'll see the name, comma ID. Some of the early protections, they simply change the ID in the actual sector itself. So what you see in the directory track or the itself is you'll see the BAM, which is the block allocation map, and the information about the disk, which is the header for it. And that has the disk name and the ID that's in ASCII text. And so that doesn't have to match what's in a sector header. And so that was a protection they used pretty early on. They checked to see if they two match, and if they didn't, then they knew this was a copy. And then people would put data in the gaps because Commodore DOS doesn't look at this at all. In fact, 42A9, A5 is a real common value used by trace duplication machines. Instead of being 55s, this is what's used by Commodore DOS. So people put gap data in here. And so for copy protection back in the day with our nibblers, to be able to copy these, we had to be able to basically copy the header and the gap that's here for the header gap, and then the data gap between here, because it wasn't too uncommon to have this data through here also contain some funny data. And so we were able to duplicate these. And so then comes this program here. This is Paperback Writer for the Commodore 64. This was the very first program I'd ever seen in my life that we could not copy on the 1541. And the reason for that, it looks good. I mean, we've got header data here, everything's fine. And if you go to track 18, I'm assuming Yuri, this is actually showing still correctly for this. Are you there, Yuri?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Okay, good. So I didn't know if the window changed or something. So this is the directory track, track 18, and this happens to be sector 12. And in fact, let me sneak into here. So you can scroll your data here. And so when the Supercar Pro read this, I use the index pulse as a reference, and I'll get into that whole mess here too. So this is what basically the 1541 doesn't have an index sensor, and the index sensor is basically a reference point for the disk when it rotates. So if you ever pull up, take a look when your 5 1/4 floppies, you're going to see a hole off to one side in the center by the hub, and that is for the index pulse sensor. And the 1541 didn't have one. So you could write and you could read data arbitrarily anywhere. There was no starting or stopping off of a particular signal. The PC floppy drives use the index pulse. Some other computers use the index pulse, like Atari ST, TRS-80, pretty much anything that adhered to the ISO format used by IBM and such, basically uses an index pulse. Commodore, for whatever reason, in both the 64s and the Amiga, they didn't use the index pulse. At least in the Amiga, it was available, and on 1541, it wasn't. A 1571 had the index pulse, and later on in history, that would actually be used for helping to make copies of things. So this is sector 12. Like I said, there's going to be 19 sectors here, starting at 0. So that's 12, that's 13, and that's 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's see, is that 18? That's 17. So there's your 18 sector basically is here. And then if you highlight the data block, so this is how much, wait a minute, I got one more sector. Yeah, they're 18, there we go. Let me go up here, highlight the data block. So this is all the data used for the last sector. And so between the last sector and the beginning of the first sector again, you have all this space in here. So this is called the track gap. And so this data also sometimes copy protection had data in it, but later on, and which is also one of the requirements for having hardware to duplicate a disk. So between this last sector here, and this is actually the start of the first sector. So this looks pretty all normal stuff here, and we could all copy this stuff. And so when I looked at this disk the first time, I was like, man, no big deal. And I looked at, like I showed you here, this is track 1. And then, so being the kind of guy that I was, wanting to know where everything was, I actually made a digital track display for the 1541. And I've actually brought the original drive to Convex and to CRX as well, show people what I actually used for one of my development tools. and it actually logged in the track using the stepper motor phases. And so how that works, since there's no reference point to the end stop, track 1, you have to let it either rattle the head or you load a disk in where track 18 was known, and then you hit a button and then the track display would show 18. And at that point, when the head moved, the track display would be correct. It would show you. So I load this program up, and lo and behold, it goes to this track here on track 11. Whoops, I can, there. So it goes to track 11. So I thought, okay, and of course, back in the day, we didn't have like great tools for analyzing everything. And so we had no idea how some of this stuff actually worked. And to read it all in, we had no way of reading the whole entire track in. So I created this board that was an 8K RAM expansion that I could spool the whole track in. And you notice in this track that after each one of the sync marks, there's not a 52. So every single one of these is a unique header. So basically they created their own header here. I thought, no big deal. It's not a problem at all, except that they use every bit of data. There's no data block I can highlight other than doing like this. So they do this. This is how much data they use on that, all the way out to here. And so because of the write splice problem with the head energy, when it collapses and when you start a write, it actually energizes, you would normally get weak bits through here, and they actually have valid data here. And so the only way to actually duplicate this is to spool the entire track into a buffer, or, as the Europeans found out, use a parallel cable and spool it into the computer and write it back out the same way. So that sounds great. So like I said, there's no reference point for an index pulse sensor for the 1541. So when you read, it's any arbitrary locations where you start the read. So you've got all this data and you don't have any idea where the data starts and where it ends. And so that was the magic of all the copy programs back in the day, is determining exactly when to start and stop a read. And so you take a look at like my SuperCard Plus software, I had what's called copier files. And the copier files basically were just information for the copier saying, okay, when you find this header, count this many bytes of data, and that's where you stop the write. And by having that kind of a flexibility and adjustments right on the screen, we literally could reproduce a disk actually before it was ever released. So I had a partnership in a software rental store, and we had rentals of software, much like Blockbuster Video had rentals of videos. And so we would get pre-release stuff in, or release things in, a week or two before it was supposed to be put out on the shelf. And so the software rental store, of course, people always destroyed the software. So I made copies of all of our software backups for it, which was, of course, legal. And because I had to repair a lot of disks. And so by the time the disk was put on the shelf, we already had the information about how to copy that disk for our customers to back up their originals as well. So what's the difference between a perfect copy and a working copy? Well, a working copy really is one that you're able to say, okay, so we know the track ends here. Let's go ahead and just say, tell people, if you put the right splice here, it's not going to affect the data that gets loaded. So on this particular case, this is the gap area for the paperback writer series. So none of this data is actually used or checked, but everything else before that. In fact, it's funny, they put a sync mark at the end of this, and I think just to fool people to think that this was actually data. So if we put the start and stop here, then we would actually have a working track at that point. And you had to do that for all 35 or 38 or 40 tracks. And once you did that, then the copy worked fine. No problem whatsoever. And you can make copies of copies this way as well. So it was a pretty foolproof method. So for preservation purposes, there's lots of arguments about how this should be done. And so I'm going to spoil everybody's day probably that argues with me, because there's a big argument actually going on right now about it. There's a project, there's a lot of people that do this, all right, and it's not like any kind of magic that's involved. There's a project called Flux Engine, and there's a project called Grease Weasel, and there's some other ones that are out there, and there's the one for the Apple, which is applesauce. And the applesauce one, so it's a board similar to what I'm doing with the SuperCard Pro. And they're using the original, like the Shugart SA400 Apple drives plugged into the hardware. And that particular device has 125 nanosecond capture rate, so it's 1/5 the resolution of SuperCard Pro. And the guy does pretty much like what I've done for forever on flux copying. You read all the data in, and you simply shift the flux around multiple revolutions until it all lines up, and you can time the rotation period from track to track. And when you step ahead, you can also do a reference on it too. So it's a lot of work in software side, but there's a thing called track skew. And so that was one of the protections that they actually used on later on in life with Commodore 64. Rapid Lock used it because I made Copy Lock, which is a protection scheme that's well, I'll go into that at some point. But with Rapid Lock is the same kind of protection. Basically, what it means is that we're on track, let's say we're on track 11 like this. When you step ahead to track 12 and start reading, the copy protection expects to find data that it wants to see right then and there without any kind of a delay or a very, very small delay. So when you're writing back a disk, each track, like I said, there's no reference point to an index pulse. So you have to basically create a methodology to be able to synchronize those tracks so that when you step from track to track to track without having an index pulse as a reference, you'll be able to recreate that exactly. For preservation sakes, you can use the index pulse and then shift your data and you can make it exact. You don't have to have an index pulse at all. You can actually shift the data, and you can, with plus minus 1 bit cell of accuracy, you can recreate a track to track step. And how you do that is you're going to do multiple reads back and forth between the tracks, making a reference point. And then what you can also do is do a write. That's the easiest way to do it. Write from track to track, go back and read the results, and you can determine exactly how much offset there is for the speed of the head. It's about speed of the head. That's a good point. So let's chat about a few years ago. I did copy protection, and I did also copy programs, but mostly copy programs. And back in the day, you did not want to try to reproduce your competitor's product, because the last thing you want to do, and you can attest to this, is walk into some quote unquote user group meeting and see whatever the latest copy program is on everybody's screens. And it's courtesy of them being able to copy it and make copies for your buddies and stuff. And so I go to what we call in the US a pizza party, because we would all meet at your local pizza parlor, and there would be dozens of machines set up in a pizza place. And everybody would have the same copy program up because somebody cracked it or copied the disk originally. And so you don't want anybody using your competitor's program, so you wouldn't crack it and you wouldn't copy it. So fast forward to a few years ago, when I started looking at originals of 21-second backup, which was a parallel copier from Canada, made by a guy named Charles LeBourne. I found an interesting copy protection that I could not duplicate with SuperCard Pro or any PC drive whatsoever. And that copy protection it's pretty cool. Basically, it uses half tracks, which is not a big deal for the 1541, other than the fact that the erase head on a 1541 is slightly wider than the write head. And so people don't know, you can actually write real, true, full half tracks on a 1541 if you disable the erase part of the head. So if you bulk erase a disk first and then do half track writes, you can actually write fat track protection, which is 2 half tracks side by side, and that works just fine. But on a regular stock drive, you can't write half tracks, a full entire track side by side. So what you would write is either a quarter or a half of a half track step ahead to the next half track, and you would write the next part of the half track again, so they don't overlap each other. So you leave some space in there. So 1541, 21-second backup, what it did is it would step to 10.5 to 11, 11.5, back to 10.5, and then it would step back and forth. But what it was doing was rather ingenious, and incredibly it was reliable, which surprised me more than anything else. It would actually read the data as it stepped. So as the head transitioned from track 10 to track 10.5, it would read the data. And what would happen is that when you energize coils on a stepper motor, there's a lag time. And so that lag time would end up being amount of data that would be on track 10, and then there'd be a short amount of time as the head moved between 10 and 10.5 that it would transition at an arc to that next track, which is 10.5 in this case, and then some more data. So the protection to create it actually wrote data, stepped ahead, and then turned off the write. Seems pretty basic, except there's no immediate like going from here to there. There's a transition, there's an arc. And incredibly, the 1541 circuitry can actually read that, and it's reliable. And there's no actually used data, so it's not code. It's just a pattern that's actually checked, but actually works fine. So on a 1541 drive, either the new NewTek or the Alps Neutronics mechanisms both work fine, because apparently the stepper motor and those have the same speed. But when you try to reproduce it on any of the PC drives that I've tried, the head speed is different. The step rate's different. And I tried everything. I put my finger on it. I tried all kinds of things to try to reproduce it, and there's no way to do it. So I figured it out with the SuperCard Pro software and this little editor program I did. I actually read the data on both the 10 and the 10.5, and then I scrolled, and I actually made 2 copies of this on the screen, and I split screened it and looked, and I was like, wow. So I can see exactly how many bytes were able to be written on the track. I see how many were lost, and there's actually 92 bytes of data in the transition on the arc that actually occur, that have to be there. So pretty elaborate protection scheme, one that we cannot produce on any kind of modern hardware. So I wrote a copy program for the SuperCard Plus, so you could actually reproduce this exact protection on the 1541, and it works just fine. But you know, albeit what, 30 years later or something like that. So how do you do this today for modern stuff? Obviously, we can't do the 21-second backup today, but for modern stuff, the only thing you have to know is when you spool data in, you can see on this particular image file that there's 5 revolutions of data that were pulled in. And so if you want to do a flux display, and I'm going to see if this actually works when I do this. No, it does not. Interesting. So let me try stopping the share and see if I can share both of these. Let's stop the share, and we'll share. Now, I guess I can't. Okay. Limitation of zoom, you're going to get 1. Yuri, do you see the flux display?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So you can look, this is what, when you pull up SuperCard's editor, when you click on the flux display option, it pops up another window. And unfortunately, you can't do a screen share with Zoom. You can only do a window share. So this data is what pulls up. This is the actual flux data, what it looks like graphically represented. And you can see the flux time. There's a 4, 8, and 12, but you can't see it's off the top of the screen because much like Gideon and I were chatting, you know, this is one of those bugs that I've not fixed yet. And Yuri and some other people have bugged me about actually to fix some of these little things. I've done some things at Yuri's request that have been fixed, but I'm not there yet. So this is the flux representation and graphically. So it makes it easier to see what's going on with the data. So you can see like this data here I'm in right now. This is right here. I mean, it's pretty obvious to see that the data is down here. And when we step to other tracks, I'm going to step over here. You're going to see the flux change. I'm not going to see my window stepping. So this is track 18. And on a MFM disk, it's a lot more visible for sectors themselves where they actually appear in here. So this is 5 revolutions of data. And again, one thing I need to add in here is be able to turn off all 5 so you can see just one at a time. So graphically, I can look at something and go, okay, so I know that something oddball is going to be probably the right splice. Like in this case here, I can tell you right now that this little clear line all the way through here, that's the right splice. So if I scroll to where that is in reference to the image, let's see if I can do this, and I can flip back. Yeah, let me flip back to the other screen here so we can see this. I'll stop this share and I will share this again. So we learned quite a bit about Zoom. Okay, so I should be back on the other one as well, right?
Wow.
Okay, so this is that little sliver of emptiness that you saw over on the other side, and this is indeed the track gap area here. So this is the area that's not being used. It's the end of the track, and basically at the end of the last sector to the start of the first sector. So this buffer data here is kind of important. We have this because drive speeds vary when you're writing, and so you're going to lose some data in here, and this fluctuates by 15, 20 bytes or whatever typically. So if you have a large buffer, then you don't ever have to worry about overwriting the data. When we were doing copying of disks, there was a lot of disk protection later on. Vorpal is a good example, which is a known copy protection name used in the epics titles like Championship Wrestling was the very first one. The Summer Games, later ones, and such, they use what's called long track. So they actually had more data that would fit on a normal 1541 track to try to make the hardware copiers so they wouldn't work. Because at that point, they figured out we could reproduce an entire track, but we can't reproduce a track that's too long. But us clever people that didn't like that idea, we discovered that if you slow the drive down and change the drive speed, you could effectively increase the amount of data that you could put on a track. So for copying long track disks, we would slow the drive down to, instead of being 300 RPM, which is normal, to about 297.8 to 298.1. In that range there, that would be fine. And you can still use regular disks just fine. You can still read and write to regular formatted disks without any problems at all. You couldn't go too much further than that because it'd be a problem. And you wouldn't want to speed the disk up, although we did that for a couple of games because they had short tracks to reproduce them the only way. So this, in fact, is the track gap area. So to reproduce this at a flux level, ideally what you would need to do is go into the flux and figure out, okay, what invalid flux was there? Because at the transition period, you're going to see a glitch. And it's like we call the glitch in the matrix. It's a glitch in the flux data. And so you have nice data, and then all of a sudden when the head energy collapses from the magnetic field, it creates a glitch. And so to identify that glitch is pretty much the best way to identify that as far as a write splice is concerned for at a flux level. So I have an option here called find invalid, and it will actually go and find any place where there's a glitch in the flux data. And you can see, like I was talking about before, this is at the end of a sector when the energy's turned off or actually turned on, depending on how they did this particular writing. But this is an invalid point right here. So this is how you would locate a write splice. And so you want to check to see how much space is available in here. So when you turn this on, because again, even on a modern floppy, you're going to have a ramp up of energy that's going to create a write splice of its own. So if you're going to be writing back this data and you know this is going to be your starting point and your ending point, you're probably going to want to write like from up here and start it here. That way when you write your entire track out, it will actually overwrite this data and you will end up with a write splice that turns off the exact same spot that you started. That's it is in theory. So because floppy drives vary in drive speed as they spin, it's kind of a tricky thing to do. So I have a feature that I've not implemented in the SuperCard Pro software that I actually been using for a couple of years now myself, and it has the ability to verify the flux data. And what it does is it rewrites the track over and over and over again, and it actually will adjust the flux timings, which is I showed you earlier here. It'll adjust these timings based on the drive speed of the drive that you're using. so that when the write splice turns off, it's exact. And so you'll have an exact bit for bit, true bit cell time. And sometimes it takes, half a second for a track. Sometimes it takes, I've seen it take 10 minutes on one track before, depending on how bad your drive is. If you've got a lot of drive speed variation, it can take a while. But typically it's a few seconds to do it, maybe 5 seconds at most. And some of the severe cases, I don't know why I had this one particular drive that took that long. And I've tested it with a lot of different drives. So it could be just that drive speed variation is so so bad that a critical operation like this, it's, you're chasing your tail basically, because you can go too far and too short. People that had my SuperCard Amy hardware for the Amiga, I had an option exactly like this for that as well, and it was called Synchronize, and it would take the two drives and it would literally pulsate one drive motor to try to get the drives in sync. So when you wrote out the disk, it would write them exact same time and turn the write splice off. And that was my first effort of trying to synchronize something. And wow, that was a nightmare of chasing my tail. So I'm kind of doing the same thing with this coding as well. So you can reproduce a disk or a track, and of course the full disk at that point, using this methodology. But it requires a lot of work, and there's some math in the background that you have to calculate, your ramping speed, and you want to know basically the easiest way to do it, how I do it, is I make a write pass on the disk you're going to write on, and I go and check the parameters of the disk at that point, as far as we read it back and see how much deviation there was from every time you read it back, and then you can give an idea. Step rate, how fast the drive head steps, you can calculate all that stuff. And so you build a table of basically of events you need to do, and then you do the chasing of the tail thing of implementing a shorter or longer bit cell time to get this to synchronize. And so I've implemented that, and at some point, it's not 100% perfect. I mean, it's way better than having no verify at all. I mean, it's great for that. So there's a lot of programs out there, especially for the Atari ST, that actually rely on an exact amount of data on the track within plus or minus one physical byte of MFM. And so for those titles, no problem reproducing that. And same thing without an index pulse, you can do the exact same thing. Basically, you're going to be stepping from one track to the next, so you step back and forth. You determine exactly how much duration the head step time requires. And I actually have this for 1541. When I did the copier for the 21-second backup, it was neat because I had that code already for the 1541, where I could synchronize track-to-track stepping. So when I step from one track to the next, to the next, to the next, I could reproduce this pattern. Actually, you actually go backwards on the 1541, where I would step the track, know where the header was, and I'd write the data. So you could do synchronization of tracks that way, and that's how we were able to reproduce like rapid lock protections and this 21-second backup without having an index pulse. So that is pretty much how that whole thing works. There's no magic really involved. It's just a lot of work and some little bit of math in the background to do it. I actually have got some fast Fourier routines that I use for doing the analyzing of the upper level formats. And let me preface this is that SuperCard Pro is a flux imaging device. It is not a conversion device. I never intended ever to do anything other than my own personal disks for conversion type. So if you go into like the utilities here, whoops, I closed that. So let me go and share the screen here. So we'll go back. Oops, we will unshare this one. How can I do this? Let me go. Oh, close the program out. So that's going to be a problem. Doodle-oo. Okay. Let me go back to here. So we've learned a lot about Zoom. Okay, Yuri, confirm it's there, right?
You are correct. It's
okay. So this is the disk utilities one. I have the copier screen as well. So utilities is nice because you can go in, test your disk and check your dry speed. You can do your media test to see if your disk is any good. And I do that by writing a pattern and then reading the pattern back to make sure that the waveform is correct. But in the copier part, I wish we could just switch. We can't switch directly to the copier. I'm going to have to do this again, unfortunately. Copier, and I will share the screen. Okay, so now you got the copier, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you can do is you can convert from Flux to a D64 or a G64 file for Commodore, and then you can also do, if you select the disk type, to Amiga to be an ADF format. And that's really the only support I have for in SuperCard software. I really had no intention at all to do any kind of analyzing. And so Kerr, I guess it's Kerr Fraser. He's the guy that does the Grease Weasel project. But many years ago, when I made the original SuperCard Pro image file format, so 2012, 2013, he added a patch into UAE, which was forked into WinUAE to use the SCP image files. So Flux image files are the entire data, of course. So if you've got Shadow the Beast or Obitus or some heavily crazy copy-protected game program for the Amiga, you can literally make an SCP file of it, drop it in, even compressed in 7-zip format file if you want. Drop it into UAE or WinUAE, and you can actually play it because it runs the copy protection, everything. So he did a great job in that. And it's funny to me is that when I had talked to him about it, he looked at it, and I don't think it was 24 hours before it was actually in UAE. It was a quick thing for him to do. So it was great. So I was happy about that. So there are literally dozens of programs right now that support the SCP file format. And I made it all open immediately when I first created it so anybody could use it. So there are emulators that actually can run it directly. WinUAE, UAE, FSUAE, all those for the Amiga. Steam for the Atari ST. There's a BBC Micro emulator, and apparently there's a couple other emulators out there as well. And then there's a bunch of utility programs. SamDisk can do it. Is that A8 raw config or convert? Which is a program that does Atari 400, 800, and does Apple II and stuff. It supports SCP, and probably the most well-known program that supports it is the HXC floppy drive emulator software, and that can convert pretty much any format to any format. And so SuperCard SCP image format is included in that. So you can go from one format type to another. So if you were to take your data disk at a Flux level from the SuperCard Pro hardware and drop that file into HXC, you can output it as a disk. And he even has a disk browser for different formats that are supported. And I did this just recently. In fact, a few weeks ago, I actually used it myself. And it's pretty rare that developers only every year use their own things, really. Once maybe, and then you're done because you made it. I have a 5 1/4 inch floppy that's in IBM PC format from 1994, and it was all the Peel equations, which is a custom logic chips for the implant board that I made for the Amiga, and that was a Mac and PC emulator board hardware that I made for the Amiga. So it had all the custom logic equations that were on that disk because I used an old IBM 5150 machine with BP Microsystems programmer, and Yuri knows about this because we just went through this last week, getting a modern system to actually be able to use that programmer. So I was able to extract the files themselves right off of the image through HXC's, basically it's a file browser, a disk browser he calls it. I can actually drag and drop the files off of it. So I recovered the files I hadn't seen since '94 right off of it, but it was at a Flux level that I was able to dump this. And so people have asked me, are you going to implement, various formats and stuff? And let me cancel out of here and go back to full screen here. So I really don't have any plans for doing a bunch of different exotic formats. I might do some other things. I think it's funny is that CARE right now, the Grease Weasel project, is kind of in the same boat. I can convert flux to ADF, but I don't have ADF to flux. So I use HXC if I have to ever do that. And so to have it in a native app, like if I had it built into SuperCard Pro to do that, and I probably will do that. And I probably end up doing the 1541 stuff because I'm mostly into Commodore stuff, not so much into Atari and Apple and all this stuff. And there's plenty of programs out there that support SCP image file format anyway. And so we're getting into I just released maybe a month ago, maybe a little more than that, support for hard drive stuff in the image file format. So last year at CRX, if you were there, you saw my buddy AJ, who is not a Commodore guy, but needed some help from the Commodore community because of GCR format. So he came to the event, and over a period of a couple of years, able to extract some tape data that's in GCR successfully. He kind of transitioned into MFM hard drives. And so we experimented last year with plugging an MFM hard drive into SuperCard Pro, and we're able to pull the data off the hard drive. So we can do hard drive backup. But when I created the SCP format, it was designed for floppy drives with 164 tracks total, which is basically track and then heads, track 0, head 0. I mean track head 0, head 1. And so I didn't really plan on doing hard drive stuff. So I made an extension to the format. There's an ID that you can look at in the format itself. If you see that particular byte set, this is an extended format of the SCP. And so at that point, it supports hard drive layout. So we built to back up all of our hard drives from back in the day, RLL, MFM style hard drives, which is what he needed to do, and recover data off of it, because he's got some other project that he's working on where he needs to extract the data and be able to see it in whole. So I did that, but I don't know how much more stuff other than what I call the Yuri fixes into here. So Yuri, if you want to chime in about your request list.
Yeah, that would be good. And I got some Q&A as well. So
okay.
Are you going to put the tool back up? I think you stopped sharing the current screen.
Yeah, what tool did you want to see?
Just the main page, I guess.
Okay, hang on. Let me reload that program.
Well, we may switch a little bit. And for those in the Discord, you can bring up your questions. I'll try and get them as well. By the way, John showed up. Someone woke him up. Tim woke him up. Of all people, it was Tim that had to wake him up.
How funny. Is he in here then? Nope, that's the wrong one.
He's in the Discord. Not. I'm not sure.
Oh, gotcha. All right, let me actually get the right file here. It's the right file, but it's the wrong screen.
Plus, we don't have sufficient filters for his language.
Right, the robot doesn't work in the Zoom. So, disk editor. There we go, and we will swap this to here. And oh, John, I just saw him. he laughed. Okay, so you see this, right?
Yeah.
You see the screen now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we got that up.
Right.
What do you got, Yuri?
So the first one, and I think Z, who's in here as well, he had a similar question. Let me make sure I'm in the right screen here. So you spoke really well. I'm glad. I didn't want to interrupt anyway. It gave a really good. We have a good document now of how this actually works, and that there's no magic in it. I think this is the first time we've been able to get someone to spend a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes on especially that, and that's going to be a great document for future. So thanks a lot for doing that, Jim. Yeah. I think in general, what you explained with kind of like puzzling this back together. You know, a lot of the people that use your product and they're interested in trying to make their own version of something that may already be available for download somewhere, but just want to make their own version and try and write that back to a disk. How would they at this moment in time go about? And can you also talk a little bit about some of the ideas you have to, at some moment in time, try and make that easier for an average user to go through? Well,
that's kind of the problem with this whole thing, is that you have to have some kind of analyzation process at the upper level.
Yeah.
If you do not have a right splice, I didn't actually elaborate on that. So let me elaborate on that. I'm glad you brought that up. So, you know, if you had the ability to determine when a right splice is, always, that would be no big deal. But the reality is you don't. And it's an unfortunate thing that happens. And it's a frustrating part for me, actually, because it kind of lends itself to forcing me to make an analyzing of the upper level that I didn't want to do in the first place. And I knew it was coming at some point. I'm like, so it worked pretty good. So for Amiga format, let's go back to how disks are produced and mass quantity. So people that don't know, you don't exactly have a whole bunch of floppy drives on a desk somewhere making floppy disks. Because the volume of floppy disks being produced back in the day was astronomical. Let's put it this way. So Utilities Unlimited was my company. I owned 10% of it back then, and I was the guy who made basically all the products for that company. So anything you see that Megasoft sold or Utilities Unlimited, with the exception of a handful of products, literally, I created all that stuff. And so like the parameter disks we did, and I cracked, quote unquote cracked, which I hate that term really, because it's basically you're removing protection so you can archive your disk. That's how I look at it. And people, it's funny that people look at me like, well, they know my stance on copy protection and copyright law and stuff. And so like I walk this line, and I don't think I walk a line. I follow the law. So you're allowed to make backup copies of stuff you own. You're not allowed to make backup copies of stuff you don't. And that's the law. So that's my position on the whole thing. So as far as making disks back in the day, my parameter disks, we had actually 10 disks came in a set. We had 1,000 parameter packs. There's literally 1,000 parameters that you would get on a 10 pack. So we would consider back in the day, if we sold anything less than 10,000 copies of something, it was a failure, an absolute failure. And we would actually ditch the product. So things that I made that were short-lived, there was quite a few products I made that only sold maybe 8, 9, maybe almost to 10,000 copies. And we never made them again because they didn't sell well. And I mean, look at 8, 9, 10,000 copies, at $30 a piece. That's a lot of money being generated, but that's nowhere near what was being generated by things like the parameter packs. So when you've got 10 disks and you have to make 57 or 58,000 copies, which is what we did, that's 500,000 disks you got to make, and so we were literally making over 1 million disks a year. That's how many disks we went through at Utilities Limited. It was an insane amount of disks because all of our products most products had multiple disks. Parameter pack is 10. We had a parameter pack of 5, parameter pack of 3. The SuperCard Plus software came with 2 disks. Different hardware things that we had 1 or 2 disks. When you add all this together, you end up having 1 million disks you got to make. So there was no way that we could produce this. And we tried in the beginning, especially when Megasoft was around and my Final Source software and all these things. We had rows of 1541s and 64s set up making disks. And it was a 24-hour, 3-shift crew making disks all day long. And there was no way we could keep up. So in Portland, Oregon, there were several disk manufacturing companies because back in the day, that was a thing. There was a lot of companies that made disks, Epics, Mindscape, Electronic Arts. All those companies had to have their disks produced, and they were selling, hundreds of thousands and millions of disks. So what we learned really quick on, we had to get one of these disk manufacturers, and we ended up actually taking them over. Not literally, all their business was ours. And so they were located in downtown Portland, and they used row upon row of what was called trace machines, and they were duplication machines. And they had the ability to basically low-level copy, flux copy a disk. And they had scripts and stuff, and they had a script that actually was for Commodore format. And the script was pretty slick, actually, because it could actually dump a track and kind of figure out the right splice and write it back out, and you could reproduce copy protected disks with it. And they didn't do that for anybody. We did it for our own testing. So they actually made our disks, and I kid you not, there was rooms in this warehouse building full of these machines, and they run at 600 RPM instead of 300 RPM. So they could read and verify, or write and verify a disk in the same amount of time it took just to read. So basically, it was about 7 seconds per disk is the time. And so for a 5 1/4 inch floppy, they didn't have automated trace machines initially. So they actually had people in this warehouse building, rows of these people, and they would pop a disk in, hit the button, 7 seconds later, pop the disk out, pop the new disk in, and that's how they produced disk. And then later on, they had automated process that would insert the floppy into it, and they would just bulk the whole thing. So that's how our disks were created back in the day, as on those trace machines. So what was the original question? We got off on a tangent of this. Is what Yuri? How I got off into this?
So what would the general steps be?
Okay. Yeah. So back to the right splice. So that was the deal with the trace machines and the right splice. So what I found is we could call the accidental right splice, and so there are cases, and unfortunately, I've seen them a lot on some disks and never on another disk, where when you turn on and off the right splice, the value that it creates when the energy collapses ends up being a valid bit cell time, not an invalid time. And so when I showed you originally in the flux data, in fact, let me pop up real quick. I'm going to close this up and I'm going to go back to the flux display. Let's actually, let me find a track first here that I can see where I can demonstrate this to you.
What copy are you loading here, by the way?
This is one of the paperback writer images that we had done in our testing. So let me find a one that's got half tracks in it that is messed up. Let's pick something out of the blue here, because these were all working and unworkings. I'm trying to find something that's messed up. Okay, so actually good. There we go. That's perfect. Okay, so let me stop my share here, and I'll go back into this share, and I will show you this. So, do you see just this window for Flux?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's all you see. Nothing behind it other than a blue screen.
No, nothing.
Okay, cool. So this is Flux representation for track 38, which happens to be garbage. On this particular disk, because there's nothing out there. Tracks typically go from 1 to 35 on a stock Commodore. Some things went to track 38. A couple of European guys went out to track 40, which I've only seen on like a couple programs that did it. It's not very reliable to be out that far because it's really close to the hub, and you never know if the mechanics of the drive would handle that. So let me go and look at here. Okay, so this is track 36 on the paperback writer disk, which is what I'm looking at, and they actually use track 36. So this is one of their tracks, and you can see the data looks pretty normal, and you can see the right splice is exactly here. So a trace machine, what it did is when they got the data for their setup, the file that was generated by the trace machine off the original was synchronized to the index pulse. So when you wrote the data out using the index pulse on a trace machine, you could read it back, and if you read on the index pulse, the track would be perfect because it would start on the index pulse and stop on the index pulse. So I'd say that like 99.99% of everything ever made for the Commodore 64 was created on a trace machine, because any commercial product was, even Commodore's disks. So when I worked at Commodore Service, it's kind of a running joke, is that there was no alignment disk, quote unquote, that we used for our disks. We actually used Commodore's test demo disk as our alignment disk, because we knew it was created on a trace machine, and we knew it would be accurate and it would be a good quality recording. And so that's what we use for our analyzing. Even for our cat's eyes for our alignment of the drive, we actually use a test demo disk. So what you see looks like perfect data here, and it's nice. And so on a trace machine produced copy, there would be no index reference needed. And when you copy your own disk, when you write it out, you format it on a 1541, there's no index point. So you've got to figure out where the track starts and where it stops, which is what I talked about earlier. So sometimes you're going to find that when you hit this little invalid flux thing, it's going to show invalid flux. But there are times when it goes bing and says there is no invalid flux on this track, and which means uh-oh. So
Jim,
now
Jim, are you still on the flux bit cell timing visualization?
Yeah, I'm just talking about it. Yeah.
Okay.
I can flip screens back to, let me flip to the other window here, and that way we can actually, did it close it? No, it did not. Good. So I'm getting better at this part of it at least. Okay, so you see that now, right?
Right.
Okay, so if I click on this find invalid, it's going to, this is the start of a track. This is done with a trace machine, this original of paperback writer. Now they did some apparently around a 1541 or something, because they have some versions we found that are oddball, they're not done on it. So if I click on this find invalid, I'm gonna find one there and then no more. It chimes, it says there's no more at all. And so what I have found that there are some disks that, this is probably not one that I can actually do a find invalid. So these are all write splices, but I have found several disks that do not have a write splice. And so I experimented with this to try to figure out how it's even possible, and it was pretty clear to me quickly that I can reproduce it myself, no problem. So it just so happens that when you turn off the write head, because you're going to write
Jim,
yeah.
I noticed on mine, I got confirmation as well. The screen seems frozen on this, so we don't see your mouse moving on this. Is the type of share you're doing maybe a little different?
Let me, let me go fix that real quick. What I did is I moved the window to another window. So apparently Zoom won't follow your mouse either. So one more lesson we have learned today.
Yeah.
So let me put this over here and go back into screen share. And let's see, there.
Yeah.
Better? Okay.
Your mouse moving. Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Okay. So let me go and just pull up any of these here. So click find invalid. You see a find invalid. So I found cases, and what happens, like I said, when you turn off the write head, you get a smear, and you're going to be a weak bit, which is basically this little strange thing. It's identified here. And then the SuperCard Pro software, I've got the ability to turn on these things on and off. So there's a show invalid actual button, and it will actually show you can see these are highlighted in the light blue color. I don't know if you can see that too well with the Zoom or not, but
yeah, we can.
Yeah. So they're highlighted, and so I can immediately see, okay, that's an invalid bit cell. So if I go click on this flux display, I can go and see exactly where that is, and I go, yeah. So you're going to see, like, typically
and invalid in this case, that's that smear that you spoke of.
Right. And what happens, what determines to be an invalid bit cell? So there are 3 different frequencies basically that are timing levels that are written. They're bit cell times. So there's 3 different durations of a bit cell, and the sequence of those durations gets converted into GCR, and then GCR has its own mechanism to be converted into upper level data. So it's a conversion process. So you've got a 4 microsecond bit cell time, an 8 microsecond bit cell time, and a 12 microsecond bit cell time. And those are the valid times that can appear on your recording. So you're going to have like a 4 microsecond followed by a 4 microsecond followed by maybe an 8, by a 12, by a 4, by an 8. And that sequence, when you put them all together, that's your GCR bits. So we know, and I've got a very slick conversion that I'd use. I guess I could share it with people, share it with a couple of different programmers already. So I know when there's a 4 microsecond bit cell time, I have what's called a bit pack stream. So it's a bit stream of data. And so I know that's going to be a 0, 0, or 0, 1, or a 1, 1. It depends on exactly what the time is. So when you take that time conversion and you make it a bit value, you pack all those things together. When you cut them apart, that's your GCR. And then at that point, you take that data and convert it into your upper level of hex data that you use for, you know, actual computer data you can see. So what happens is that those 4 microsecond times, when you get a smear, you're going to see in a flux level, because the resolution is so high on the capture, it's going to go 4 all the way up to maybe 18, 20 microseconds of time, or from 4 all the way down to, you know, maybe 1 microsecond of time. So those times are invalid. And technically, between 4 and 8 and 8 and 12, that space also is invalid. But there has to be a margin of error in there that the 1541 and other drives, depending on the mechanism they use, has for reading the data, because magnetic data is not the same every time, so there has to be a cushion in there. So I don't know what it is at an analog level for the 1541, because I've never really cared so much, but there is some kind of a cushion in there. Let's say you go from 4 to 4.5 microseconds, or let's say 4.5 to 3.5. So you're encompassing a half a microsecond on each side of the normal 4 microsecond time. So the hardware has to allow for some variation in there. Let's say it is between 3.5 and 4.5, that's that particular time. And then between 7.5 and 8.5, that's a particular time. So if the hardware sees anything between those little windows, it knows this is a valid time, converts that into data, and that's done at an analog level on the 1541. It's into a buffer. So basically it takes the analog data, converts it into digital data, and then there's a the custom chip in the 1541, the ASIC that handles that whole thing, and you outputs to the VIA a byte ready line, which ends up going to the CPU to let you know that the byte's available. There's also a sync line. And so that 4 microsecond time there, when you have multiple of those in a row, you have 40 of them in a row, that's a sync mark. Actually 10 or more, it's technically a sync mark, but Commodore uses 40 in a row to start a header or start a data block. And so the ASIC inside of the computer, which is really a computer inside the 1541, it will actually output a sync mark signal saying, hey, we've got a sync going on right here. When it sees 10 or more consecutive 1 bits in a row. And the first time it sees a non-1 bit in a row, which occurs at the data block ID or the header block ID, because they start with a 5, so it terminates the sync mark, it erases that out of the register, and or actually it buffers it, so you have to read it back. And so you know the sync mark is done. It's finished its sync at that point. So what do you got to do to find the track gap at that point? Because if you have no bad reference or data, I'm just going to close this out of here. So if you've got no reference, what do? You have to, at that point, you're forced to go to upper level to determine where the track has to start and where it has to end, and how much gap you've got between there. As long as you can allocate a space in there, locate the space like 50% between where it should be, you can make a working copy. And so for preservation, it's a lot more difficult if you want to make an exact copy of that. So you have to go rely on bit shifting of data on the upper level. And truly the only way to do it is have an example, you know, of something that's happened in the past, where you know, or have somebody analyze it visually and say, okay, this is really where the track gap should be. And because I don't think you can automate it so much in that level, it require a David Yod and Dr. Knapp sophistication.
It's so surprising that you say that. I just posted something in a little message to both of them.
Yeah, because like I said, I've used fast Fourier routines, and that's what I have done for. So let me backtrack a little bit. Let me pop that window back up again here, if I can get back to my computer. Okay, and I will move this back to here. There's got to be a way to automate this a little bit better sometime. Okay, so back on the screen share, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I had do the analyzing of the data for the 1541 and for the Amiga, so for Paula, I worked with Paula quite a bit, which Paula is the sound chip / disk drive controller chip / serial chip in the Amiga. And Paula is pretty amazing from the disk drive point of view, because it has the ability to clock data in. and do weak bits and strong bits. And remind me weak bits and strong bits, because those are kind of an important thing that I need to chat about real quick as well. So Paula, it clocks data in, and let me see, let me pull this up over here too. So I got a reference on my other screen here. So Paula's window of the time. So on GCR, you've got this 4/8/12. On MFM, you've got 2/4/6, or you could have 2, 4, and 8, or like on high density disks, you could have 1, 2, and 3. And there's a lot of different formats that they can do for encoding for the level of the disk itself, for the magnetic surface. So you have to know what that is. So Paula's window in it is about 10%. So if you've got a 4 microsecond bit cell time, it's basically about plus minus 10% max. So that's a deviation you can have between your signal that should be and what you might find on there. So for SuperCard Pro, because I have basically a super high resolution of capture capability, my window that I set in the archival mode, I call it, which is converting to an ADF or to a D64, I've got a plus minus 48% window. And so I know that if the data ends up being between here and there, I've got this very small gap in there. So I can encompass a huge amount of error in there. And I don't do any error correction, but I do a real simple fast Fourier on the signal at that level. And I actually force bits to be in a category. It's either going to be in this bit stream or it's going to be in the other bit stream. And so by doing that, and I can actually force bits that are on the ragged edge back and forth between the bit streams, and I can check them to see how much, if it worked. And so I have that capability built into the software already for the 1541 format and for the Amiga format. Will I do it for other formats? I don't know. Maybe now that I've made this a little bit easier for myself. But so that's how you determine how much of a fudge factor you can have in invalid data. And so for you're doing your track, that's really about the extent of it. You've got to figure out where the start and the stop of the track is. That is the only magic in this whole entire thing, really. That and the track-to-track synchronization between tracks for stepping, that's it. I mean, there's no magic in this at all. It's just a lot of effort to create something that can visibly see it like I did for this, because I want to be able to see. I mean, people know that, my buddies here on CRX know that I am not a command line guy at all. I've typed enough in my day. In fact, we were chatting. I've typed, if you look at my Amiga stuff, I didn't even count the 64 stuff. Just 3 Amiga projects alone was 5.2 million lines of assembly code that I typed. Well, that I kept. Who knows how many more that I typed and deleted. But so that's a lot of typing to do. So I'm a GUI guy. So I would prefer to do anything in a interface screen. It's a lot easier to use for myself as well as the public, I think. A lot of guys are command line jockeys, and some guys, do both. So
hey Jim, I'm gonna get a couple of questions off the Discord as well in there. I'm gonna keep them specific to the SCP tools to kind of keep this video for later preservation kind of relevant as well. Okay. So would you mind opening up that that Flux view one more time with the graphical Flux view?
The graphical one?
Yeah, the graphical one. Vintage Faults had two questions there. So in the Flux view, why are there masks displaying at various points on the y-axis? Isn't Flux simply a factor of changes over time along the x-axis?
Okay, so let me pop this back up here to, let's see, let's do Flux display, and we'll pull this window out, and we will resume that window only. Okay, so you see the Flux window is blank right now, correct? Okay, so let me load something into here. Let's go, should we go to an Amiga disk, just for the fun of it? Since we haven't showed an Amiga disk at all yet.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, a remark while you're doing that. I think adding these formats that you spoke of, I should completely abandon that if I was you. And the reason for that is you explained it really well. There are a couple of external tools that are really good at doing the anything to anything. and you've been giving them fantastic support because they keep on telling you that you've been in sync with them when there were updates or why your current documentation of the SCP format works.
Yeah.
I would just it's a great set of tools. And it's open source and everything. There's really no reason to.
Yeah, and I think I agree. I mean, the format's been used by a lot of people. I mean, we have what 8 years now of that format,
that has proven itself.
Yeah, and it's a lot. There's a lot of discs. I mean, if you saw how many discs, I have over 30,000 original discs here. That's 30 and a lot of zeros after. That's 30,000 discs, and I do not have the biggest collection by far. I mean, I've talked to other people that are imaging all these things using SuperCard, and they have way more discs than I do. And so, and I know people share their disk images, and there's all legalities with that and stuff. But if you look out in the wild, I don't know how many disk images there are in SCP format. So yeah, it's pretty well established, and like I said, used by emulators and stuff. So to get to your question about this is an Amiga disk, by the way. And so you can see on the Amiga, this has a 6, and this is a Psygnosis one. This is going to be a wacky one anyway. Okay, so you'll either have 2, 3, or 4 of these different lines. I think that's what the person was talking about. Why do you see multiple lines? Is that what they're getting at?
Yeah, in the flux here, why are the marks displaying at various points on the y-axis? Isn't flux simply a factor of changes over time along the axis?
Well, what it is this. So each one of these little dots represents a bit cell time. And so it's compressed into a track. In this particular case, there's 44,000 bit cells on this particular revolution. And so if you look in here, it shows you on the information that the index time, so it was 199,567 microseconds. So 200,000 microseconds would be exactly 300 RPM. And so it can tell you what the index time is. And then the bit cell time. So I did this for myself because it really shows me a couple of things. It shows you dry speed variation, for one. So this value on index should be exactly equal to this value in cells. And so the variation you see between these two is the amount of variation in drive speed and or the time factor when the write splice collapses. And so this gives you an idea that this particular image file is going to be a write splice collapse, because whatever drive read this was probably really accurate, because it's a 3.5 inch, and the 3.5 inch actually monitors the drive speed the entire time it's rotating, where a 5 1/4 typically only change the drive speed on every revolution to try to adjust it.
Okay.
And so there's, I mean, some drives, the earlier drives did that. Later 5 1/4 drives, they actually could adjust in the middle, or like maybe 16 times per rotation or whatever. They adjust the drive speed depending on the brushless motor that's in there. So this little deviation in here, you can see. So you take this value minus this value, so you can see the deviation total is in, it's tiny. It's at sub-microsecond level. It's your 875 nanoseconds of deviation. So that's from one whole revolution to be off by that amount of time. That's like nothing. That's great.
That's nothing indeed.
Yeah, it's within one bit cell time. So a bit cell time is this time value here. So we look at this from 0 to, and I need to probably make this so that when you move the cursor over here, it shows you the exact bit cell, because there's actually a zoom function here that's not implemented. So you can actually zoom in on the thing. So this is gonna be my Yuri mod that I'll have to do, because actually I kind of needed this a couple of different times, and I cheated and went into the flux data itself and looked, but it'd be a lot nicer to be able just to stretch this out and go, okay, that's this bit cell time is 3.8 microseconds, or like in this case, it's just under 4 microseconds for this.
Yeah.
Because you can see where the line is, where the 2.5 to this to this to this. So MFM has 3 different times that make up your MFM encoding for the Amiga format, and for IBM and PC. And all the different formats for MFM use 3 different times. So by taking this time, saying, like I was saying before, a 4 microsecond bit cell time added to, not added, but in addition to a 6 microsecond bit cell time, and then maybe you're going to have a 8 microsecond bit cell time, or whatever it ends up being, that creates your bit stream. So if you've got, let me me pop out another one.
Pause for a second here. I'll just bring in the question and then you'll.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to pull up. I'm gonna
okay?
pull up a source code actually to this.
Okay. Oh, that's great.
And I want to take a look exactly, show you exactly how I calculate this. Let's see, source code for SuperCard Pro. And do not laugh because I decide I'm not a Windows guy for programming. I don't do Windows stuff at all, or API. So I thought, I wonder what I can use that would actually make this really quick. And so I use Visual Basic 6, if you can believe that. Let's see if I can locate this, and I got to do search on.
I think that's an important thing to note as well. Basically, you're just building a bridge between the functionality that sits on the board. The program itself is really nothing. It's just a visual layer for all intents and purposes to all of the communication that you actually have. The intelligence sits in the board.
Yes, and so like in the hardware itself, it does all the conversions. So while I'm finding this, let me talk about the weak bits and strong bits thing too.
Yeah,
so that would make it easy for me.
That's one.
So we termed back in the day, and I think I coined the phrase strong bits. I did not coin the phrase weak bits. A weak bit is when you've got a bit cell time that is invalid. So it's going to be above or below that threshold for each one of those lines. And what happens is that the encoder mechanism in the drive does not know how to deal with it. I hope that's not chiming in you guys' ear. It doesn't know how to deal with it. And so the data, every time you read it, depending on where the last bit was, it will actually fluctuate in the value. So every time you read that track over and over and over again, you're going to see a changing value in that. And so we call that weak bits. And when copy protection houses figured out you could use that for copy protection, it was a pretty slick copy protection because it was difficult to try to figure out how to recreate that on a Commodore drive or on even modern hardware. So let's see if I can figure out where this actually is. Bear with me for a second here, because I've got a gazillion things that deal with this. So a strong bit, that is a case where the encoder cannot synchronize at all to the track or to the PLL. So that's when you have a condition where the bit time is so short that the PLL circuit, which is the phase lock loop circuit, cannot synchronize to start the decoding of the magnetic signal. And so the line stays low the entire time and until it actually will synchronize. So you may find it stays low for the duration of the entire track, depending on the protection scheme. And so that I called a strong bit. And the reason why I called it a strong bit is that one of the magic things of Paula, what it would do is if you read a track that had, we call them no flux areas in the modern times, this strong bit, it's NFA. I finally found it on the source code, that's good. So NFA is a no flux area that is caused by this issue. And Paula, when you read it on the Amiga, it would read back all zeros as complete zeros. But if you write zeros on the Amiga, that writes a weak bit. So nibbler programs for the Amiga would see all zeros, write all zeros, the data would fluctuate, it wouldn't stay lock solid, copy protection fails on a copy. And so the SuperCard hardware itself has the ability internally inside of it to completely handle all of that stuff. I didn't want to have to do it in software because it's kind of it's a fudge factor that you got to do with the weak bits especially. It's a fudge factor that you have to deal with. So okay, so finally I found this in the source code. SuperCard. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first time anybody's ever seen this before, actually, I don't think anybody's seen it. So this is the MFM decode routine for Amiga DOS, actually. So what you saw in that, the flux data, is that each one of those times becomes a bit pattern. So I know that a 4 microsecond bit cell time is 2 cells worth, and it has conversion into this bit pattern, which is a 1-0. A 6 microsecond bit cell time gets converted into a 1-0-0. And 8 microsecond bit cell time gets converted into 1-0-0-0. And this is like a trade secret. Actually, I'm not even sure why I'm showing this, but so what I do, I convert everything with my PLL routine into basically this bit stream. So I know that this plus minus window of this time, that particular bit cell gets thrown into this pattern. And so I do a couple different layers of conversion. I do a layer from the clocking of the data into the buffer, and then I look at that data to make sure it's not some kind of wacky value. And then I look at the window using the little fast Fourier routine, and I shove the bits into a table saying it should be in this one or it should be in this one. And then I take and convert that into these times. And then that gets converted into a stream. So let's say you had like 4 of these in a row of 1 microsecond, or the 4 microsecond bit cell times. So it end up being 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, and then that's one part of your MFM routine. Then maybe it'll do like a 6 microsecond bit cell time and an 8 microsecond bit cell time. So those Y offsets you saw on there, those are the different bit cell time representations as they occur on the disk, which is why you get 3 bands like that. And so by compacting this bit stream, basically you take and you run basically a parenthesis around a set of the stream, and that's your bit cells. And when you go and look with the editor, I have the ability to do what's called bit shifting. So when you're reading MFM data, you see this bit stream like this, where you put that parenthesis around a block of data to actually get something that's readable as an MFM value, you can shift that little window around in there. And so it makes it really nice for determining, like if there's a no sync mark on a track, which is a common protection for the Amiga, they have no sync mark. But what they do is they go and look for a particular pattern, and they do that themselves in the copy protection routine by doing a bit shift of the data, because the Amiga itself could read and write full tracks, because there's lots of memory in an Amiga. So we didn't have to worry about dealing with limited amount of memory like a 1541 goes. They simply spool in the data, and they could bit shift through it and find their data they're looking for, extract it, decompress it, whatever they're doing, and then that would end up being the data they would use for their game or whatever. Psygnosis is very common that they had no sync marks anywhere. You have to have a sync mark on the first the boot sector. It's got to follow at least some part of the Commodore DOS so you can actually boot the disk. You don't even have to have a directory track up on track 40 at all. It's not required, but you put the disk in the Commodore, it's going to say non-DOS. That's about the extent of it, really. And that was very common back as well. So this should hopefully answer the question about the 3 bands you've got. Basically, it represents the timing for each one of the bit cells, where they occur visually on the screen. And by knowing that data and looking at that data, you can really see, what I should do? Here's a really good example. And we're almost at 5 o'clock, so I'm going to try to get rid of it.
You got 8 minutes, so you're going to have to...
Yeah, we're good. We've got all day long if we wanted to, but because I'm the last guy here. Let's see. Let's go pull up the Flux display real quick, and I will go load. Okay, so it's not there. Disk images. So any other questions if I'm searching for something here?
No, the other thing that I did want to bring in for those, there's always been this story about you got the flippy disk pull down. I think you explained that's non-functional part. You don't need that. You can actually do the other side of the disk.
Yeah, you can flip the disk over and you can read and write.
It took me 4 years before I realized that, but
right. And I showed you that CRX last year, and yeah, you really don't need it. I mean, there's some routines you need to in order to synchronize the tracks together, so you know that from track to track where it goes. But yeah, you can just flip the disk over. It's a lot easier than modifying a drive. Now, I believe that the flippy support actually works in SuperCard Pro. I mean, I worked with John on this because John does the drives, and a lot of people actually do use that option. So where's my archive at?
I got so many drives now, flippy, non-flippy. It's I can't keep up with it anymore. What's your personal favorite while you're looking?
For the Amiga,
yeah,
I actually swap drives all the time. I have not found anything that doesn't work correctly, honestly. I mean, there's a couple I think are posted on my forum,
yeah.
that I found that they weren't so good for weak bits. That's the thing, is that some drives don't handle weak bits very well. Okay. They all handle strong bits just fine.
But what's a good title to have that's commonly available that you say that people should see for that drive if that drive is a good drive to use?
Like a program to load, you mean, or to look at?
Yeah, no, a game title, for instance.
Oh, like for the 1541 stuff, any of the Mindscape, like Roadrunner, those all use weak bit protections back in the day.
Yeah, very common title, easy to get for anybody.
Yeah, easy to get. Okay, so I finally found my archive of discs. It's only on another entire hard drive because I've got all of them.
Yeah, and then John saying, John is saying good for weak bits. The Panasonic said.
The Panasonic is
for the number 4.
Yeah.
And he's confirming the Mindscape indeed.
Yeah, the Mindscape games are the ones that we ran into. How come I can't find a obliterator?
Oh, I didn't know the 5 not as much. That's interesting, John. We did a 5 the other day here to get it going, but I didn't know that one wasn't as good for weak bits. That's interesting to see.
Obitron? Oh, Operation Thunder.
Hey, then while you're looking for stuff,
there
was a bit of a dialogue earlier on about physical damages made to a disk to try and copy protect, which obviously you wouldn't be able to duplicate because.
Correct. Yeah, there's actually one program. So if anybody's out there and has got this program, I'll pay you for it because it's the only program that I do not own in my collection.
Is it FLAC with the synchro?
Yep. Yeah, FLAC with
you don't have it. What about John on Discord? How come John hasn't sent me that yet?
So the protection scheme used on that is they burnt the disk.
Yeah.
And so there's what they do is they try to write to it. And the only other person that actually did this for a protection scheme was it's kind of funny in a way, is that Mike Henry from Basement Boy Software back in the day. He actually he punched a hole in the disk with a disk puncher. Well, I mean, but like a hole puncher.
Then kind of made a version of that.
Yeah, so basically you try to write to the disk at that point.
I'm thinking now, both you and I have CNC machines. Maybe we should do that. Maybe try.
I can reproduce it, but as far as an original disk,
I hear you. But maybe a fun experiment for next year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. So I cannot find the program I was looking for. I will tell you the protection type, and it's called copy lock. And what it does is it varies the bit cell time in a sector. And so I wanted to show you, Obitron's got it. It might be Populous might have it too. I'll make a little Populous. Rob Northern made this protection. So if you Google Rob Northern, if you ever want to know anything about how CopyLock worked, it's been released open source, actually, the whole entire thing. And so what Rob did was pretty ingenious, and I didn't even know he was doing it because with the SuperCard Amy, we could copy it because it's a flux copier. Maybe Space Station Oblivion. Let me look at that one. Let me just go through here and look. Basically builds a ladder. And so what he would do is that he would time the duration of a sector, and that duration had to match. And the only way to make that duration correct is if you compress the time of the sector itself. So imagine you had a variable speed drive that you could vary the speed in steps in real time in a window of period of a sector. And the only way to do that is in hardware, basically. So it compresses the data into, and I can't find it. I'll post a picture of it on the Discord when I find it, and that people can see it. It's interesting. So we basically get a ladder, this big stepping like this, and so it shortens the sector up as far as the amount of time goes, or lengthens it depending on which way you go. But when you read the disk and you look at it with a copy program, it's unprotected according to that. There's no errors, there's no nothing. It's brilliant the way it works. And so that's the kind of copy protection scheme that requires hardware as well. There's no way you can reproduce that in software because you can't change the drive speed like that. So.
Hey, Jim, did you want to keep to the time or did you want to continue?
Is there anything else that people have? I mean, it's I kind of moved myself out of a couple different time slots, and so I cut myself a lot short. So.
Well, I think in general, I think it's good that first half an hour that we had, where you dove into kind of some basics on how this works. I think it's good. It's never been recorded. I think that's good to be available to a lot of people. Maybe as part of our Friday sessions, we'll do a couple more. I know that your product is in very, very wide use. There's some people that are true experts at it. There's a lot of people that have it and don't know how to use it, blame themselves, blame their hardware, or blame you or the staff for it. I think it would be good to kind of over time try and document some of these things and just spread the knowledge of using this product.
Right.
It's very hard, despite the good documentation, to get to some of the nuances. And I think over time it will be good to kind of get some of that out there.
Yeah, so the most difficult thing really for people is things that don't have verifiable write splice. So like there's two copy modes. There's an index mode and there's a splice mode. And the index mode does the index to index type of copy, which works flawlessly on anything that was made on a trace machine, because that's your start and stop reference. Works perfect. The splice, of course, you got to try to find the right splice, and that's kind of like a hit and miss thing sometimes. And that's probably the most complicated thing to try to explain to somebody. So I hope that people who watch this video kind of get the gist of it. It's something that took me, a long time, years, literally, to sit and work with, to be able to figure out and how to do it and how to do things like the fast Fourier that I did for, extracting good data from bad data type of thing. So I know it's frustrating for people that don't know it, and it's one of those things that you really can't make the product any better in that regard, other than fully automating it. And then fully automating it is next to impossible in some cases without having an example to do a comparison. And so one thing I will say about the CryoFlex people, they spent with the software with SPS, they spent a lot of time making comparisons of real disks. And so truly, if you want to do a comparison to get the gist of how it works and how it should be, that works well. The only downside to that is that you're kind of forced into believing that was the only version that was done. And I have found many, many, many cases where there's like 15 or 20 different versions of that particular disk that was made.
Yeah. There's not one single gold master.
Yeah, so there's no repetitive, no sample you can use as your base, really, other than this is how it was intended to be. This is what you should kind of follow. And then even then, I've seen a couple of cases where things change dramatically. A good example is Bounty Bob Strikes Back for the Commodore 64. That was like the nastiest of all protections for everybody. It's kind of the gold standard for like John for aligning floppy drives, because it uses half-track protection. And it was originally created on a 1541, so that's how they did their production line first, before it went to a trace machine to be commercially produced. And so, like I explained before, you write one half of a track, you step ahead, you write the other half of a track. And you can't write quite a half, you got to write a little bit less than that, so you got to allow for time for the head step to occur and some, fudge factor in there. So you're writing basically maybe a third of a track, third of a track, and you got to synchronize them so that they are opposite from each other when you go to write this, because the erase head was a full track wide on the 1541. Now on a trace machine, not a big deal, because they can write true half tracks, and that's what some of the production schemes were like from Electronic Arts, the quote unquote fat track, where track 34, 35, 34, 35, with 35 and a half. And ZMEG was the same way. They changed the track number on it. Same kind of thing. It was a full half track. They looked at all sectors in there, which was physically impossible for the 1541 to reproduce unless you knew the trick to kill the erase head, and then you could reproduce it. So there's really not much we can do as far as making the product any more dumbed down. I hate to say dumbed down, but it is what it is. I mean, and so we have to rely on, HXC and all the different utilities, the stuff that Kara's doing. Grease Weasel and Flex Engine, all those guys are doing their own deal, applesauce as well. of how they convert the stuff. Luckily, CARE and most everybody has adopted the SCP format. So it's kind of a universal format that we can all exchange our data in. And as long as I keep maintaining that and fixing little nuances here and there, then it should be a good base platform for everybody to use.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's close it off here.
Yeah, you pop in. You pop in on video because this is the end of CRX for 2020.
Oh,
this is it. I was the last guy.
Video again.
So who else is in it from the CRX crew? Anybody else in here? Who wants to be on video and say goodbye? Anyone? So we got Commodore Man.
Goodbye. Yeah, because we didn't do a picture this year. That's
yeah, there's no group picture.
No, that's the only real downside or upside, because some of us got older. Not me, but some of us did.
Right. And there's Saj, they promoted. So just basically, there's Commodore Man.
Chris got younger over the year. I don't know what he did, but somehow he got.
Yeah, I just noticed that I got more gray than last year. I was looking at that. It's like, not good.
Let's see if David are maybe there. Hey, Chris.
You guys, did you want to see this drive?
Oh yeah, let's see the drive first.
What better closure than actually seeing the drive
let's spotlight out Chris. That's true. So those who don't know, Chris actually did a 1541 overhaul on day 1, and he took the thing apart down to the bearing level, literally. And so we powered it up yesterday and had an electronics problem with it, but the drive motor was so quiet that you could put the microphone on it and didn't make any noise. So that's a huge bonus. And so where's Saj at? Saj is on the stream.
I forgot to turn on his video.
I promoted him. Saj, are you in here at all?
He's on, but no video yet.
Saj.
Remember this?
Yeah, I'm
Oh, hey, Saj.
Hold on, let me remove all the soldering equipment out of the table.
No, leave it in, Saj.
Yeah,
leave it in. It's fine. That's the hardware build project we did for the 2018 event, 2017.
Tim's,
Tim.
Yeah, that was an awesome project.
So that was Tim Waite's deal. So that was a last minute deal thing too. We scrambled on that one. So Tim brought all those in, and that was a lot of fun. So every year we try to do a hardware build, and this year I have to say Marco's presentation was amazing. I mean, when I had talked to him via email, I said, hey, could you pop in and maybe walk people through this? He's like, yeah, I'll make some kind of a presentation. I did not expect a full-on PowerPoint, presentation that he gave us.
What's changed as well in that year is that John actually finally admitted that he's the only one that truly got a lot older. That's
really,
yeah. That's a remarkable change.
So Chris, you are spotlighted, so people can see this drive. You now have power plugged in. You've got a IEC cable plugged in.
I'm going to go over here to mine.
Okay, there you go. And you've got a fire extinguisher nearby as well. I see. That's good. That's in case the MacBook behind him catches fire, not for the 64.
Okay, let's see here. So what I did is that I went ahead and had problems with that other board. So I just pulled a board out of a working unit. This is one that I had recapped and cleaned and everything, so I know it came from a functioning unit.
Oh, it's pretty.
A good one. So let's power this on. Okay, so we got the right.
Helpful. That's
helpful. Nice.
Roll power on.
Oh,
maybe it'd help if I plug my.
Hey, isn't that the second round of that?
This is the second time I've done that.
Guess who's joined the panelists?
John Farrell.
Hey, who's in?
John comes in the last 10 minutes of just
hey,
after
John.
the tables have been cleaned. John comes in.
I guess Yuri finally got my language filter working, so
Time-
thanks for
time.
having me.
It's time for ice cream, and John walks in.
I spotlighted you,
Excellent
John.
hard work, everybody. Thanks very much. See you all next year.
Okay, I'm gonna go spotlight Chris again. All right, Chris, you're spotlighted.
Okay, so that's doing the directory.
Here we go. And the crowd's
So
gonna go.
see what we get.
There,
Hey,
Sai.
Sai, we can see
What
you,
up?
man. Good.
Dun, 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 dun.
The drum roll.
What's he
You
testing
can't
the
hear the
drive?
drive. Oh.
Finally, I found not a good sign.
Hey, use a good disc, Chris. Come on.
Well, that is a good disc, though.
No, it's not. That one's garbage. Grab another one.
Maybe you got to reset the drive. I don't know.
Okay,
Don't
so
use-
what I had done earlier, I know it's a good disc, and I know what's going on here. So I'm going to grab my diagnostic tool again. Hard on.
A lot of people have been rooting for you for this one.
Now, mind you, that this drive, I literally just went to my stack and I just grabbed something out of the pile. So I'm not surprised it's not working. So I'm going to go do an alignment check on this.
And by pile, that's not like a traditional pile, by the way. I want everybody to know that right now.
So I'll let it run. Alignment check, spatial check.
All right. So while you're letting that run, I'm gonna cancel the spotlight. So John, what's been going on with you over there?
Work, and I've had a little bit of Commodore fun lately. Had a few drives orders come in from all around the world, but as we know, with the COVID, things have been a little slow to get where they need to be. So
True.
if any of those people are watching, I appreciate their patience. It took 3 months to get a drive to France.
Wow.
3
Wow.
months. That gentleman, Marceau, was super patient, so it was much appreciated. But I went and saw Mr. Joe May yesterday.
Oh, how's Joe doing?
He's doing good. He showed me
Good.
his tinkering garage with his Amiga and Commodore stuff and all the things he's been playing with.
Cool.
Anytime I need alignments on my 1541, 71s, etc., I always hit up Joe. So yesterday I picked up 371s and dropped off a couple 41s, just going through, preventative maintenance.
Nice.
Good to see everybody.
Yeah, good to see you too, buddy.
What's
I mean,
up,
it's
man?
been
How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good to see you.
Sorry I didn't get to see you when I was in Vegas, but I understand.
Lockdown. We're on
Yeah.
lockdown here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bummer. So next year,
I did see you right before it all happened, though. Remember?
That is
Wait,
correct. I was
did
there.
I?
And
Yeah,
I
that's right.
joined one of your meetings back. It was December, January.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a good
Mhm.
special guest drop in there. That was cool.
yeah, it's been a rough time. It's funny. I was thinking that my hair is like really long now. I haven't had hair this long since the 80s, literally. So I haven't had my hair cut since February 26.
You might as well stop doing it now.
When Yori asked if anybody
Yeah.
had any questions, I was going to go, who cut Jim's hair?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Exactly.
Nobody.
The answer was no one.
Nobody. Yeah, February 26th. I looked at my little calendar. It's like, holy mackerel.
I'm going to find you a Commodore headband to go with that hair, man.
I know I need something. Like, well, it's funny. So
80s are back.
I'm a motorcycle guy. I've got an Interceptor now, and I've had Interceptors in all my life. Honda guy, crotch rocket racer guy. And so what I have now is what we used to call helmet hair. So it used to come out of the back of your helmet and
Hey.
like whip you to death back here. And so it's something you just dealt with back in the day, but now I've got it now. My wife's like, I kid you not, everybody knows Shell, and she's watching YouTube videos right now on how to cut hair. So she's
Oh,
like,
no. We'll just
Yeah,
send her a Floby, man. You're
Yeah, get a Floby. I was just
good.
gonna
Send you a
say
Floby. You'll be taken care of, bud.
you gotta
No.
bring back the Floby, man.
That's it. I mean, now would be the time for Floby's revenge,
Yeah,
Yeah.
hook it to big.
so apparently back
Right-
east
right
where
back.
she's from Ohio, and they didn't have a Floby back in the day. So she had no idea what a Floby was. And so I explained it to her, and she's like, does that actually work? I was like, yeah, it does. It's not a very accurate method of cutting your hair.
You know
but,
what they don't show in the commercial is the
What do you-
loudness of the vacuum cleaner right next to it, sucking all the hair out.
Dude, they work fine. See, I used mine right before the show.
Hey, Chris, what do you got going on there?
So it's out of alignment.
It's out of alignment. That's
It's
okay.
it
That's
needs
that
an
was to be
alignment.
expected.
But I'm going in and I'm turning the motors on, and I'm going to be moving the head up and back just to check.
I tell you what you could do, Chris. You could actually try just formatting the disk. Because
Not this one.
well, take a blank disk and format it. Because if it's out of alignment, it'll be out of alignment when you format the disk, and it'll still work.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and this is a trick that I had told people, and they were like stunned, actually. So the reason why I needed to have my SuperCard Pro was to extract all the source code disks that I had, and it turned out that
all written on a poorly alignment drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I deliberately made it aligned incorrectly. So mine was like in between half tracks. So my drive I couldn't use that drive for reading commercial programs or anything, but all of my source code was stored on those disks. And so I remembered that when I was looking with SuperCard, it's like, I don't think it's going to work, and I don't think I want to try an alignment on a Panasonic drive. So I ended up actually doing that. One of John's drives that he sent me, I ended up tweaking the alignment just a little bit in order to make it so I could read all of my old disks.
That voids the warranty.
Why? So you copy protected?
No, because what I did is I deliberately made my drive out of alignment. Yeah, I protected my disk by making them out of alignment. So if somebody were to pick it up and try to use it, they wouldn't have worked.
Oh, that's awesome.
So,
well, at least you were able to get into it yourself.
Is the formatting going, Chris?
No.
No. All right, it needs more work. Hey, Jim, let's wrap it up.
Okay.
We'll all jump off, so you can do a proper closing. How about that?
That sounds good. All right, guys. So
all right, man.
Say your goodbyes to everybody.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah.
What a great year. Appreciate everybody's time.
Thanks.
Great presentations.
Take care, guys.
Just the motors all, Jim.
Yep, I'm trying to find you all. And John and Yuri and Saj, leaving just me. Okay. And we got lots of people in the chat. Okay, so we'll be in the Discord probably all day long, so you can like chat with us. And so basically, this kind of winds down 2020's CRX event, the Commodore Retro Expo, and we've learned a lot from this. We learned a lot what to do, what not to do. So I'm hoping that we don't ever have to forcibly do this again. Obviously, nobody wants to have to go through this again. But we do think it's a really viable way of reaching everybody. So in the future, we've talked about maybe for next year, we'll have a live event, hopefully. And at Las Vegas, probably at the Plaza again, where Saj is, and we'll have we already have performers from this year say they would come next year, like Paula Powered and stuff. So we might be able to use them in the showroom there at the Plaza to actually host real, musical entertainment, which would be great. But we think that for the future anyway, having a live stream like this, and perhaps live streams from different locations in the country and perhaps the world, so we could have a CRX party. Basically, it's an extension of CRX in your home country. So if you're interested in doing that, we'd love to have you. If you're not going to make the trek out, it'd be a great way to meet more people as well. And so you could host your little thing. And I think it would help with the time zone situation a little bit, because obviously we are the West Coast in the United States of America. And some of you are in Australia and Sweden, and we've had literally practically every country in the world view the live stream, which is great. We really appreciate your support. And we hope that you give us some recommendations of what to do, what not to do. And so when I close this out, we're going to go to Discord and we're going to have a group discussion, and we'll try to maintain it so it's controlled. But we'd like to get some feedback from you and find out, what we'd like to see in the future. I think the hardware build project's always going to be, it's a big hit, has been in the past, so we're going to keep that. But perhaps some other things that people would like to see. So I think with that, I'm going to call an end. Goodbye.